fucking phony. It's
Yeah,
just
and you wonder for how long? Like, for how long? For how long have you been doing this? And this time you got caught.
it's crazy. It's crazy, man.
Like a million small little betrayals before the big one, or whatever. Whatever the situation is. That's the worst, man. I agree.
Yeah. Yeah, you try to wash away all the false flags, man. You try to wash them away, and it's like, fuck, man. I thought you were my brother, man. And guess what? They weren't. Right? It hurts. Fucking hurts, man. These are people who were supposed to fucking protect us and take care of us, man, and they didn't. It's called fucking.
Yeah. It's a true test. It really is a true test. Like how you come out on the other side is.
That's what it is, man. It's the rubber of the road. Who am I going to be after I walk out of that, man? Right? Where's that hockey puck going to go? It's going to go fucking top corner, man. You got to be what you is, man. What I is, what I think I is, what I have to be, man.
Those are all the first thoughts, yeah. But
right?
Shit changes if you just give yourself time, man. Everything changes.
It does. It gets chiller. Yeah.
Change is the only constant in the world. You just have
perspective. It's what we're good at, right?
Yeah. Respect for yourself is probably the best thing. People don't have respect for themselves anymore.
Yeah.
They don't. They doubt it. I do. I mean, it's only natural. But you have a certain amount of respect for yourself, though, to live in the world that you're in, man. It's your perspective of the world that you're looking at, man.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of times it seems like people confuse it. Like, respect for myself means like I'm like comfortable. It's like, nah, that's not it.
Are you? Really? Like, if anybody wants to really look in their deep uglies, nobody, man, it's pretty ugly, man. I don't care who you are. But at the same time, you still have to respect yourself. Right?
Well, I'm glad that you came out on the other side better for it, man. That's good. It's a good story.
It is all good, man. Life gets better if you let it.
Like that. That's the best.
Very, very true.
Ain't that it, man? You just gotta let it. I like that, man.
You gotta be open to it, yeah.
That's
fuck
the way
that.
it is,
my
right?
my fucking ex-girlfriend really fucking pissed me off because I thought she was on board and she fucking disappointed me, like, to no degree, bro. I cannot express how she fucking fucked me. It's
you know what surprised me the most when I quit feeling bad about it and sorry for myself, and I took a look around and looked at the people that were actually looking at me. I realized that it wasn't as bad as I thought it was. Here I'm miserable thinking about, well, what the hell am I going to do now? Am I going to be alone? But there's 10 fucking women coming to my house at least once a week trying to make sure I'm all right.
Yeah.
This guy.
Well, and you also get to live with yourself. Like, you get to live with yourself knowing that, like, you did good by, you did what you said you were going to do, and they failed, really. So, they had to carry that forever.
Go, bro. Now you
it's like I gave so much to that situation, and it's like, you shit
what
on
I
me.
did
Like, fuck.
is I tried to look at it from her perspective. I accepted my part in it. And then I just said to fucking hell with it and put it down and moved on. Worried about me and my kids. And I'm such a picky bastard. I just waited till she smacked me in the face. I was at a powwow one day and my daughter's like, she really likes you, Dad, and she's nice. I like her. You should ask her out. So I did.
Nice.
My oldest daughter comes home and they get along great.
Wow.
So, like I said, you got to allow it to happen. When you hold bitter feelings, it's hard to look around and see what's going on when all you're focused on is this shithole you've been through in life.
And this is the start of the whole thing, man. You can't see the forest through the trees.
Amen.
Yeah,
bro.
letting go of the anger is the biggest part.
Right?
Like, it's a natural process to be mad, I feel like, but if you hold on to that anger for too long, you won't, you won't ever get any better.
It becomes an anchor.
Throw it out the window.
These old fuckers talking. Don't listen to us. Or me. Like, don't listen to me. No way. Only 3 marriages.
Unless you want to.
Unless you want to. Okay.
I only had one marriage.
Yeah, you know what? I got one true marriage. It's my current one. I've been blessed. I have been blessed currently. But I've gone through a couple before that. They're fucking rough, man. 45.
But hey, it's something to get married 30 days after graduation.
Oh, it's brutal, dude.
It's hard for two people who never experienced life or
Sure. They grow apart.
did anything to grow together,
Oh man, I made 2 children with a woman like that, man. I mean,
it don't even piss me off no more. Fuck it.
No,
I'm not mad.
Why?
And I think I got my best revenge when I wasn't even trying to get it.
Oh man.
I wasn't even thinking about it. I just said, damn, look at that bitch. She's dying. Ha! Get us out of here. Squeal the tires on the way out.
Oh man. I'll shake the man's hand, said that's your problem now. Fuck, you know what I mean?
I bought her this turbo Cadillac and she didn't like driving it. And
bad.
Terry loves driving it. She'll drift that motherfucker sideways and I love it. I drive like that. I sit in the passenger. I'll be in the passenger seat playing video games and not even watching. I don't give a fuck. But
man.
That fucking Cadillac wasn't cheap, man, and all that motherfucker did, it's not a Chevelle or a classic or nothing, but it sits in my fucking collection barn storing dust,
What?
I had to clean it. I think she's just one of them people that always thought if I could just have this, I'll be happy, but then was never happy because she was looking for her happiness in stuff.
That's what it is,
in events. Yeah, in events and other people. One of them people that say, if you just do this, I'd be happy, but then they're never happy and they just always want you to change something else about yourself.
Oh, and after you have children, I was trying to explain this.
Yeah, the truth is,
wife, I was like, bro.
I can't give you happiness. You have to find happiness within yourself.
Yeah, man.
Don't you use weed to find your happiness, Battle and Mod?
No, I use it for my bulging discs so I can get stoned and forget about them. Yeah, it's a medical thing rather than Percocets. Would you have me kill my kidney and die young so my children don't have a father?
They're all the same drugs, dude.
You're just talking from a standpoint of ignorance here.
Yeah, no, they're
not. You shouldn't even be high in general. The Bible says to be sober.
That is the most ignorant shit. The Bible says don't go around being drunken, all right? It means don't overdo it. There's nothing
sober
wrong.
Is to have a clear mind.
Yeah, I know what sober is, and I know what the Bible says, and I also know this isn't the Bible libel, and I've told you that multiple times.
Why not? So
I'm
you're just picking and choosing?
I'm not picking and choosing. I'm telling you we don't cover that in this lobby, just like I've told you before. But I can understand the Bible. I don't need you to interpret it for me.
Enjoy yourself. Make fruitful.
People don't like that about me. My faith is untouchable. It's not for you. It's for me and my Father.
Or were you the last fucking stand of epitime? We try to live the life that we live, right? I don't expect Battlemont to be.
Well, if you read the Bible, the Comforter.
Only Jesus could do that.
I'm guided by the Holy Spirit. I don't need another man.
Right?
No, you're guided by devil's lettuce.
Oh, okay.
And you're guided by ignorance. See, I can play that the same way. My people perish for lack of knowledge.
That was pretty
It's true, man. You're right, Mike. It was technology that made your people perish. You're right. It was. I agree. Knowledge is power.
All herbs and seed-bearing plants were given on to me. Did you miss that part?
So you should use mushrooms?
Yeah.
If you want.
What kind of logic is a spore? Is a spore a herb?
You said everything that grows natural out of the earth.
No, that's not what I said. Herbs and seed-bearing plants. Hold on. Does a mushroom bear seeds? Is it a herb? No, it doesn't bear seed. It's called a spore.
Why shouldn't you experience the world or thereafter for the world that was given to you?
I swear to God, sacrifice. You're picking with the wrong one, motherfucker.
Why wouldn't you?
I ain't your plaything.
I'd actually question anybody who didn't experience mushrooms, man. Like, it's probably.
Dude, we don't want to be like you.
Well, I'm not asking anybody to be like.
Hold on, fuck. What'd you say? Sacrifice?
What?
You got something to say?
Yeah, I was talking to Hockey Puck. Why?
I think you know why. Don't be coy.
What? What'd I say?
We're either going to hash this out or end it. One of the two. I don't take kindly to motherfuckers playing games with me over and over again.
No, Hockey Puck said he questions anyone who doesn't do shrooms, and I said we don't want to be like you, man.
You're just not. Hey. Whoa! I said don't. I'm saying don't question the experience until you actually fucking related to it, man.
There are medical benefits to marijuana.
I'm not saying for everybody, but for some people. Like, nothing wrong with fucking checking out shit. I mean, where is your predisposition that you shouldn't actually fucking step into the outside, man?
CBDs reduce inflammation, which is caused by bulging disc. They stop muscle spasms from nerve decompression.
What's wrong with mushrooms, man? I mean, or marijuana, or alcohol, or any of it.
Well, there's a reason why they made it medical. It's because they want you to keep doing it and want you to be addicted to it.
Well, that's
really? That's why they have pharmaceuticals now, and that's why they got big pharma, and they want to shove that shit down my fucking throat.
Listen, you're confusing legal with moral and illegal with morality too. It doesn't matter whether they are legal or illegal. That doesn't attribute or apply towards any of the health benefits. It doesn't debunk a health benefit. It was made illegal because it'd be competition for the steel companies and the fuel companies and big oil, because Henry Ford made his first car out of hemp. His fuel was fucking made out of hemp, and his body panel was made out of hemp, and it would have put the steel industry and the oil industry out of business. So it wasn't made illegal because it didn't have health benefits. It was made illegal because it did have health benefits. It's also be competition for big pharma.
You know how many dispensaries they have in Michigan? You know how many dispensaries they're starting to open in Michigan?
I really don't care. They have a lot of them, yes, and it's because Percocet kills people and marijuana does not.
Yeah, no, it's because it gets people in this high mind.
No, it's because CBDs they cure cancerous lesions. CBDs have a lot of benefits for inflammation, arthritis, bulging disc, muscle spasms. Can even help kids with seizures. You're out your ass right now, bro. You're talking about something you don't know about. You're just spitting the mainstream rhetoric. You're spitting the mainstream rhetoric, bro.
And they've also found that it's effective against a certain viral thing that the whole world's scared of at the moment.
The only thing,
that's a mystery.
Listen, the only thing you're proving right now is research isn't your best friend.
Dude, the dude that was talking about it cures COVID, That the dude that just said that, Flat Earth Solar. I had COVID for 2 days, and then I smoked weed to see if it would actually make it go away.
And smoking weed is not going to help. That's not how it works. You're supposed to
Well, the
ingest it.
next day it stopped. So
No, it's scientific. It's now in January.
I literally tried it myself. The next day it stopped.
They've released
Well,
papers
actually, I
showing
think cigarettes are better for you for COVID.
You're over it.
Guys,
It's hard in your lungs.
You know what's worse about the fucking COVID is the over fucking governmental fucking policies that run fucking people, man. That's what's worse than any obscense.
Yeah, let's get back to cannabis. So, cannabis is a plant, is an herb. Okay, it gives a fruit, and if you eat it, it's good for you. There's something called the tree of life. Okay, I'm sure you've heard of it. So we don't have access to that because eternal life, eternal damnation, right? So where does it come from? It comes from a tree. A tree. I'm supposed to eat a tree, and it's supposed to give me my body things to keep me alive longer, right? You see what I'm saying? So alcohol. When I drink alcohol, I can't do anything. I can't do anything right. When I smoke the weed, my work is perfect. So say what you want. These are the results. See, when I
they
smoke
drugify weed. The marijuana in the plant form itself doesn't do anything, dude. They literally drugify it.
What the fuck are you talking about?
All right, tell me. All right, grab a marijuana plant right now, scramble it up, and smoke it. See what happens.
Right now, I got buds in my grinder, bro. I'm about to grind it right now. I'll take pics and I'll roll
There's
it
something
up.
called the inbuilt cannabinoid system. Okay, you might want to look into it. It's part of your body and everyone, and there are receptors in there specifically for CBD and THC.
And they're activated. Those endocannabinoids are activated by even eating the raw leaves.
Right.
Not about that it has to be drugified, as you tried to put it. The medicinal industry is trying to strip the 100 beneficial chemicals or compounds so they can sell you 100 different pills. They're not wanting you to take the full spectrum, multi-beneficial plant in its entirety. Yes, concentration is important, so you'll get a better result with oils, but even smoking it will give you the same results.
Yeah, but what type of weed do I smoke?
It depends.
Like I have, man. Okay, I tried hundreds and hundreds of strains over the years. I don't know how many. I lost count. I swear. And however, OG Kush always stands out. Always. I like cheese strains. Like I found my favorites just over the years by smoking. It's like, wow, what is this? And I
have you tried Gary Payton?
Maybe. No. I'm thinking a headband. I'm not sure if I tried that one.
We have minimum research on it because
there's a lot of new strains now, man. There's so many. It's not even funny.
There's sativa, right? That and then there's the indica.
Like Blackberry Trainwreck. This ounce I've smoked already.
So what's better, sativa or indica?
Well, indica will give you a body high, meaning that would be your medicine, right? Medicated means you rest. That's your indica. Your sativa gives you a head high, meaning you can do good work with it. You can focus, right? So it all depends on what you're.
That's like the theory of gravity, pretty much, when it comes to it, because it affects people differently, really.
Yeah, and then it's all mixed. Yeah, most of it are hybrids now. So look, we don't have enough research because
some is more lethargic than others. Yes, some strains.
So how can we learn more about this plant if we can't find the research? So that's one.
Just do it. Just smoke a lot of strains, right? Like the way I did it. That's how I did it.
I mean, like, put it under the microscope, see what happens when you ingest it, what the different strains do, and how it benefits.
Strains give me a lot of creativity. I've noticed that, and I jotted that shit down. It gets my mind like rolling. I like it.
The seed hunters, the guy that did seed hunting, that show, he died, he died from malaria. And he was on this mission, right? He knew that there was a strain out there he could find to help diabetic people. See, this is his research that he was doing.
The Dutch guy?
Seed hunters? I forgot his name. Going back into that.
Is it strain hunter or seed hunter?
Strain hunters, seed hunter. I forget.
Is it from the greenhouse company, like the Dutch company, or
Lex company?
No, it's a show that he had on YouTube. I mean, it's a different bands. What he does is he'll go around the world and collect the different kinds of seeds and strains that he can, and then he'll do
like strains, yeah, that kind of strain. Yeah, I think we're thinking of the same dude. He died?
Yeah, he died from malaria. Yeah, got bit by a mosquito. I don't know. Yeah, people who are
still humming, bro.
What was this pre-2000?
Yeah,
my mic.
Seed Hunter. What was it?
How about now? A little? Fuck.
Yeah, it's good.
Is it? It's not humming?
No, I can hear you.
How about now? Much better, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the RF from the fluorescent lamp that's near my mic. That's it. Boom. It's not demons. It's not ghosts. It's RF. Well, magnetic fields.
I swear that kid flip flops more than a catfish out of water. By God, you gonna flip flop on me one too many times, boy. Let me tell. I'll tell you what. I ain't hammered by. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna roll this up.
Yeah, I mean,
I just ate liver, man. It was delish.
Listen, if we'd stop you from having a productive life, don't worry about me, son. My production has already been made. My money's made. I'm settled. I don't even have to work. I never worked for another person in my life except my years of service. I worked for the government.
I knew you were a federal agent.
No, I'm an ex-Marine motherfucker who owns his own paving company. What is wrong with you?
Everything.
I mean, it sounded a little sketchy. You just said you worked for the government, so I
was a special skills operator. I mean, I'm qualified to kill you quick, but hey,
he was operating the radio. That's what
I put that in my past because I didn't think it was used properly or for a righteous reason.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, there's a difference between a hero and a murderer, you know?
I'm rolling one marijuana cigarette right now.
I smoke marijuana.
I've done it with a black and mild before, and then I call it a green and mild.
No, I don't have any blunt wraps or tobacco wraps on hand. I have cigars.
I wouldn't do it with the black and milds. That's no good. No.
No, you take the tobacco and then stuff it in with weed.
No.
Stuffing is no good. Rolling, bro, rolling.
I know, but I only did that one time because I didn't have anything to roll with.
No stuffing. Here, look. I just rolled this. Let me take a picture.
This little pothead cracking on people about being potheads. Oh my lord,
dude! I used to. Dude, I'm sober now.
And then preaching
dude, I'm sober now.
Then preaching the Bible from a addictive personality standpoint.
More like black and wild.
Go to 7-Eleven and you ask for a Swisher Sweets, peach optimal, right? Or strawberry.
Sweet.
Why don't you just use papers?
Because
just use notebook paper, dude.
Damn, dude. You put it in a black and mild, okay?
Bro, you know how bad it is for your lungs? The Swisher Sweets, backwoods, all that.
I'm just using notebook paper, dude. You want to break it up and empty out the tobacco and use the wrapper.
Yeah, but it's still bad for it. It's still tobacco.
You know what the wrap is made out of, right? It's tobacco. Just because you take out the guts, just because you take out the guts doesn't mean anything.
Use like an egg wrap.
Listen, you guys don't know anything, man. You know, tobacco leaves aren't bad for you. Nicotine is. The cigarette companies, they extract the nicotine out and spray it back in an even amount to make you addicted to them. There's more nicotine in tobacco and manufactured cigarettes than there are in cigar.
My grandpa did tobacco.
A tobacco leaf doesn't cause cancer. It's not full of nicotine. Not all tobacco has a high content of nicotine in it. That's why the tobacco companies actually extract it and spray it back into Marlboros and Newports and stuff like that. So it's consistent.
Bro.
Yeah, it's with chemicals, right?
Pearl this skinny low.
You're not a connoisseur until you smoked it beady style. That means like a can of garbage.
Just mainline it, dude.
You get one of those flavored wrappers, just grab those.
How's the rolling job? Did I do a decent job on the roll? What do you guys think?
Looks like a proper split. You didn't roll that. You packed that.
No, dude, never. I just rolled that. That's rice paper. I'll show you here. Look.
Oh, so when did you learn? When did you learn to roll cones,
bro? I can roll whatever, dude. I've rolled. I think now I'm up to 10K. That was like my goal in life.
Dude, that's like 10,000. That's like you using one hand to roll it. You'll make those, starting with the crutch.
Yeah, but they're not as pretty as this. So I like two hands. No thanks. You know what I'm saying? That one-handed shit. Yeah, if I'm driving, I might have to. But then I'll just pull over, roll it, then drive.
That's a pretty good roll, man. I'd smoke that.
Appreciate that.
Wow. Dude, I'm so jealous. I'm almost out of weed.
Thanks, man. I can roll like that all day.
You're just spending money on it. Just wasting.
Yeah.
I tallied stuff up, bro, and I spend more money on junk food per day than weed.
Dude, if I had all the money that I had from spending it on buying wraps and buying the weed itself, dude, I'd have $1 billion.
So wraps get expensive, yes.
I doubt that.
That's pretty pro, man. I'm looking at the way you rolled the tip. How you suck it out a little bit so it doesn't.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, man. Always. Yep. I leave it. Yep, dude. There you go, man. You're paying attention, and it's just index cards. If you actually zoom in, I just cut it out with a piece, with scissors.
Yeah, a little filter there. Yeah.
Because so this is after like 10,000 joints. I've learned one thing, and it's the most important thing.
Dry broccoli.
Yeah, notebook paper. I knew it.
The shape of the joint will always follow the roach. The shape of the roach. So if you have a fucked up roach and you're rolling on that, it's going to be a fucked up roll. It's never. But you have a perfect conical, and you have to guesstimate the angle you want, right? When you're rolling this thing in your hand.
Bro, joints always got that weird taste.
We used to use a piece of the zigzag paper holder.
It tastes like puke.
Nah, man. What the fuck you're talking about?
Well, your face looks like your neck puke. So what? Because you use the wrong paper. You're not supposed to use notebook paper.
I'm smoking raw paper.
Raw is good, man. I like raw. Oh, man. Raw is not puke. I'm using what? Here, this is what
I think it's just because it's more of the weed. You taste more of the weed, and the weed tastes like...
Well, yeah, then your weed tastes like shit, then yes.
Where do you live?
Agree.
Michigan.
Buddy, you are from Michigan. You should hit up...
Maybe you should stop buying that weed, because I think that weed's moldy. I don't think you should.
Yeah, just hit it slowly. That's right.
I get mine from the dispensary.
Like little puffs, little.
Well, that's your problem right there, son.
I can't grow up myself. It's too much effort.
Too much fucking effort.
No, it's not, man.
That's how you.
Early, I could do it in my sleep.
It's right.
You don't want to side burn it or any of that stupid shit.
I'll be quick to be thinking I don't have it.
Then you can find a strain that you like, and then when you grow it, it's not going to taste like it does in the dispensary because you're not putting all that fucking fertilizer crap in it. All those steroids. But you're still young.
Excuse me?
I said, but you're still young.
I'm a grown man.
What, 35?
I'm 16.
Yeah, boy. Every drop.
It's not an insult to be called a young man, just for the record.
When I was 16, I didn't even know how to roll, bro. I knew how to fold fucking blunts and joints, and I thought that was
I learned how to roll last year.
I used to fucking fold them. But you actually have to roll them
16.
to shape,
I had to learn how to roll. It's like an art. Once you master it, it's.
The first joint I rolled on my own looked like shit, so the second one somebody told me to use $1 bill.
It's satisfying when you pearl it.
Yeah, there you go, pearl it, man. There you go. Yep. That's what I use. That's the terminology I use. Pearl one up.
I'm the pro god.
Oh, I don't know. Show me some pics, man. Let's see what you can do, dude.
Guys,
I
it's okay.
post my shit live.
You know, like,
You should see like the blunts I roll. Oh man, the conical blunts, the 3.5 gram blunts I smoke on here all the time.
Man, this guy's rolled probably 10,000 joints, man. I don't think you wanna mess with that.
Let me see a blunt. Let me see a blunt, dude.
I don't have any wraps tonight.
Have you rolled them?
16 talking
I roll
about.
Can you pro blunts though? Because I can't pro blunts.
Like a fucking, I roll them like conical, bro. So they get fucking enormous. Like I got the nickel heads and the
I
diamond.
used to smoke weed back in my day.
If the blunt wrap is extra wide, I can roll it like nickel diameter. However, most blunt wraps, like the zigzags, you could only do a dime diameter at the end. You can't because the diameter of the wrap, the circumference won't get you there.
I still use a grab bong in my mom's kitchen sink.
I mean, have you guys rolled Dutch tulips before? I should have rolled a tulip right now. Fuck. I kind of want to put this joint out.
Yeah, or roll an aeroplane.
It's tricky to roll one with a glass tip.
Oh, I make my own glass tips, dude. I have conical glass tips.
So, Cyrus, I was just gonna say, 10,000 joints is only 3 joints a day for 10 years.
Yeah,
at 365 days.
I smoke for more than smoking
only.
No, I hit 10,000 joints in my 3rd year. That's what I'm saying.
yeah. Okay, dude, that's 10K is a lot. Trust me, man. I rolled a lot.
I think he's saying catch up lightweight.
Hey, you know where those?
Yeah, okay. How many did you roll then? Give me a guess. 20,000.
Hold on. Sacrifice. Fuck. You know where those falls are in Michigan?
Those falls.
You know what
I've seen it before, but I don't know I forgot the name.
Or you can't say it. Tequaninam Falls. You know where they are?
Yep.
I slowed down. I was smoking about 6 grams a day. 5 to 6.
Why, is that where you live?
No, I don't live in paradise. You know, in Michigan, you can go from paradise to hell in 3.5 hours.
And that's because you guys are young.
Are you talking about Hell, Michigan?
In a time when cannabis was legal, man. We had to fucking.
Yeah, I'm talking about.
Yeah, we had to smoke dirt weed, dude. We would pile seeds
Holy
and shit.
Yeah, the things we had to do is smoke weed every day, all day.
I used to make my own like one hitters back in high school.
You're 16. You probably haven't even seen our state yet.
We used to smoke out of metal pipes and shit.
It was illegal, man. It was. I used to hide my.
Hey, man, you ever seen the Earth, man? You ever seen the flat Earth?
Gravity bong in my mom's sink.
I so weird on the fucking 2-liter
half the milk.
Yo.
And you get a bowl of seeds on your countertop.
Yeah, poke holes in a soda can and shit. You know,
apple.
Dude, that's terrible.
Apple.
See, that's low class shit. So, like, that's aluminum.
Yeah, it is.
I do that from a young age. That's like, bro, you got to step up your game. You got to get a socket.
I'd rather use a potato.
Mike, hold on, bro.
It used to be good.
You get a socket, bro. You get a socket, like a socket, not a snap-on socket. A smaller one, like a 9mm one or something like that. It's a perfect size bowl or 10mm. And you just that's your hot piece that can go in whatever the fuck you want now. That can actually handle some heat. It's it's legit instead of that Coke can shit.
What about butter knives over the stove, dude?
Oh, dude, that was for high school use. That was like for during in between classes.
You take that in a plastic bottle and 2 ink pens and make a water bong.
Yeah, you fuck your mom's knives.
There you go, the ink. Yep. The Bix.
Smoking weed was like, it gave you a rush that you were breaking the law and getting high at the same time. It's like
great. It was. I could never reach that kind of rush anymore. It's done
because it's legal now. But when you were
it was
illegal. It's a fucking rush.
Yeah, young.
And you had to buy like.
Bro, the perspective, man. I used to like. get so high where I call it like camera mode, where I view the world as like a camcorder. Just baked as fuck, man. This is in high school, dude.
Wait, can I post my blunt in live stream text?
Go ahead, man.
Yes. Yes, you may.
It says create thread. I don't know if I.
Hmm?
I don't think I have
You,
pick perms.
you don't have perms?
Oh,
He's been trying to get image perms for about 4 days now, guys.
Hold on. You fucked up now. I gotta ban you. You can't be creating threads.
Battle mods. Yeah, scam.
Takes time when it's time to get ready. Always has her way.
Yeah, send it to me. I'll post it.
Always leaves me waiting by the phone.
Yeah, send it to Bongso.
Yeah.
These builds.
I have like 10 videos. Can I?
I don't know, man. I'm a bet $1 that it's a folded blunt, not a rolled blunt. That's just me.
No, it's a perfect blunt.
It's rolled, not folded. Are you sure?
Yes.
All right, let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah. Son.
Can you,
Mike,
if you don't trust me with pick perms, can you at least grant it to me for this one occasion?
Nice, bro.
You gotta ask Battle Mod.
That's my morning smoke right there, man.
Yo, Battle God.
Yo, that's old school shit right there, bro.
Great, you what? You ain't got link perms?
I would hide the hitter.
No, not link perms, pick perms.
Yo, was that a pen?
In the toilet paper roll.
Yeah, that's what I said.
You know.
Yeah, I don't have it.
It's a pen, right?
You want me to beg for it?
Yeah, pen tube. Yeah.
Okay.
Dude, you're not gonna get the image firms. Relax, bud.
Why?
Just because.
It's called link and embedded images perms. So yeah, you said pick perms, but that's not the role.
Oh, can I get link and embedded perms?
Just DM it to Bongso.
Do you have patience?
It's a couple of photos and
just
videos.
Gonna keep asking.
All right, I got you. I'm gonna post it.
I'm so jealous, man. It's so hard to get weed where I'm from, man.
New York.
Mine usually looks like chewed up pieces of gum.
Such a pain in the ass.
Dude,
how many fucking rolls you got, man?
Is that a pen? That's a pen, right?
It is. Yep.
Yeah.
That's exactly how I used to make it, man. Exactly, bro.
That's old. Yeah, that's some old school shit, right? We used to do that.
You like that blunt right there, Cyrus?
Lead mod abuse. Yeah, I like that one.
What's up?
Okay. Oh, that's a fat one, man. Oh, it's a bit okay. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's smokable. Good. It's decent. It's decent.
Look, I try to roll a joint, and this is what happened.
Oh my God! What the fuck is that, dude? that's rolled. This shit is like that's. Oh my God! What the fuck is that? Hold on, I think I might have some of my blunt picks. Hold on, bro. Hold on. If it
smokes,
what's up?
No,
man. That doesn't smoke.
Too high.
Look, we didn't have anything to roll with.
Find your ear for an afternoon.
I used to use a trifold. I used to use a trifold of the cannon, man. The trifold cannon. 3 papers in the one. It was that like.
Bro, you should stop rolling. What's wrong with this?
Look, now I'm offended. This little pothead come in here trying to tell me I was breaking God's law, smoking the devil's lettuce. Boy, I'll tell you,
dude, I repented. Dude, I repented.
I will reach to your city limits and zip code and bitch slap you, boy. You better watch it.
Bro, that joint, bro.
Hey, I should tell you. Listen, my daughter wasn't naval intelligence. She was ELINT, electronic intel. You're not safe on the internet, bro.
Yeah, that weed's pretty good, though. It's a nice stash. I mean, it's a jar you can.
Let me see that stash.
When it's time to get ready.
Lying ass pothead.
He's trying to get beastie on a motherfucker.
I'm a drug dealer.
Oh, did you get that, Keith?
We're not trying to be like you, as he packs his fucking blunt. I'm not trying to be like you.
Here, man. I don't know what kind of. Hold on. Let me find you a blunt, bro. Show you what blunts should look like. Not sure.
I forgot how many blunts, man. I smoked so many blunts, it doesn't even matter anymore.
Oh, it does because it
Does it really?
It won't burn right, man. What the fuck?
Right, man. Smoke them
Burn
all.
lopsided and shit. That's not
Why
cool.
does the weed look like that? Why is it dark?
What is it?
So now it's coming out of a jar. What?
Yeah. I'm with
Was
this, man.
eaten
Go
by
on
the
Livestream, man. Let the plug out, man. You don't want it. You don't want it. Go fair tale,
So
man.
the weed that they have here in Australia is bullshit. You know, like.
Right?
Yeah.
You answer your own question, man. Ah, do ride and high.
Hey, bro, I found something. I'm not sure if you're gonna like this or not. I mean, it's okay.
This is what they're teaching us in school.
What are they teaching you?
Science has
This is
come
from
a
my
long
chemistry
ways.
class.
Aristotle's theory. Scientists have identified blank naturally occurring elements. Created about 28 others. That's boring, or I could make it boring. Yeah. Oh, looks boring. Oh my gosh. Hey, Cyrus.
Yo, what up? What's up?
Yeah. That's your department. Have a look at that
Yo,
bullshit.
Cyrus, that's fire.
You like that? You like that, Pearl?
Look at this.
That's perfect, dude. It
Thanks.
looks like just a log.
Appreciate it.
No, it looks like a wand. That's what I meant to say.
But whatever, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Like,
Looking
it's
good.
like Harry Potter made that.
Look at that.
Get it, Harry Potter? Harry Pothead?
Ah, yeah. I like Harry Potter.
Damn, that's spiff, man.
That's about 3 grams, 3 and a bit.
I don't think you know what spliff means.
What?
A spliff is where you mix it with the guts, and you add a little bit of guts with the blunt.
Yes.
Unless you're from the UK, a spliff means a blunt.
Okay, I meant like, Bob Marley spliff, cone.
Man, listen, you're taking a word from the fucking 60s and fucking Woodstock and trying to remake it.
That's a nice cone shaped.
I was calling a joint a spliff before you were born. I were fighting wars when you were probably shitting in diapers.
That's a nice cone shaped blunt. Looks very sexy.
Now compare that to that's why I was laughing, bro. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make fun of you. I just thought you can actually roll because I told you it's going to be folded, and you were like, no, it's not folded. So I was like, okay, mine is rolled. This is what happens when you learn how to roll, not fold. You fold. Because when I was 16, I thought I knew how to fucking roll. And all I was doing is folding shit.
I don't even fold the paper. I just set my finger in it and dump weed in it and say,
bro. Then I found myself overseas, bro. And what they had is hash, and we could only mix it in with tobacco, and that's where I fucking learned how to roll. Because that was not easy.
One thing I learned with weed. One thing I learned with rolling joints. Pile the weed up with a mountain and then push it, like make a valley in the tip of the mountain with your finger, make like 2 valleys or 2 mountains with, your pile. And then you roll it up where your fingers are and it'll all be even.
It was the night before the party and all through the town. No cops were astray, no pigs were around. The joints were all rolled and piled in stacks with the hopes that we'd get blitzed to the max.
Bet that.
Light up, man.
This is going to you what a street lane. Yeah. Looking fucking boss. You got the moose camps. You got to see it, yo.
Canadian Rep is using the boot.
How about this stone and black walnut pipe I carved it out of limestone?
I like just chilling, man. Like, who smokes the biggest joint? I don't care, man. I just want to be the yes of that. But it's going to be that. I see all the scene, man. What can we make, man? What can this going to say, man? This is man.
Yo, could you put weed in that, smoke it like a pipe?
Yeah, that's So the head of that is limestone,
man. Who gives
and
a
the
fuck?
tail end is
Hey, hockey
black
puck.
walnut.
What?
Hey,
Shut the
hockey
fuck
puck.
up.
Hey,
Here, I can just
But
do
go
it.
back to that
Hockey
what they
puck.
lie thing. Go back to that.
All right, he's
How they
relaxed.
lie.
Can I?
I'm all good.
Back to
What
that.
is this werewolf video you posted, Sacrifice? What the hell?
Mm.
Is that a werewolf? What's that supposed to be?
It's a man dog hybrid.
Hey,
That's
Babylon.
disgusting, man.
Man, dog, bear, pig.
Don't
Don't.
lie.
Ah,
No globe, no rotation, no orbit.
Do you like my coconut pipe, Bong
No,
Cell? It's not
no-
coconut. It's
Oh,
black
I
walnut.
like it.
that's a nice pipe.
I like your pipe.
fucking copy. I'm gonna copy this picture of it.
Your pipe is a shit.
Picture. Fucking
Yeah, I smoked that pipe.
Nice. I like that you would smoke that pipe.
I smoke
You
I
smoke
smoke
any
your fucking
pipe, man. You're like a fucking wet street on a Compton Avenue, man.
There's no random, unique, no survey, no cut center, no weakness.
Hey, I heard all the flat earthers are just a bunch of potheads, man. What do you guys know about?
I'm gonna copy and paste this picture right here.
You know, if you carved a bear into that, it'd probably sell for about $300.
Yeah, I know, man. I need to up my carbon game, and
A real pipe, a good pipe that you smoke real tobacco out of, are around $150.
dude, this is
normal-
limestone, bro.
a production one. Yeah, that one it's custom handmade. They go around $250-$300.
Yep, I agree.
Shut up.
And that was the price range I wanted to sell it at if I actually carved something into the stone. Yep.
Yeah, and if you
I
get the
wanted like a
carving
lion's head.
tools, yeah, if you get the carving tools, I carve walking sticks. I like to carve deer heads on the top of a walking stick and bears in them, like a totem pole.
They're my friends.
And I found out after carving my mom a couple, because I seen one on a reservation that my buddy had, that they go for like $600, $800, depending on the wood and how much detail it has in it.
Right.
But just my mom wanted one, so I made one out of a root. It was all curly cute and stuff.
That's what mamas are, man.
I still got it.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Nice, dude.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a corkscrew with a perfect 10-point deer head on the top.
Yeah.
Nice.
Deadly. Yeah.
Yeah, the deer was the first thing I carved, dude. It took a lot. We're supposed to get like 14 inches of fucking snow. You know that?
Man, we got wasted, dude. We got wasted.
I already got my fucking smoker fucking covered, man.
Yeah, man.
Gotta dig a path to the fucking hot tub, and that young girl loves that hot tub.
The fucking the whole everything is running your way because they don't want anything to do with us. They're running your way, South.
Yo, Battle Mike, you heard about the snowstorm that's about to hit Michigan?
Mike, dude, is that your yard right there?
Yeah, we're supposed to get 14 inches. Yes, that's what I'm talking
Holy
about.
fuck.
I'm supposed to get 12 inches.
Hey, Mike, real quick, man.
Anywhere from 14 to 17.
What's that black pipe coming out of the?
That's my smoker buried in snow.
That's your smoker buried in snow.
Yeah, sorry, that's definitely a pearl. That's a pearl right there.
What's in the barn, man? What's in the barn? What do you got in the barn?
Guys, keep posting these, bro. This is satisfying.
It's just a garden shed. In the back shed. In the back shed's a couple sleds.
Dude, I can't believe that there's that much snow. I live in California, man, on the coast. Anyway,
that's a little bit.
That's a little bit of snow. Fuck off. No, that's like 12 inches.
Serious.
That's 12 inches, man.
No,
right
man, that ain't shit, man. I'm
Fuck
telling you.
off.
That's real life.
Bro, that's not
How
that
the fuck? So this is taken from your house, looking out across the yard. You got to walk all the way over there. That's a flat.
I ride a quad. I'm a lazy bastard. I got
fucking cock. You ride a quad over there? No.
Well, or I'll plow a path there with the gator. I got
Okay, I can plow. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I got an old Ford tractor. It's actually a lawnmower. I put chains on it, and I got a snowblower.
You're not going to survive without one, man.
I'm serious, man.
No, you won't.
Dude.
This is Michigan. Why you think I got all 4-wheel drive? Shit.
I get it.
If I was, I'll tell you, man. If I was in that shit, man, I'd be like,
that's the shit, man.
Please help me. I'm gonna die.
You'd be asking somebody to buy you some long underwear.
I'm
West Coasters, eh? West Coasters. I love you guys.
I got long underwear, zero below Carhartt outfits, overalls. I go out there dressed so well that I'll be working in a car in the middle of the snowstorm sweating.
Fuck that. No.
Yeah, man.
No, fuck that. That means you can have heaters and lights and no, fuck that.
That's right.
I got radiant. I burn wood for radiant heat in my house.
Yeah.
And also, my boiler makes my hot water.
Dude,
so
you're not going to go out there and change your carburetor in the middle of this bullshit.
No,
right?
but I got to hook chains up to it and drag it in the barn where I got heat.
Real life happens, man. That's real life.
You gotta get shit done.
Man, that's real life, man.
That's what real life happens.
That's what it is.
Hey, the puck
you will die. You will die if you don't.
The puck was born on the ice.
That's right.
Listen, I went ice fishing last week. I caught like 15 perch, man, and look, 5 minutes out the hole, they're already frozen. It's already a frozen TV dinner.
Absolutely.
You know,
kind of what they do. Yeah, they freeze.
You come home with a bucket full of frozen fish, and then you gotta warm them back up before you can clean them.
We understand physical dynamics of the world around us, right?
Yeah. Oh, them Canadians. Listen.
Yeah.
California to Canada, that's so far of a difference.
I love them, man. I love them.
Listen, they say right now, you guys shoot guns, you eat moose. Now, if they were up here, right, they'd be looking for an axe and a rifle. They'd be so fucking cold, they'd shoot a moose real quick and get right back in the house. They'd clean it in the front room just like us, bro. Like, yeah, put a chunk of that on the fire. 4 foot of snow in Canada, you might not make it to town for a while, you know. Depending on where you live. You might have to live on frozen fish and motherfucking moose.
I like sushi. Is that how? I like sushi.
Yeah. In Michigan, like, dude, I love passing people up in a 4-wheel drive, but I don't drive past people that are off the road in a ditch or have a flat tire. It's people can die in their car here in the winter.
Yeah.
Especially where I live, you know, it's fucking 30 minutes to the nearest fucking party store. You guys call them convenience stores. We call them party stores, but shit, it's 45 minutes to the nearest garage. Can't even get, it'd take a fucking tow truck, 45 minutes to an hour to get out here to you. If they find you, shit. I don't drive past people. I lock it in 4-wheel drive and pull down in the ditch next to him. Hey, you want some help? Get in the warm truck.
Yeah.
Put her in neutral.
You want a cigarette?
Right. I drove this old lady out of the ditch, and I said, so Grandma, you going to be able to drive it home? She said, my tires are all bald. Can you just give me a ride home? I said, yeah, I'll go back with my kid once I know where you live, and I'll pick your car up and I'll bring it back to you. But I always have salvage cars out here, man. I'll have at least 500 cars, sometimes a couple thousand, I buy lots. I'll go towards the UP and buy a lot and transport them all down here. And I don't mean a lot of them. I mean a lot. A group of cars. I'll give you this much for the 2,000 cars you got on your property. Because there's no scrap yards up north, but there were all kinds of people that bought used cars, and had dealerships and died. 4,000 cars on their property and nothing to do with them. So I take this old lady home anyway. I go back, get her car. I go to my house first and put good tires on it. Make sure everything works right. I give her a full checkup, 35-point, inspection. She said, I have to have a mechanic look at my car. Thanks for getting me home. I was like, no, mechanic already looked at your car. You got 4 new tires and a spare in the trunk. It's good to drive, Grandma. I had to listen. This lady was she crossed her T's and dotted her I's. She wanted to see my fucking mechanic's license. I said, well, it's a diesel mechanic's license, but she's like, well, that'll suffice. I had to love the old lady. Like, yeah, give me some potato soup, Grandma. I know you got some around here. Old people in Michigan always got some potato soup somewhere. Oh, crusty piece of garlic bread. But it's better than leaving, I just can't drive past old people in
No.
a ditch, broke down.
Dude, not if you got like 4-wheel drive and a fucking winch.
All kinds of
Or
equipment.
you gonna drive by them? Oh no, man.
Right.
Fuck off. No. All right. Let's hook this up to your bumper.
Yep.
Get in the car, give it some gas. I'll pull.
If this truck don't get her out,
Let's
we can
get
drive
you
back
out
to my house and get a bigger one.
Yeah, exactly. I'll go back to my house, get some coffee, regroup, and we'll get a bigger truck.
My neighbors ain't dumb. If they're gonna break down, they try to break down in front of my driveway. They know I'll fix that fucker just to get it out my way.
Bastards. How dare them? How dare you break down in my driveway?
Yeah, my road's a dead end road. I know everybody that lives on it, so you would be surprised how many people will come down like, hey Mike, hey, you stuck? Yeah, could you help me out? Yeah, I got you. Which one do we need? The little truck, the big truck?
Dude,
We need the
I'm
one
still blown
ton.
away. I mean, that's your cuck shed in the snow, man. I'd be like, hey man, where's the snow slopes, man? Where can I go skiing, man?
My hot tub's out on the back patio, dude.
Oh, there you go.
I'm looking at snow while I'm sitting in the hot tub.
That's fucked up, man. Oh shit! I'm looking at the beach.
I like it.
I'm looking at the beach when I'm sitting in a hot tub. Man.
I like it.
There's no snow where I live. No, I live in a place, man. I can surf in the ocean and snow ski in the same day, bro. I've done it, and that not a lot of people can say that, man. I mean, you can ski and surf in the same day.
Look, I ain't bullshitting. I built a room around it. That's where when I first set it there.
Dude, I want your hot tub.
I don't like to look at the barns and the cars while I'm in the hot tub, though. So put up the
I'll look at the
privacy.
snow. I'll just look at the 12 inches of snow I got.
Well, fuck, my little brother, he makes a living out of that barn. I pay him to run the salvage yard, and fucking, I don't want him all staring at me while I'm in the hot tub with a chick.
Well, no. No, you don't want that. No. We don't want that.
Yeah, that ain't shit for snow here, bro.
I know, man. That's why I'm giving you shit. Because I live in paradise. Except for the 20 million people that live with me. Fuck them. They're all Globers, I swear. No.
I fucking hate Globers, bro. I really do.
Well,
I'm getting
That's
tired.
what it looks like.
I hate zealot Globers, man.
Hey,
I don't mind.
This is my view.
Stand it, man.
That's my view. My view from the hot tub. It's all steamy and shit.
I just hate stupid people in general, Hockey
That's
puck.
it, man.
He's saying I'm not the puck.
Hey, Mike. Quit showing off. Fuck, man. You know
Yeah.
that looks like a that looks like a winter oasis of hot tub.
Yeah, that's beautiful right there.
Dude, what the fuck is that? What do you mean that's your view from the hot tub?
Well, unless I got a chick in there. You want to see my view when I got a chick in there?
No.
I got some pics.
All right, you got chemtrails in this. You got chemtrails all over the sky.
Oh, for sure.
But
I mean, you got chemtrails coming out of your ass right there, dude. They're actually coming out of the sun's ass. That's how many chemtrails you got going. And then that steam coming off. What the fuck is that? Like your yard or
Beautiful.
pool? Is that a pool? Is that a swimming pool?
Oh my goodness.
No, that's a hot tub. It's a jets on or jets off. What do you want?
Geothermal.
Fuck off. No.
That's what I'm saying. It's nice in the wintertime. You just don't get your hair wet, man.
You don't get your head wet. As long as you don't get your head wet, you're good. You're good.
Yeah.
Dude, that looks like something out of a fucking, I don't know, some science fiction movie, some shit. I don't know.
It's even nicer in the springtime at night. Nothing but stars. I had this one out here. It was bigger, but my dad built it, and it was so old I couldn't get parts for it, so I just tore it down.
Anyway, it's a hell of a hot tub, man. Damn. That looks good, man. I'll give you that. Damn.
Well, farmers do so much fucking work, we need something.
You gotta have something.
Can't be a pothead all the time.
You gotta have you gotta have some bubbles blowing up your ass at some point, man. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. Or hers.
I got a jet blowing up my ass. It's amazing.
I'm like a politician.
Some nights I'm on here sitting in there. I got a little table that hooks to the side of it, and I clamp my laptop down on it.
Dude, anyway, pleasure to thank you for sharing. You don't have to, man. Don't dox yourself so much.
No, I usually just show mostly the wildlife photos I got.
No, man.
Deer and turkeys and shit on my property.
We're all both real people, man. We're all both real people, though, man. We're fucking what we is, man.
Yeah.
If we can't resolve it, what are you, right?
We are.
Look, Puck, you old ice raised Canadian. This ought to look like home to you right here.
All right. I gotta crash. Hey.
Yeah, man.
You fucking
like it.
Dude, all right, I'm freezing my balls off. I'm gonna die. Mike, save me, Mike, because I'm from California. I'm gonna die. This white stuff is gonna kill me. I promise.
It might. It's just supposed to kill the whole virus, the whole pandemic.
You'd be like,
you never should have lived.
Hey, shut the fuck up. Put the parka on. Put the parka.
Puck down.
You gotta have a parka. Do you have a parka, Mike?
Of course I do.
I need a parka.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
My balls shriveled up.
It's not cold. It's not bad, man. That's real streets, man. That's how cold the streets get, man. It's fucking Canadian cold, man. Fucking one world.
Yeah, you want to talk about cold? You want to talk about cold? Right now it's pretty cold. It's not too cold, but when it gets minus 40 Celsius, minus 50, 60 Celsius,
fuck off.
It gets scary to take a piss.
Why the fuck do you people live in this shit?
Well, we don't know. We're just fucking here, man. I didn't choose to be here.
What is wrong with you people?
The Scottish, my Scottish background, they said, hey, we chose the special to fucking goddamn fucking plant right? Oh, we're gonna go to the coldest goddamn place. Let's build the fucking most stupidest game. But Scottish already did that too, eh? Let's make golf. Let's put a hazard in front of us. That's what we do. Fuck. This is Scottish, right? Fuck. Let's make it really hard. Fuck.
Let's make it fucking hard.
Let's make it hard. Hard. Fuck.
Hard.
It's not good enough. It's not
Hard.
good enough.
Cock.
That's my interpretation of the fucking world around me. And
Yeah.
I've been in California too, man. I've seen it. All the fucking clouds are fucking brown, and the skies are gray, California dream, man. Fucking, you know what I mean? Fucking, I've done it, man. I love it.
California dreaming,
Yeah,
man.
man. All the skies
All
are
the
gray.
leaves are brown.
Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying?
The skies are great.
Yeah. Fuck.
No, man, we got sunshine, man.
I love it.
They lied to you, motherfuckers. Ain't no fucking. It's just sunshine and fucking.
Check out my weather.
Yeah,
Check out my weather. I just screenshotted my weather.
But it's
I
still
see that.
fly.
What the fuck, minus 26
On a winter's
Celsius?
day, on a
Fuck
winter's
off.
day, I'll be safe
Fuck
and warm if I was in L.A. California dreaming
California
on such a winter's day.
On a winter's day.
You guys all bought into that propaganda bullshit.
Oh, we laugh about that shit, and then we go ride
not-
snowmobiles.
It's not like that. I mean, actually,
our parents listen to that song, man. That's
Right.
man. Our parents listen to that song, and we listen to our parents like proper fucking human beings, right?
proper fucking cucks.
Right? Cucks, whatever, man.
Cucks.
Right? Like proper
Yeah.
fucking species of the world, man.
Hey, this is
Fucking
the shit I deal with every winter. Uncle Mike, I hit a deer. Can you help me out? Maybe fix my car?
There you go.
Hey, no, I can't fix your car, but
I can fix that.
But I can definitely help you with the deer that you fucking smashed.
Oh, I get the deer.
Take care of it all.
I
but yeah, I got
take
framed.
care of that deer
and all that,
because
bro.
that deer meat's gonna, it could spoil.
If we don't hang it properly, it wasn't killed properly. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but we could salvage the deer, dude. The car, fuck, it's toast. Fuck that.
No,
That's what insurance is for.
Actually, I can salvage it. I got frame straighteners.
You do?
Yeah, I'm qualified to do insurance work.
Fucking
There
cock.
you go. There you go. Right?
Frame straightener? Fuck, I love you, man.
Just send it over, man. Yeah.
Yeah, and the
West
deer in the weather I got right now, you just gut them and hang them. You ain't got to worry about it spoiling.
That's true. Exactly.
Frozen.
Yeah, that time of year. But, in July, man. No.
West Coast, you got so much deer. You got so many deer right around there. You feel pets. It's obscene.
We have
Turkey is
cats. Yeah, we have deer.
I mean, they're afraid to hunt.
Oh,
you.
I bet your deer look like fucking
They
German
do.
shepherds.
I've seen them. They are. I don't know, man.
They're
Like,
feminine. They're very
overweight.
feminine. They're very feminine.
Oh, they're not
Florida.
hunted.
I went to Florida and I was driving with these people and I said, "What the fuck is that? A pack of dogs out in that field?" They're like, "Hell no,
Oh,
them
yeah.
some big ass deer." I
Well,
laughed.
why would you let that? Why would you let that survive? I mean,
Right.
You gotta call a herd sometime, right?
That motherfucker's dying of starvation.
Oh, fuck. There's only so much plantation there for them to feed. Like, you can't let them run around your fucking ecological West Coast, what it is. I mean, it's beautiful. It's great. I've lived there for like 10 years of my worldly that I am.
Your worldly existence, man.
My worldly existence, man. I was crazy, right? Right?
Yep.
As a teenager to an adult at one point, right? I don't know. I was just a bastard fucking hockey puck, man.
Right.
For the prairies. Right? And I still am. And, but I get it, man. But I get it, right?
Well,
I
most
think
of
I
us,
do. I
most
think
of
I
us
do.
in here get it, man. Most of us
Right?
get it, bro.
We're talking deer, but we're not, right?
We're talking deer and
But we're
life.
not. Yeah,
We're also talking life. And
yeah, man.
but deer is life, man.
That's the next episode.
Most
It
babies
is.
in Michigan are spring babies.
There you go. Hey, spring is the new year, man. Last time I checked. I mean, that's literally the new year. Hey,
Isn't that awesome about deer, though? Yeah,
let
bro.
me throw this out, man, just real quick.
Yeah,
It's
man.
it's the year of the tiger and the Chinese New Year. It's the year of the tiger.
I follow them. Yeah.
And the Bengals are in the Super Bowl. How about that? That's a weird.
The Bengal tiger. Oh, that's a thing. All right.
It's a thing, man. Right?
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, just trip on that.
I don't follow it. I think it's all
don't either, man. But I'm aware of it. But do I follow it? No.
It's all predetermined. Yeah, it is predetermined. So the Bengals are there. So therefore, by fucking Russian fucking video, it's a predetermined fucking thing, right?
And the Super Bowl is the superb owl.
The owl. No, we don't talk owls.
The superb owl. Super Bowl is a superb owl.
Oh, yeah, man.
No, really? No.
Yeah, totally, dude.
You wouldn't fuck with us like that. Really?
Well, no, they wouldn't do that.
They wouldn't do that.
No. It's not that deep. Go back to your big screen TV and your fucking $1 million fucking mansion and your fucking fridge that you own the bank and you own nothing. You own nothing. Oh yeah. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. We'll keep living that lie. Yeah.
Keep living the lie, man.
That's what it is, bro. Right?
Keep living the lie, man.
It's what it is, right?
It's a shitty place to be, man.
Isn't it?
Isn't
it?
Like, those cocks are in a shitty place, man.
Wow. How can they believe? I mean,
sucks. They gotta know it sucks, man. They gotta every day they wake up. They gotta know this shit sucks. Bullshit.
No, but they don't. That's the hurtful part.
That's the fucked up part. Yeah, right? It's fucked up. But
they haven't quite clicked.
But they're
a slave to the world banking organization.
More of them are clicking, man.
Yeah,
they're clicking, man. But
not enough, man.
These cocks got other plans, and
it's beyond.
They already know what move we're making.
God bless these truckers in Canada here. Holy smokes, they're really fucking sending something to somebody.
It's complete psyop, man. I'm kidding.
It is. Is it?
I don't know, dude. Fuck, who knows, man?
Who knows?
You really know? I don't know if it's a complete psyop because I'm not involved.
I'm Canadian here. Fuck, I was part of the convoy.
I got Canadians. You guys talk.
We got Canadians here.
All you gotta know is, you know they fucked up when you piss off Canadians. You know, we got the longest fucking fuses. We're polite, all this shit until you really start fucking with our shit. And you know you really fucked up like that meme I just put when Quebecers and Albertans are siding. We got the Amish, the Hutterites. We started this fucking shit worldwide. Brazil, Australia, France, Europe, everywhere.
It's an awesome movement.
Bro, I'm not following any news. What are you guys trying to accomplish?
Freedom.
Right? Our freedom.
Freedom.
That branches out into many topics. But basically,
freedom, or what?
Freedom to say no without negative consequences. And the mandates, along with other things. It's also to stop the government overreach from taking too much of our rights away and ignoring the charter.
I don't know if our friends to the north actually physically seen this, our friends in the South, but us
It
in the
also
North,
has
we see what's going on, and I applaud what our men and people are doing. Personally,
fuck yeah.
I don't think our friends in the South really see that. They got a whole other, but it affects everybody, right?
Well, the American truckers are doing the same thing. Like if you're not following anything, like honestly, despite what your thoughts are about the app, but TikTok is definitely the front in all the latest updates. And there's also a convoy that's going to be going to Washington, D.C. There's a
Amazing.
barricade right now of trucks, of thousands of vehicles and
Man,
trucks.
we shut down Ottawa, dude. That's the capital city of Canada. They
You see
shut down the capital city of
the
Canada.
Illuminati card game. They had a trucker's card.
Did they?
Dude, you haven't seen it?
No.
All right, hold on. Let me
That's deadly.
let me get it.
Nice.
I was waiting for somebody to bring that up. Damn.
I like that, man.
Here.
Fucking race, man.
I got you. I got you, bunks now.
Who's organizing the truck?
Is that part of their fucking game? I mean,
Here, check
it's a
this
good
out.
one. What the fuck?
It's fucked
What
up.
is this, man?
I don't know. It's in live stream. Check it out.
I'm in there. Although the CHL corporation, it can call a strike
CFL.
against other corporation to get 10% for any direct and destroy a corporation group rather than -5. Is that a trucker? I don't know. I guess it is.
Those are truckers.
Yeah, they're truckers.
Oh,
Read the sign is holding.
Everything is going according to plan.
Absolutely.
Indeed. So do not panic.
Arriving soon.
Man.
Then our group can take the
We've
sport
seen the
point.
cars. I know the game. I've seen the game, man. Look, that's fucking. It doesn't even surprise me. That doesn't even surprise me at all. Like fuck, fucking motherfuckers. How could they fucking predict this shit?
Oh, you plan it, right? And then when the people react, it's called a problem, the reaction, and then solution.
And solution. Oh yeah, we're all over that. That's an awesome card. Fuck.
There's a lot of shit like that, man.
Doesn't it? Isn't it? Like, makes you say like our good friend fucking Rob Schema, man. He always made me say
You gotta control the opposition if you want to lead, or you gotta lead the opposition to control.
These are people that are on the game. They already made a fucking playbook and they made a fucking goddamn card game about us. Like it's disgusting.
Oh, it's about the new world order. It's about moving towards the new world order. Yeah, these are like milestones. You know, every time you hit a milestone, you move to the next. I don't know. People are playing. I mean, groups are playing.
I'm thinking that card game came down like 1970s.
Oh, you got the card game. You got the Simpsons. You got predictive movies, predicting shit.
We know that, but I'm saying this particular card of a card game came out in the 70s, right?
But we were talking about fluoride earlier. They've got a card for that. Fluoride in the water. There's a card for that.
We know about that for a few years. That's old news.
Well, any event that happens, it's the cards, right? It's all we need is the right crisis to usher in the new world order. And then we're moving towards that.
And they want that. I know they want that, and they have disinformation campaigns going left, right, and center on this. I guess they know. I mean, fuck, man. Who's gonna? Do they predict a fucking Canadian fucking or whoever, a big trucker? Apparently they did by that card. 2 truckers standing there. I don't know.
Is it Canadian though? I mean, it doesn't.
Is it? It does say truckers. Fucking does say truckers on strike. Awfully fuck. It really does. Shit.
Yeah. Because none of these fucking sheeple people are gonna step up and lead.
No.
So we have to lead the opposition and direct them where to go, right?
Well, we're in a position where it doesn't matter who leads. They're all part of the same fucking game. We know that already, man. Whether you're liberal or conservative, it really doesn't matter. Democratic or Republican, it really doesn't fucking matter, man. We're all part of the same bird, man. What are you gonna do? Eat your left ring and fucking spit out the right? Like, they're fucking with us, dude. As a people, Americans have a right.
You know, telegraphy was old shit when telephony hit, hit the road, yeah? So you can transfer more data, like, per unit time, like, easier, more efficiently. So voice is superior. So going back to text is like, going backwards.
Yeah.
Just being a dick. Don't worry. I wasn't talking to you either. I was talking to someone in the chat that doesn't want to speak up, just typing.
Oh, I love those. Hey, come in the chat, bro. Show up.
She's not a bro, actually, believe it or not.
Okay, hey, darling, or gal, or sister. Come on in. We like sisters too. Okay.
Hello, darling.
Hello.
Nice to see you. It's been a long time. You're just as lovely as you used to be.
That's a good song. I like
and
that.
And how's our children?
My favorite.
I hope they're doing just fine.
Is it that bad? Is it that bad? You got to do that, man? Like fucking really?
Oh no, she's got to do that. I don't got to do that shit. The kids are with dad.
Oh yeah, well it's on the weekend. Oh,
Mom ain't buying the.
Well, she's on fucking.
The boy wants a fucking Maserati. The boy wants a Maserati.
This guy's got like, I don't know how many gears in his fucking gearbox.
Oh, hey, he's got
8
like
speed.
Got a high and low gear for every speed.
Oh my! Oh, I was splitting them too. Oh my god!
Gears all day long.
16 years, huh?
Oh yeah, good.
All right.
Give us that fucking all worldly wisdom.
My youngest turned 17 this year.
Man. Hey, we're gonna break down a big block here today. We're gonna do
what she wants?
Start with this guy.
She got a Trans Am for her sweet 16.
That's
You know what she wants for her 17th birthday? She's a Michigan girl.
Well, she's gonna know how to build that fucking.
She wants a Raptor.
Really?
Ooh, good choice.
Does she know how to build that?
Ford.
You're gonna make sure of that, right?
She saw somebody's Raptor and it looked cool, right? She's like, I want that.
Raptors are nice, man.
Yeah, Dad, that's like your truck, but it's a pimp edition. I'm like, no, mine's a pimp edition because I bought the on luxury edition, sport, and on sport, and I sported and luxuried it myself.
It's not a Raptor though.
I know. I didn't want what everybody else had.
Why would you? No way, dude.
I'm putting out more ponies than the Raptor. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, honestly, for myself, I already have an F-150. I would just get a newer one, single turbo. Off I go, faster than any Raptor on the road. It's that easy.
I like something.
$1,000 in, that's it. And some good tires. Boom.
Yeah, that's right.
Off you go. Like, let's go.
Hey, how are those new Dodge Rams? Are they good? Any good?
The what?
As good
I wouldn't know.
Rams?
Yeah.
The Dodge, I don't like Dodge. It's Henry Ford's first failed motor company. So
no, the Rams.
Rams. I don't know. It's a Dodge. They're great. The diesels are great. The Cummins diesels, they're awesome.
I've seen this. I've seen some here. That's why I was like, oh shit. I've seen that before.
The diesels are really good.
The new Dodge Rams, yeah. The new, I don't know what the model is exactly, but they look nice. It's different, but I don't know if they're good trucks, the new ones.
I buy Fords, bro. Well, I do have a Chevy too, but I appreciate my Ford even more when I bought a Chevy. I was like, okay, I see. Ford is superior.
I got a Ford Ranger. You guys seen that? I don't know if you guys have that there. Ford Ranger.
Oh, dude, I love that little truck.
Yeah, we got the Ford Ranger.
I had an 87.
That's what my mud truck is.
It's great.
Oh, yeah.
They're beasts. Right? They run forever, dude.
Yeah, my mud truck's 96 extended cab, extended box.
Okay.
Ford Ranger.
The red one?
At the 87, man.
Mm-hmm.
No, 5-speed.
Yep, that's
real drive. It's great. I loved it when it snowed.
It was an 84 Ranger, but I got that body from a lot of cars up north, so I thought, fuck it, I'll put that one on there.
Hey, what about that thing that they last sent to Mars, man? Let's go. Fucking, I'm gonna talk to somebody about that.
Rangers, oh my god, not that Ranger.
I want to talk. I want to talk about shit. That make believe shit. I want.
No, we're talking about real Rangers.
Oh yeah, no. I want to talk about fucking outer space shit, man. Like bust bubbles, fucking break faces. I love it, bro.
Go swim with the bubbles, man.
Man, this is what I'm gonna do.
I had a drag Ranger once too, a Ford Ranger. It was a drag truck. Had traction bars, wheelie bars, 464 speed.
Oh, weed made me sneeze, man. It's good stuff.
It was an 84. It was a light blue. I never even painted it. My dad said, "You're gonna wreck it one day."
Mine was baby blue, bro.
I said, "Yeah, it was like the sky blue." Yeah, baby.
Yeah, but the metallic sky blue. It's a really fucking good paint job from the factory, man. It was great.
My dad said, "You're gonna wreck that someday." I said, "Well, hell yeah, it's not the Trans Am. What do you think I bought this piece of shit for?"
You wreck it, you unfold it, and you just keep on driving it.
We'll pull the good parts out and we'll scrap the body. Fuck it.
Yep. I never wanted to sell mine, as you can tell. I still love it. I know it's out there somewheres.
Oh my god, cat.
You're still running.
Spaghetti and meatball leftovers, and my cat wanted to steal my meatballs right off my fucking plate. Gets a little annoying, but it's my fault. I feed him what I eat,
Your cat, man?
Yeah.
Of course.
Cat food's not good for him. That's bullshit.
No, hell no. No, I wouldn't feed my dog food. Fuck, you're out of your mind. I wouldn't feed myself people food.
Wait, hold on. Dog food guy, or you should feed your cats and dogs cat food and dog food because they have all the minerals and nutrients they need. It's balanced.
Huh.
Even though it's shit, but like I get them
die from every time you turn around.
I get them grain-free stuff for my cats, and they do much better on the grain-free stuff. They don't eat grain, right? They're fucking cats, man. So I get them grain-free stuff. It's the trace elements that they really need, right? Like horses and cows, you get them from the block of salt, pink salt or whatever, that has a lot of trace minerals. So
they need a barn. That's where cats live.
Well, that's what they need too, but so it's mixed in with that ground up fucking corn bullshit that they grind up. That's why they can live on it for so long, because it has the micronutrients that.
I don't think they live that long on any food you give them.
No, they do.
No way. No way, man.
Dude, they die so fast on human food. Like human
food. They die so fast
on
produced food, man.
Yeah, because it has nothing in it for us. Oh, holy shit.
Listen.
I beg to differ on that.
My last dog lived 16 and a half years, man, on human food.
Well, the thing is that farm grown human food or store bought human food?
Yeah.
The store bought stuff. That's what I'm saying.
with you.
It has no trace elements to begin with for fucking.
Yeah.
When you feed it to the dog, they die even faster because their life is.
Listen, when we eat prime rib out here, motherfucker, it's a prime cut from a prime rib.
That's what I'm saying, man.
You know what I'm saying?
Quality human food, bro. That's what they lived on. They lived on just fucking chicken. Yeah, dude. That's what they live on.
My fucking cat'll eat potatoes, dude.
They want us to live on.
Loves them.
Oh, that's a good potato. It's a good rule, good rule of thumb. If my dog won't eat it, which I don't have a dog, but if my dog won't eat it, I won't eat it.
Why the hell? Why the hell should you?
Dog won't eat it. Because dogs eat like anything, man.
Look, I've had my cat steal my baked potato off the fucking table, and I was like, okay, if that motherfucker can get it out of aluminum and eat it,
did you have butter in there? You probably had a lot of butter in there.
Yeah.
They love butter.
Amish butter, garlic, chives, all that, right? So I look over after a minute, wondering where he is, and he's in the corner, got it folded open, just slicing chunks off with his nails. Like, I was like, yeah, all right, smarty.
Yeah, damn, dude.
You're gonna eat a fucking potato. That's dinner.
I had a cat that ate potatoes. I had a cat that ate raisins. He would kill the entire bag of raisins. I had a cat that would eat bananas. I had another one he tried watermelon, but never again. But weird cats like that. But I never had one that ate potatoes. It's like,
well, this cat is the dog's best buddy, and I think he thinks if he eats like the dog, he'll get big like the dog. You know.
You got competition. I see. Right. All right. The competition will eat anything, so you better fucking gobble it. Shit.
I'll tell you that dog, if it hits the floor, he doesn't sniff it. If it's not food, he's got to spit it out after he takes 2 bites. You know?
Right.
He's like, oh shit, that's a fork. I'm serious, dude. That motherfucker don't taste his food.
Dogs, man. Just swallow that steak whole.
You guys know how to grow strawberry?
Yes, indeed. I've read about it, but I never actually grew them.
Ideas?
Like NFT? I'm sorry, man. That's what I was reading.
Do what? How to grow regular strawberries.
Strawberries.
Yeah, I was asking about strawberries.
Okay, the best. Okay, you're okay. I'll give you the organic method. Well, love. All right. So just grow them thick on the ground with the wood chip method. Remember that? And every year, that dude would just bring in another foot of wood chips and would just cover all of them up. Listen, and the fresh sprouts will push through that, and they'll produce fruit.
You want to put sun blockers on the east and west side of them, like a 4-foot fence, until they peak the fence, because they don't need all day sun. In certain areas, the bush will get burnt up. You're wanting it. You're thinking, oh, I'll let it get sun all day long; it'll get bigger. No, they don't. They need like medium sun. They need some shade. That's why berries grow in the forest better than they do in open fields.
Yeah, next to a tree, bro. Use a tree for that. Yeah, be creative.
I planted mine on the wood row. So yeah.
Like along the fence. Is that too much time still along the fence?
Mm-hmm.
That's nice. Yeah.
It's a good idea.
I'm thinking of like
don't overwater them.
Like a 20-inch patch or 18-inch patch. I don't know how long the fence is. Just line it. And I would do layers because you can have like, well, I don't know, man. You can get creative with that shit.
Well, if you do the wood chips, don't overwater it because those wood chips will hold water for a while. You get root rot.
You can, if you have rocks, you can use rocks. Instead, you just gotta cover the ground. Yeah.
I'm real picky about my berries. I mean, I could sit down and give you a system for it.
Half shade. Oh yeah, just
you got raspberries, Mike? I like raspberries. Raspberries.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we grow raspberries. Actually, my new girlfriend is telling me stuff I didn't know about them, so I think I'll have better raspberry patch next year.
All right, you gotta pull the old stocks out. You know, they just take up space and nutrients, and they don't produce fruit.
Yeah, I need to do more pruning. Yes.
Yes.
Same with my grapevines. She was oh man, about our fourth date was her in my damn my garden. Like, oh my god, you said you was a farmer, Mike. I was like, I am. She said, well, get me the fucking pruning shears then. I was like, grab me a hooter. I need some gloves. I'm gonna be here a minute. I was like, okay, fuck it. We're spending our day in the garden. All right.
That's nice, man.
Clean it up.
That's the type of chick I'm looking for, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. She was on it. I was thinking, damn, you
take care of these orchids I got.
Right.
I'll just start a little orchid greenhouse.
Oh, I walked her through the flower garden the next day.
Nice.
I'm not gonna lie. Told her the whole story. My grandfather started this for my grandmother. She said, "Oh my god,
a mushroom stash! Like this is my psilocybin farm."
Yeah. I got spots where I get morels, and whenever I find morels, I don't take them all. I'll take 5 or 10 of them, and I'll bust them up into spores and spread them out.
Okay. Yes.
I like my patches. Yeah, I want
a really good way. Like you can. All right. So, have you ever done like your own inoculation and whatchamacallit? Mycelium. Have you ever grown your own mycelium and colonized media?
No.
Okay. If you do that, bro, it's really easy. It's not that expensive to get into it. And what you can do is you can have like wood plugs as starts, and you'll have like your whatever fungi of choice colonize it. That way you can handle it, and it won't get infected, right? So it's colonized. And these, like, let's say they're 1/4-inch dowels, right? They're like they're 1 inch by 1/4 inch. And you just walk in the forest, and whatever stumps you got there that you cut down or whatever, you just drill holes in there and just hammer in these starts. And of course, in the same stump, you could start your whatever. Shiitakes are great to do that way. That way, because you need logs for shiitakes, right? So that way, you just inoculate your entire forest, and after 7 years, however long it takes, you can have shiitakes, man. You know, in your forest, just growing on trees or whatnot.
Yeah, I got a lot of morel patches. I've been doing this since I was a kid. When I was a kid, though, I'd cover the whole neighborhood, man, a couple 1,000 acres, and my neighbors didn't care because they're not morel hunters. So,
dude, I love mushrooms, man.
I bring buckets of them home, and then I take 2-3 buckets and just spread them out. I got this one area that no matter what, every year, certain time, bam, they just start booming out there.
Yeah. Nice. Well, I'm telling you, shiitakes are big bucks, man. They're like $10 a pound. So
yeah.
Yep. The spores are cheap. You just learn how to start them from spores or whatnot, and make your own colonized media, and just go out there and toss them.
Yeah.
Like the way you know what's up.
I'm with you. I never thought about that.
Just buy like bring in like new species that you don't have on the farm. That way, you know, your mushroom patch will be just colorful, and it's actually worth a lot of money. The exotic stuff, man. There's a lot of exotic.
I've done the same thing with leeks too, field onions. Take what I want, and then on days I hunt them, I put them out in a patch. Just got a nice patch where I notice they seem to grow in shaded areas that hold moisture a little less than what a mushroom would want. So I put the leeks in another area that wasn't as moist as the area I put the morels in.
Okay.
Chicken of the woods. You like chicken of the woods?
I don't think I've tried it.
Some big white mushrooms.
Let's see.
They're good. Yep, just look up chicken of the woods.
Oh, nice. No, I have not.
Yeah, they cook up good.
Nice.
It'll be they wrap around dead trees and stuff like that, you know.
Looking nice, looking beautiful.
But you can smear them if you got a tree that's good for them and it's growing off of them. You can actually just smear them all over the tree, you know, but you don't want to touch them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
Use
feel
gloves.
Yeah,
So.
yeah.
I used to just smear them when I was a kid.
Those
And
look good.
my grandfather said, "Well, if you're gonna do that, boy, put some rubber gloves on because you're fucking killing them the minute you touch them." I was like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, they're not cheap either.
Nice.
You can get good money out of these, but those are the mushrooms that stack up like pancakes on the side of a tree."
Yeah.
My grandfather loved these, so we weren't even allowed to touch them when we go get them. We'd put the bucket under them and shave them off the tree, you know?
Yep.
Don't touch them, motherfucker. Clean the bucket. I mean, they grow more places than just on the side of trees, the side of rocks, deadfalls.
Get. You eat that, bro. You go hum.
Yeah, it looks like a stack of pancakes. Look. Oh, shit.
They're beautiful.
Yeah, it looks like a golden brown stack of pancakes. Oh, you showed them?
Look at this one. Wow.
Oh, yeah. See, those ones don't make them look so good. But here, look at this. They look better. Yeah. Like that. They look like a stack of fucking pancakes.
Check this one out. Like, this one is not like
and
right here.
And sometimes you may have maple syrup dripping down them, as you can see in this picture.
Oh, nice. Already seasoned.
Yeah, already seasoned. Yeah,
I like that.
I got a lot of
nature,
maple.
man. God provides. Yeah.
I got an old trough. I can make maple syrup, but I let the Amish people do it now because they give me free stuff. I get so many gallons every year. I'll sell so much at the the cider mill, and then I keep the rest. I love it. I had a scrapper come out here one time wanting. He's like, "Can I get them troughs?" I was like, "Fuck no, man. Them are still used. we still make syrup in them. What the fuck are you talking about? You get your ass whooped. And if I catch you on my property at night, you can get shot." And I'm not bullshitting. When it's dark, I don't want to wonder whether you got a weapon.
I think I found the mother lode. Check this one out, Mike.
Shoot first and ask questions later. Yeah, you can. I've seen them sprout like a bush where they just engulf something that's already on the ground. Yeah. Yeah, that's
nice.
Here, look at this.
And they're good eating?
Yeah.
Nice. Like, I like buttons, just regular button mushrooms, white buttons, they're pretty good. And of course, I like oysters, shiitakes, of course. Let's see what else. Portobellos are phenomenal. I like portobellos. Yeah, I would definitely grow portobellos for sure. They're like the big old caps,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, portobellos are great. Portabella mushroom. Right.
Yeah, they got the long skinny stem with the fucking big brown cap.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Big old cap. Like, I don't know.
Those are
like 6-inch cap, no problem.
Yeah, those are the big ones. You can get the small ones too.
Yeah,
but that's where with those type, that's where we found magic mushrooms too. So and some of those are poisonous too.
You gotta know I got some mushrooms books. Like I got mushrooms of the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, it's good to have a book for your area. Yeah,
100%.
I mean, the main one is morels. Most everybody knows what a morel is.
Portabella.
Morella Escalante.
What was your PlayStation name? Morel.
Mario eats Morello.
What is my Portabella, maestro?
I like my Morels.
They're like $50 a pound, you know? The
What,
store.
Morels?
Yeah, I swear to God, man. And no one bought them. I was talking to the store manager, and he's like, dude, no one bought them. And I was like, man. Well, by the time I caught them, I was like they cleaned them out, right? I would have grabbed a couple off of them, no problem. But they trashed them. $50 a pound.
Chanarella are good. They kind of.
Are they that good? Like Morels?
Yeah.
Okay.
They
like that was just
they look a little more flowery though. You know, they look like a flower. They're prettier. They go better with fish than Morels do. Morels go good with beef.
They're not as meaty as a portobello, but if you take like a portobello and it's real thick and you slice it and bread it and fry it, right? Just imagine that with you fry it and imagine that with an earthy taste.
Yeah. Or like
add an earthy taste to a fried portobello that's breaded and fried, and that's what a morel tastes
Wait, deep fried or like just fried, like pan fried, just a dash of oil.
It's best if you get the grease. If you do it pan fried, but get the grease
olive oil.
really hot before you even drop it. But
yeah, you want to cook them quick.
Those look like what grow around here, like the magic mushrooms here. Those look like the psilocybin ones, man.
Yeah.
What are those?
Yeah, they do, but those are fairy tales.
Okay.
And that's what I'm saying. When we get into the cat mushrooms, that's where we can people can eat the poisonous ones or the trippy ones. And
right.
If you eat both, you're gonna have a good trip and a bad night. How about wood hedge or hedgehog?
Let's see.
As a tea or just as a whole?
You can eat them, cook them, tea them.
I don't think I've tried that one.
What is it?
I don't have experience. I just know that the different ways you can take them in.
Hydenum rapandum. That's what that is. They call it sweet tooth, wood hedgehog, or hedgehog.
Is nasty.
Hmm.
She's eating grapefruit. It's like, yeah. I don't know.
The trick is don't eat the skin in it. Don't just eat the meat. Dig the meat out of it, and eat only the meat. The skin's bitter as fuck. It tastes nasty.
Like, you're not talking about the outer skin. You're talking about the inner.
The inner skin. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Grapefruit's nasty. That's one of the only things I don't like.
That's a fruit. I just like,
Or regular old field mushrooms and puffy white ones.
I'll eat those.
It's called a meadow mushroom. You can eat them too. They're good.
I love mushrooms, man. All types of mushrooms.
When I say good, that all depends on who's cooking it.
Oh, I can
who's
cook.
Preparing it? Who's preparing it? Who's cooking it?
I don't know. I tri-tip roast, dude, for sure.
This one's got a lot of dangerous lookalikes too.
The white ones?
Yeah, the ones when you touch them they explode. They look just like those, but when you touch them they explode. You don't want to eat those or touch those. How about shaggy mane? You know what a shaggy mane mushroom is?
Lion's mane, yeah, I supplement that.
Lawyer's wig, shaggy ink cap.
Bearded hedgehog. That's, I don't know. Or bearded tooth here. Yeah. Oh no, we're talking about different ones.
Yep. Shaggy mane. Or the lawyer's wig. Yeah, that's a good one right there.
You could literally say, "Hey, you want to go wig snatching?"
Right. Yep. Like Shaggy, we gotta get high first. I don't get high when I forage. How about Hen of the Wood or Ram's Head?
I take joints with me, and I end up just taking a puff and just getting too busy to smoke. Really, just I don't know.
Why don't you get high while you're foraging? Wouldn't it make you a better forager?
No, I'll get the and want to eat them before I
Oh,
do anything.
okay, that makes sense.
I've ate raw mushrooms. It's like when you're berry hunting.
Oh, dude, please. That's what I do, man. They just grow by the river, blackberries.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I got 2 rivers, dude. We walk around. I always hunt my woods, and if I find berries, I'll try to remove them and transplant them.
I got picked.
You end up picking 5 times more than you need to make a pie when you pick enough to make a pie. Because if it takes 2 gallons to make the pie, then you're going to eat like 4 gallons.
Yeah.
You're picking them.
Yep.
I eat at least a pound walking.
See, you know.
And then I eat another pound that's in the bag on the way back, and then I just end up being like, okay, I don't need to make pie. I'll just come by tomorrow.
Ones are called giant puff balls, but they don't explode when you touch them. But they got a lot of lookalikes too that can make you sick.
Okay.
I think you should eat the berries as you're picking.
What's up? Oh yeah, all the time. I love the berries.
My daughter found a bunch of these once. She brought like 15 of them up here, and she said, "Dad, I found duck eggs down by the river." I said, "Nope, those aren't duck eggs, but we can eat them." She said, "What are they?" I said, "Well, look up giant puff balls." She said, "They're mushrooms, Dad. I don't like mushrooms." I was like, "Yeah, you like that shit. I put it in everything you eat." You just don't know it.
Mushrooms are great, man.
Yeah. In a sulfur shelf or mushroom chicken, this grows on oak trees normally, adult oak trees. It looks just like the other ones that stack up, but it's just a different flavor. See, one grows on a maple and the other grows on an oak. Personally, I think they're the same fucking mushroom. They just picky about their tree, you know what I mean? And somebody labeled them as if they're different, but they're not. They just.
Nice.
My cousin lives on the maple, so I live on the great oak. You know what I mean? That's my opinion. In the Cub Scouts, when we used to forage, I started learning to forage, and that's Black Trumpet you just posted.
Hold on, let's see. What the fuck is? They're showing me a Latin name for it.
Catarellus.
Wait.
Cornucopicus.
Sacrodon. Sacrodon. Fosh. Fosh you condes.
And all of a sudden, the accent just comes out.
Oh my God! It is the crater relish cornucopius to fotidius related in species.
Fuck! I just can't. I just couldn't. It's like, what the fuck is that?
Oh my God! It's a fucking Black Trumpet. Put it on aisle 5.
Alright. Sacrodon.
Put it on aisle 5.
Top shelf, buddy. Top shelf.
Right next to the Homo Jiffy Lube.
Fast coin dicus.
Just put mushroom on it, $5.
No, exotic. This is
Yeah.
$10, buddy. $10.
Oh, that is not your normal motherfucking mushroom.
Ooh. That is orange.
That name looks like it says fussy coitus.
Yeah, bro. You read that shit for me, man. I can't even do it.
Fuscoindicus.
That's right.
Fuscoindicus. No, Fuscoindicus.
Fuscoindicus.
Sarcodon.
It's a good name, whatever the fuck that is.
I'll put that fucking word in there and look and see if it gives me a pronunciation.
Oindicus.
Bonk Sao, help us out. What's that?
I put how to pronounce, and it gave me 5 different variations of the fucking Omicron, Leptocron, Leprechaun.
This it's called Violet Hedgehog.
COVID-52 Leprechaun.
Sakradun. Sakurudun. Sakurudun. Zambrican. Alright, gotta find some cool mushrooms.
Pacific North and moss around western hemlocks.
Tell me like 5 acres maybe. That's all I need. 5 acres. How much?
Or you like the hemlock?
I will pay cash money, buddy. You sell me 5 acre, I start little house. Small mushroom farm.
I don't sell land, bro.
I will rent 100 year rent.
He said, "Give me a generational lease."
yeah, 100-year lease. I'm not gonna make it for 100 years. You know. Yeah, they used to.
They used to do that shit back in the day.
Some ridiculous shit like that. It's like, yeah.
That's the best accent I've ever heard.
Yeah, he's got it down, doesn't he?
Oh, the Indian? You like it? Alright, I'll go back to the fucking top.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Thanks, man. I've been honing that shit for years. Sometimes it just flows naturally, you know. It's just like, I can't. I have to. When I saw that, like, dude, that's
Ramidano Picus.
Just is right.
How the hell do you got all that, but you don't have?
What?
Who goes around giving out flat earther and not giving them the right to fucking post shit? What kind of dumb shit is that? Half a brain is half too much.
It's all respect, man. If I'm gonna get it, I'm gonna get it. Somebody's gonna give it to me. I'm not. And
listen,
I want it. No,
the minute you got flat earth, somebody said they fucking trusted your word. Why shouldn't you get to post? You're not gonna post porn in here.
No.
Well, if that's the case, then all flat Earth roads would have that as a perm. But I mean, I guess they figure that some people may give a flat Earth row, and maybe I don't know, maybe they can still post shit, and they don't want them to have the row. I mean, maybe there is a different level of trust, you know.
I know why he did that, because the last dude that porn bombed us scammed people, repeated shit, and got flat earther on the first day, and they porn bombed us. So we just make all rows get it, but we're not supposed to give a person FE within the first 3 days anyway. You're supposed to make them wait a week, you know, at VC or so, and then interview them, unless they're a content supplier or known celebrity from YouTube or something, you know, or somebody vouched for them. A lot of people don't like it, but I mean, if our gold member says, "Hey, this is my buddy, I've been on a server with him 3 years, he's a flat earther and he's not going to post porn," I'm taking him at his word. If you didn't trust the motherfucker, you shouldn't have gave him gold. Right?
Right.
Why give him gold and then act like, "Yeah, we don't trust you, motherfucker"? That's not a very precious metal. Right? I mean,
what is this mushroom, buddy?
I'm
trying to press for a. Oh, fuck.
Check it out, though. It looks pretty cool.
It does, right?
I'm trying to.
Kind of looks
like
one
chocolate
of those hats.
cake.
Mm-hmm. What do you think it is?
a small hat of
I
some
know
kind.
what it is. Give me a minute.
You posting that reminded me of the
Google that, aren't you?
the propaganda I used to
No.
believe about.
No, I know what the fuck the name
What's
is.
that theory?
But it's not. That's not from America. That's the ones you were just talking about. What the fuck are them?
Yeah, you're right, Mike. You're right. It's not from America. It's from J.A.
No.
Penn. It's from J.A. Penn. You're right. It is called shiitake.
Yeah, that's.
Shiitake.
I couldn't remember the name, but you were just talking about them.
Shiitake's right. Shiitake mushrooms.
Yeah, they're the ones that look like chocolate cake.
They're pretty cool, yeah.
But they look like shit on the toppy. Shit toppy.
Yeah, look, they're pretty. Look.
That's what my grandma used to say. I said, Grandma, the ones that got shit on top of them, those are the magic mushrooms. She said, you're not supposed to know that. I'm like,
Well, those are cool. They
we
colonize
live on a
the
farm,
log,
Grandma.
right? So you have to like grow them in logs. Pretty cool.
I told her that's what we do with her burlap sacks now. She said, what? I said, collect magic mushrooms. She said, you don't eat that shit, do you? I said, no, but it's a freaking hot rod, Grandma.
Shiitake mushroom.
That's funny. Yeah, don't post nothing like that, bro.
Bro, I have mushroom obsessions. So I'm sorry, guys.
No, I wouldn't. But it's one of the funnier memes that one of my friends said a time ago.
It is funny. I'm a man. Yeah, my grandma used to laugh. She said, your boy been out there all day collecting mushrooms. My dad said, yeah, I don't know what the hell he's doing. She said he needs another Trans Am adding in them's magic mushrooms. My dad was mad as hell. He said, you're cheating, boy. I said, you're just mad because you didn't know it when you was a kid, Dad. You just started collecting cars earlier, motherfucker. My brother said, you know how I get gas money when I need it? I go mushroom hunting.
Well, there could have been worse things that you could have been selling them for, you know.
Yeah.
That was a pretty respectable
I
reason.
would have sold them oysters.
I could have been selling them to get me an ounce of cocaine. You know,
some blue oysters.
Could have been trying to get me some heroin or some Lady Cane, you know. Instead, I was getting a hot rod. I just fell in love with the Trans Am the minute I seen it. I was like, I'm gonna own me one of them one day. And my mom had the sexiest Corvette. I was like, them two's the sexiest cars I ever seen. But over my lifetime, I found sexier. But I've learned to appreciate subtle things more too, though. But you gotta admit, the Trans Am and the Corvette are pretty sexy body styles. Or, you know, just appealing to everyone. Some people would prefer this car over that car, but they'll still say, yeah, a Corvette's a good looking car. So's the Trans Am, Smoking the Bandit. I can do a lot with a Firebird. I love them fucking things. My first one was a Daytona 500 pace car. Set it right on the side. It was one at a Daytona 500. It was a anniversary edition. Trans Am Turbo.
I'm just gonna make a snack real quick. Hold on. I'll be back. Hungry. Oh,
I still own it.
I think it's the weed.
I was thinking about selling this car, but when my daughter was about 6, she just, every time she came in the garage, she went straight to that car. I was like, man, I can't sell that. The kid likes it. I gotta let her grow old enough. Maybe she'll want to claim it, and she did. First time I talked about picking a car, she's like, "I already picked my car. What are you talking about?" I was like, "All right then." She said, I ain't even gotta say which one."
No, I'm gonna make me a couple of grilled cheese sandwiches. I'm tired.
Put some fried ham in the middle of it.
I don't eat pork for no swine, man.
Put it there anyway. Send it my way.
Hey, turkey bacon is good if you just heat it up. If you don't try to fry it. But turkey sausage is awesome if you get the right kind. Especially if you don't get the cheap kind.
I'll put any meat between a grilled cheese. Don't let me lie.
Yeah, as long as it's not swine, I'll eat it.
That's the best way to have a hamburger is in between two pieces of grilled cheese, both having cheese on each side. And half the garden on the motherfucker too.
Dude, I've been on a quarter-pounder tear recently. It's not cool. Fucking eating way too many of those.
I know my appetite's increased, man. I know I don't make a single burger anymore. I'm making doubles.
Double, yeah, for sure.
Double.
Yep.
Double grilled, double burger.
Yep. Dude,
I sat there last night.
Yeah, I'm starving.
I cooked it in the pan, and then I started frying cucumbers and carrots and stuff to put on it. My daughter's like, "You're gonna put all that on your burger?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "When you're done, make me one." I'm thinking, man, this is a freaking 45-minute process on one burger. What the hell? Should have said something when I started. Shit.
Gonna make me swine melt. That's what's gonna make.
I make patty melts. You know what a patty melt is?
No. What's the patty melt? What's the?
Just a burger, pretty much on toasted bun with a bunch of.
Well, I always, if I'm grilling, I always like toast the buns on the grill for however many seconds to get a little crispy layer on the bun.
Yeah. See, so basically that's what I'm going after when I make a grilled cheese hamburger.
Yep. That way the bread is like extremely fluffy on the inside and kind of transforms, right?
Yeah,
when the crust develops, it just melts, just boom.
Yeah.
On a grill, like on a smoker.
Yea, though thou shalt not grilleth the bread and cheese withouteth the meat, for it is a sin unforgivable.
Oh, dude, I ate a pound of liver today.
Yea, though thou shalt offer one unto thy Lord also. I don't want a scapegoat. Give me a grilled patty melt. That used to always. I read the things about burnt offerings, right? And I really pay attention. Certain kinds of wood, certain smokes, half flame, full flame. I'm like, this is a fucking Texas barbecue. So I always wondered if God was coming down here and taking this rack of ribs and eating them, you know? It's like, man, he's having barbecue the best calf, Dad. My dad said, yeah, I always wondered about that too, but don't tell your grandma God was eating a rack of ribs. Yeah, caramelized onions.
Yeah, I agree. They're good.
Yeah.
And a ton of cheese. A ton. Just like, I don't think you understand what I mean.
I do, more than one kind and a lot of it.
Oh, dude, exactly. I got my six cheese Italian blend. That's what I'm about to use. Italiano. Of course.
I like Gouda on my patty melt.
Gotta have the Romano. Got the Parmigiano Reggiano. What else? I forgot what other ones are in there. As long as those two are in there. Mozzarella. What else? I forget. Some other cheese too.
Yeah, when I make spaghetti, you can't even. I bake it, put layers of cheese on top, and then I make garlic bread, and you can't even see it's bread. It's covered with so much mozzarella.
Nice.
My dog goes.
I'm getting really, really hungry now.
That dog, like I cook all the spaghetti first, and I put it in and bake it with 3 layers, 4 layers of cheese. As soon as that shit hits the oven, the dog he walks up there and
Right by the oven. Yep, right by the oven.
He's like, you ain't getting that shit out the oven without me knowing it, motherfucker.
I know when it comes out. Gonna be
Tu
right
wants mozzarella.
Mozzarella.
He wants his own plate.
You gotta say it like this if you gotta say it in Italian.
Mozzarella.
Coconut.
It's a mozzarella.
It's a coconut.
Mozzarella. Mozzarella. No.
He must have fell out of the tree and hit himself on the head with a coconut.
No, listen. Mozzarella.
No. Mozzarella. No.
Mozzarella.
Parmigiano
Pizza pie.
Oh, mamma mia. Luigi's over here giving Mario a hard time. I know what it's called.
Don't worry, man. Born on that Mediterranean, you know what I'm saying? It's all pits in the same water, essentially. So. Fungus out.
That's how Italians talk, right? These boys,
Buonasera.
walk around with the shotgun in your forearm. Mozzarella.
Aperetta.
Forget about
it. This is funny. I'm looking through shit. They already called school off for the whole county.
Too much snow.
Oh, my kid don't care. She's still got school. She's homeschooled. So I do 4 classes and she does 4 classes on the internet. I don't take any of those that bullshit selectives. Social this and social that. You can take them social classes and stick them up your ass. There's no science to back them. Literally every class I put her in, I sat in on till I was sure they weren't going to get into these 300 genders are the reality of the world. And if they did, I told them to take my kid off the roadster. And when they tried to argue from it, I was like, I own a paving company. I got a team of lawyers, motherfucker. I'll sue you right now. Today. We'll file a lawsuit today, buddy.
Do you need Haji paving company? Do you have position Haji position 7-Eleven?
Well, the season's over.
Just fucking with you, man.
But shit, you could sell bags of ice waters and Gatorade.
Double cheeseburger, buddy. I sell to your crew all day. How many crew you got? 5, 6? I sell that lots of money. $10 each.
He will even upgrade it and sell squishies.
Fucking good living right there, just off of your crew, man.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah.
Be like, hey guys, just all I'm gonna do is this. Look, I'm sure everyone is packing lunch. I'm gonna fire up the smoker and drive by and let y'all
go to every job site and sell to them. You could go to the heavy equipment and fleet truck repair site, sell to them.
All right. Like, hey guys.
The salvage yard, my brother'd buy a sandwich.
Frying burgers. I don't know. No swine. Swine free. Kosher.
I got a lot of people that come through my salvage yard. That's how I can flip a lot of cars, man. I tried to tell my nephew to make a taco truck and park it out in front of the barn, just on my property, because a lot of people come through here buying car parts. But it's not just because I'm buying old junk cars and parking them. I buy classics. Even if the motherfucker can't be restored, it's got a few $1,000s worth of parts on it, you know?
Yeah.
I'll buy a car that's only good for the seat frames, the steering wheel, the steering column, the dash, the windshield, one door and a front clip. If it's a fucking 30s car, dude, that can add up, especially if I take the spare parts in the body shop and put them in a primer, you know, rush treat them. Like a Hertzol's front clip, primered, rush treated. Hell, that's $2,000. You can pull it out of a farmer's field for $300. You know? But I did that just because I got tired of my brother. My brother don't want to keep a job, man. He's not a people person. He ends up telling everybody, fuck them. Usually, yeah, usually with some liquor on his breath and about ready to whoop somebody's ass. I deal with it sometimes, but I just laugh it off. Whatever, bro. What kind of day we have? He ain't whooping my ass, and he knows it, but I don't even entertain it. I tell him to leave that one and get one that don't make him so mad.
Is he your older brother?
No, he's my younger brother. No, my older brother's fucking. He's paid. He's got his collection is a Hot Wheels set, and he also collects old buildings, old gas stations. He's got his own Route 66 on his property, dude. My brother owns like 2,500 acres.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
All he does is build awesome cars. That's it. And motorcycles, rods and cycles. Hot rods and motorcycles. He gets up, walks out the door, and he's at work.
Yeah.
All he's ever done too. That and go to school, he was a demolitions expert in the Army too. Went to school, learned how to do every kind of welding there is, electrical, body work, same shit I do. You want to know something, go to school for it, add that to your repertoire. Built some badass cars though, I can't lie. We're picky people, man. I can look over anybody's job and I can nitpick anybody's job. I can point out a few things that they would bitch about too. But the thing is, only car guys at our level see that stuff. Your average person, you pull it up and park in the parking lot. It don't have a fucking flaw one on it as far as they're concerned. You take it to what the fuck's his name? Took over for Dave Letterman. Take it to his house and he'll see some flaws. Does the Tonight Show with the big fucking jaw. What the hell's his name?
Jay Leno.
Yeah, Jay Leno. Yeah, no, Jay will do the same thing. He'll notice the shit we notice. But he's a picky bastard, Ooh, what's this?
Jet engine motorbike.
Was that some Euro shit?
I don't know, some fancy ass bike from yeah, jet engine. I forget. I saw it a long time ago.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. What kind of car is that, Rig? It's a European car, isn't it? Oh, Holden. So that's a Euro Chevelle or Impala. Yeah, yeah.
Nice.
I'm pretty sure it'd be an Impala here. Can you put a V8 in that motherfucker? You guys got big restrictions on how much horsepower it can do, Cadillac converters, all that crap.
Holden is like Chevy.
Yeah.
Or GM, General Motors. You know?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. I think the Holden Commodore. That's the popular one here, the V8. Yeah, but that's an old school car. Yeah. Also, those Commodores are pretty good. Yeah, it's like I don't know what to compare it to.
I do. To Impala Super Sport. The newer Holden, anyway. The newer Commodore is comparable to a, Impala SS.
Yeah. Nice cars.
Yeah, electric cars came out first, you know that, Gizmo? Before combustion motors.
Yeah, it was all the free energy that was being passed around until the government got a hold of it.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of those Holdens came with the 5-liter too. 305.
God knows all about cars. He's asleep at cars. I mean, the difference between that old Tesla Ford and the new Tesla is what you got. Weight. Yeah.
Yeah, that one there looks like a Caprice Classic.
Yeah. Sorry. That meme. Dear autocorrect, it's never duck. I know, right? What's a duck? Duck?
I got a buck for a duck for a buck, $25 for a fuck duck.
No, fuck duck. I wonder if fraud went.
Oh, him and his bartender. I thought he was a lot younger, man, when he was talking about 24-year-old chick. I was like, oh, okay.
I did too.
Then I was like, oh, dude. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, like, what have you been doing for a lifetime then, bro?
It's like, you shouldn't be that mad, like, if that's the case, you know what I'm saying? Like, you should understand, like, oh, no fucking shit. You know?
I do.
Yeah.
So is the alcohol.
I kind of have the reverse problem, though. Dudes are getting mad at me at the bar because their girl's hitting on me.
Oh.
But maybe I wear a little too much jewelry. I don't know.
Bling bling.
Should take out fraud with you. Wingman.
That's what he needs.
You know what I'm saying, Goose?
Yeah, a chick.
I do wear a lot of jewelry, bro. So I take a girl to the club. I try to just look at her all night. I try not to look around. You wear too expensive a watch, and every bitch in the bar will hit on you here. And Jackson isn't the richest place, you know. So you wear a Rolex, man, and you get hit on by every girl in the bar.
How many assholes wear Rolex?
I got that Rolex.
Yeah, sorry, I'm an asshole. I've been meaning to get a Timex so I could OPs you people.
Timex.
I don't wear watches, man.
I'm serious, man, or just, you know, something toned down. Like my old lady's always. She's like,
never like it.
Yep. Every time I go to the bar, they hit on you, and I'm the one with you, and I'm like, yeah, it's the Rolex, and she's like, no, it isn't. What you got, baby, you can't take off. I'm like, whatever.
Omegas are nice. Tags, I like tags. They're pretty cool.
She's nice, so yeah. I like a few other ones too. They're just, this one was my grandfather's, so I like to wear it. It's not like I'm not putting that fucking solid gold pocket watch in my vest jacket and busting it out and spinning around and popping the lid open. You know what I'm saying? I could be, but my daughter been trying to snatch that for a while. I was gonna give it to her, but I don't want to lose it while she's young.
How many joints did you smoke tonight, man?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck. Probably 4.
All right, not bad.
So what you saying, man? You posting pictures of Mike Smith? What you saying, punk?
Mike
what you
Smith?
saying? Yeah, he posting pictures of Michael J. Smith, MJS. What you saying, Gizbo?
Astronaut?
You don't see him? Yeah, here, look. For anybody that ain't seen it, this is my oldest. This is my oldest.
I'm trying to look.
He's trying to say that he's the shuttle pilot for the Columbia or the Challenger that blew up, Michael J. Smith.
It's kind of crazy that we share the same name because in his younger picture he looks a lot like me, but I'm not white haired like that. Keep my head shaved.
Trying to hide your white hair.
No, it's not white. I got gray in my beard, but not on my head yet. Just a few there.
Challenger astronaut went and turned into a flat earther.
Yeah. Well, the firmament declare the glory of his handiwork.
Yep.
That's a nice Impala. I like it.
Oh, that's a Caprice, bro.
It's not a Caprice, or isn't that an Impala? Wasn't it called an Impala? No?
No, that one's a Caprice. The Impala Super Sport in '96 looked a lot like it. So the Caprice and the Impala mirror each other.
Those aren't the Caprice wheels.
No, it's been customized.
Okay.
But
that's why I thought it was good, bro.
It's a '97 Caprice.
What
The
motor? 5.7 or no?
Yeah, that'll come with a 5-liter.
5-liter. Okay.
Caprice, it's like Caprice is like the luxury version of Impala. Caprice and Impala have always been close. So I'll show you. This is a '97 Impala SS, and the minute you see it, you'll say, "Yeah." I mean, it's got the 5 stars on it, so that's what they come with stock. The Impala SS. The Caprice is pretty much the same thing, but with the complete package. It's a '97 Impala SS, and the one above is a '97 Caprice Classic. You can't see it, but it's got a fin on the back. The Caprice don't. That's got the 5.7 liter tune port injected.
Okay.
Where the other one's got a throttle body 5 liter.
Okay.
There's not much of a difference between them. My brother used to have this green one I painted for him, all flip flop. Everybody said, "Oh, he thinks he's a pimp," but my brother flipped cars, Unfortunately, certain kind of cars you want to cater to your customers, which are going to be dope dealers when it's a Caprice Classic or an Impala SS. At least here in Michigan, in Jackson, the business owners don't buy that stuff. They buy Mercedes or Cadillac or
There's a for all you guys out there that are all like stoned right now.
Virtual Hooter?
Something like that.
Yeah, that's a good one, man.
I could totally see that happening. Dude, I was on this flat earth.
We were saying President Morty, and we don't speak for everyone here? Yeah. Well, I think it's important to be clear. Raise your hand if he speaks for you.
Yeah, this meme is also a regression. Is the regression fallacy, right? I mean, the infinite regression fallacy, right? Where you're like, well, what happens when that alien dies? Like, is he gonna wake up as an alien? As a god looking at a bong with his friends surrounding, asking if he felt it, right? If you're wrong, you get what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Alien wakes up. Wake up from a dream, and then you wake up from that dream, and Inception, right? They gotta go deeper.
Who wants to tell a mushroom?
We've hit bedrock.
We have a new friend in the house.
No, he'll wake up to be that alien in Bedrock talking to Flintstone. The Great Kazoo.
Yo, Krim.
Yo, Krim, what's up? What's poppin', yo?
Yo.
Crack-a-lackin'.
CR1M.
We gotta mute and then unmute him so he can talk. Try talking now. Check your mic, Krim.
Damn it. I'm finishing this damn roach. Fuck that.
You can do it. I know it can.
Yeah, look. This was my brother's car. I painted it, though.
Oh, nice.
Those are real Daytons, too.
Dayton's, yeah, that's got dope dealer written all over it, bro.
Yeah.
100%.
You know what he sold it for?
Right.
18.5. We put it together for about 6,500.
Nice, man.
What's up, pimpin'?
Yeah, I took the motor out of a Roadmaster. It did Cadillacs and shit. That's my brother that passed away. I found this Cadillac up north. The old lady said, $300, get it on my driveway. I didn't even take it off the trailer. I scanned it when we got home, and the only thing wrong with it was a map sensor. It was 5 years old. I bought it for $300. I sold it to my brother for $5. He got $6,000 out of it with a system, some tint, some rims. But I mean,
I see the theme here. Big rims, Cadillacs, dope dealer cars, huh?
Yeah, or Mustangs. He did Mustangs though, because I mean, Mustangs are one of my favorites to do, so I'm pretty good at them. I was just looking through my pictures, man, and come across my brother. He had a 7-Up Mustang. That was pretty bad. His son's got it now. I bought it off him and then I redid it. Gave it back to his son. It's green with the white top. 7-Up had a raffle and gave them away, and my brother won one. That's why it's called a 7-Up Mustang.
I was going to ask you, but you already covered it. Nice. Why is it called 7-Up? But now I know.
Yep, there's only 5 of them that were put together like that. It's about the same color green as that Caprice.
That flip-flop green to brown, or orange or some shit like that.
Yeah. Look. Dad, I'm ready for the snow. I know I'm gonna have to go out there and take me a shit in a minute, so you know what's up, player. That's the young boy. That's Bruce.
Looks cute.
Bruce is Milo's baby.
How old?
I breed him. Bro, he's only 8 months.
Yeah.
The only one I kept from the litter, but my daughter fell in love with him. But if you really look at him, well, I think I can see what she loves on him. He's got personality.
I'm more of a boxer guy than a pit bull, but I do love the pitties.
He's a lover. He's well, technically he's not a pit bull. He's a Staffordshire Bull Terrier, but
right.
A lot of people don't know the difference, so I just say pit bull. They'll argue that a bull terrier is a pit bull, and I don't want to have to prove them wrong, so I just avoid that argument. I just say, hey, I love that dog. That's all that matters.
Look at them little whiskers on his face.
Yeah, he's a little lover. When Milo, dude, he cracks me up. He'll sneak out here when my dog's sleeping. He'll sleep on his pillow on the floor. And if he comes out here and he notices it, he just looks at me like that. Can I sneak up next to you, Grandpa? Then he'll crawl up here next to me and just lean on me and cuddle on me. He likes to love on me, but he don't want to make my dog jealous.
That's fun, yeah.
That's respect. I'm like, yeah. I mean, it's not like Milo don't do nothing, but he'll eat every bit of food I put down on the floor if he can. Milo's the dominant one, though, but he's his daddy, you know.
That Mr. Lewis isn't who he says he is. I assume he's qualified to be one. Who is it? But he also lives.
Just got the couch, flat screen, and everything already inside.
That's badass, man. I like that.
Bro, I got a couple of them out back. Not built like that, but I got a couple U-Haul box trucks. I took the motors out, though.
Saying you just rent a truck, move your shit in, and fuck off.
$20 a day, man. That's not bad.
They got 460s in them, the older ones, the 70s and 80s.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we bought them, took the big blocks out, and then just parked them in the field. They were clubhouses after that, or campers.
Yeah.
17, you don't want to sleep in the house, you want to party with your friends. Dad, I'm going to sleep in my U-Haul. All your friends come up on their tractors and their bikes, and the next thing you know, your dad's there. Where's my can? Oh, we got a keg, Dad. You got to get a glass. I finally took the tractor and drug mine down by the river. I was like, fuck this. Get the fuck away from my old man. That didn't work, though. He'd come with his pole on a Friday night. His pole and a prop-up chair. What you doing, Dad? I figured I'd catfish and drink some of your beer. My dad was cool, though, at 17 if you wanted to drink a beer. You worked like a man on the farm. You earned your way, and if you bought the beer with your money...
There you go.
You know?
I mean, it's honest.
Yeah, at 17, I could whoop most grown men, but I worked harder than them, that's all. Plus, I played sports, you know? So, simple math. I'm baling hay all day long, you're not. That's why my guns are bigger than yours.
Yep.
And that's just a portion of it. You know, I do farm work and then go work at the asphalt company with my dad. Shovel asphalt all fucking day.
Are we measuring guns here? Is that what's going on, guys?
it just never bothered me.
Just playing.
You know, I've never been one to say no. I don't want to help you with your work. I've
It doesn't
always
matter what
enjoyed
kind of
physical
yeah,
labor.
whoever pulls the trigger first pulls the trigger best.
Yeah. Well, nowadays, yeah, it's been that way since I
I mean
was a
that
kid. Though
metaphor.
I grew
I
up
mean
in the
that
country.
like if it doesn't matter how big, how physically fit you look, whoever gets out there and works the hardest, that's all that matters.
Yeah, how long can you stay there? I can
Yep.
work all day.
Yep.
I got a lot of ass whooping me, but I prefer not to.
Oh, dude. I don't know if y'all have ever seen this bird. I'm gonna post this shit. Y'all are gonna laugh so damn hard.
Yeah, that's the difference between country boys and city boys, though. Y'all run to them little 4-cylinder cars to get your little Glock or your little P29, and we just reach behind the seat of our pickup truck and get out with a rifle. What you gonna do with that pea shooter, boy? I'm gonna run. Running won't help.
I appreciate you not getting the splatter on me.
What the fuck is that?
It's a bird that was rescued. I don't know the story behind it, but
Quick,
like you can
kill
tell
it
that
and cook
they're
it.
trying to learn trust, and so the people that are with them are taking care of them, and they're out swimming on the pool, and the bird wants to go out with them, but he's too afraid to get in the water because he thinks he's gonna fall in and die.
Yeah. Well, if he's healthy, he'll live. But I'm gonna say the truth. Some
Yeah.
people don't need to learn. You can't save all the wildlife. Some wildlife is meant to die.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it's meant to be a floating bird anyway.
I mean, as long as it's not suffering in the condition it's in, okay. But it wouldn't survive in the wild that way. You
Oh,
know
hell
what I
no.
mean?
But that's just someone being compassionate and helping them out. Just like you, not anybody you drive going down the side of the road.
Oh,
If they're
it's
stuck,
a
you're not
toucan.
going to drive past them.
Yeah, it's a toucan.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a different story. You just be a pet. Fuck it. Yeah. He's got that one disease that makes their feathers fall off. He can get better from that.
Yeah. But at least
Doesn't
they'll
look
have a
like
good life.
he's. Does he got wings?
I don't think.
Yes.
I have never seen a wild thing feel sorry for itself. A bird will fall dead, frozen, and never,
Drop a bow, dead,
yeah, from the bow, dead, frozen.
having
Was
never felt sorry for itself once.
so, yeah.
G.I.
But
Jane,
people, man.
bitch.
Right? Like you, yeah. Well, people, you know how people treat animals. Oh, the poor bird, and then boom comes this hawk and just kills the mom and eats all the freaking little birds and
I
then
did
flies
that
off.
pun on my daughter the other day. She was talking. She was a tough military girl, and I said, "I'll kick your ass," and she said, "You can try." I said, "I never seen a wild thing feel sorry for herself." She said, "Dad, I seen G.I. Jane. That drill instructor got his ass whooped. You better be quiet." I was like, "Man, I didn't even get to finish. Damn it."
Yeah, oh, dude, when he said that poem, I was like, "What the fuck is that?" I mean, what the fuck? That's some deep shit, man.
It's funny to watch her and her sister spar because her younger sister wants to establish herself. And she's pretty good and pretty quick.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, dogs are cute until they bite your face, right?
Mm-hmm. Dude, my oldest daughter was like, "Okay, sis, I'll teach you something. I'll take it easy on you." And I'm like, "Hey, she's been sparring with your dad since you left. I think you better buckle up and guard your grill and don't worry about taking it easy."
Yeah. I used to spar with my dog. Like his reflexes, and now that he's blind, one of the neighbors' dogs jumped jump over it, and he's always coming at me, you know. So he was coming at me, trying to go around my blind dog. And my dog, right when my dog felt, you know, that he was close, bam, grabbed him by the neck and slammed him on the ground. Start like, you know, like I was like, whoa, 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 whoa,
shaking the shit out of him.
Who are you? Like, come here. Who are you? He's all happy, like, you know.
I can't see you, but I can feel your heat, bitch.
Dude, I was like fucking scared for the other dog, man. Like they breed fighting dogs. That's why, you know, but they got this one male dog. They always let him out, like jump over the fence and scare the fuck out of people. And when he comes at me, I'm always trying to whack him or, you know, kick him in the face. And he came at me with my dog, and I was like, freak the shit. I got a shock, man. I was like, yeah,
An asshole.
Still got the
Yeah, fuck that. I don't raise my dogs like that.
Probably like a neutered male, yeah.
I raise them to be. I train them to be compassionate, but to guard when they're told to.
Yeah.
Their job is to take care of your property, not be mean to other people.
Exactly.
Yeah, he doesn't beat anyone though. But that one day, you know, that dog got out, came at us.
Yeah, I try to teach my dogs to use aggression to scare people and what fear is. Once you teach a dog what fear is, they almost smile because they know, they're like, whoa, wait a minute. And then they test it. Like, I've had so many dogs do this to my brother. He'd be sleeping up by the damn door, and my brother just sneaks in on them, and they wake up and realize he's in there, so they'll run up behind him and bark. And just to scare him, when he jumps, he turns around, and they got the biggest fucking smile on their face. Like, yeah, you was right, Dad. I got that motherfucker. Look how scared he was. Motherfucker, I think he pooped himself, Dad.
So is it wagging his tail at you?
Yeah, because if you can teach a dog that, then they know that 9 times out of 10 they're not going to have to bite or use any of their attack training. If they can smell that fear on you, they know they don't have to do nothing but show you their teeth and tell you to back the fuck up.
Yeah. My dog growls when people come close to the front yard. He can smell them or hear them. I don't know. He starts barking. I always pet him like, good boy, good boy.
Yep, they smell fear. A lot of dogs can't tell the difference between fear and anger, but you can teach it to them.
Yeah.
Men in Black 2, so you get the general idea.
Yeah.
All right, save it for YouTube. I'll keep looking for clues. What are you doing? Is your shelf level or not? Is it by I'm familiar with the bubble, Morty.
What the hell is that, man? We're not going to listen to a divorce, are we? I've heard enough of them. One was enough for me. Can we change the channel to the honeymooners? One of these days, Alice. Wow!
You guys have a good night. I'm out.
Yeah. Take it easy, sirs. Have a good one, bro.
Later.
Good night.
Later.
Straight to the moon, Alice.
I heard. Miguel. Miggy was here, eh? So I heard him last night.
Tonight?
Last night. Yesterday. I heard him yesterday, but I was going to sleep. It's back.
Oh, I didn't see him last night. Hockey Puck's down there in the cinema. I wonder if he's being quiet. Wonder what they're fucking watching. Blue ain't been in Livestream in a minute.
Yeah. Lose angry.
Biblical still got a bunch of people in there, man. It's been a raging holy war in there for a minute, man. We're trying to get mods to go down there every now and then, just show their presence to get people to quit.
I don't know, man. I'm gonna go down there.
Well, if you're gonna pick a side in the holy war, no, don't go down there. But
that's what I mean.
If you're just gonna ask people to be civil, I got to tell them I just tell them straight off, my belief is for me, my faith is mine, you can't touch it. It's between me and my creator, and it's not for you, and that's just the way it is. It's not debatable. It's firm and solid. But I'm here to tell you to be polite to each other, respect each other's beliefs. That's it.
Yeah.
Don't call yourself this or that and then attack every person you meet and call them stupid names just because they disagree with you, because there's nothing holy or divine about that, or righteous. I'm becoming of a religious man.
Not a manly thing to do.
It's like this: if they, they're on a subject, they get on subjects all the time that they can't keep their cool under. But you would think, as a religious person, you want to maintain your demeanor, right, and your posture. And if this subject triggered you, then you just leave it alone and let God, right?
Yep.
But they can't do that, and they want you to believe they're holier than you and they know the only path to heaven. Well, I'm sorry, but I believe that's wrong. Every doctrine in the world thinks they know the only path to heaven, and that's why I take my individual path that is about me and my Father and no one else, because that's how it's supposed to be. That's true religion.
That's what Cyrus was doing when he released the Jews back to their land.
Yeah. Worship your shit the way you're going to do it.
Yep.
I'm not expecting to have it. Bad man. Not worthy of heaven. I mean, I'm thinking to myself.
Yeah.
Badass motherfucker.
Yeah, I put a glass sight on it too.
Expect the worst and hope for the best, I guess.
Well, what are you gonna do? Remember everything, everything.
I mean, Cyrus's decree said it all, right?
Yep.
Thus say Cyrus, king of Persia, all the kingdoms of the earth has Jehovah, the God of heaven, given me and has changed me to build him a house in Jerusalem, which is in Judah. Whosoever there is among you of all people, his God be with him. And let him go to Jerusalem, which is in Judah, and build the house of Jehovah, the God of Israel. He is God. And he let the Jews free of their 70-year captivity. Not too many people are hip on that one. After the Babylonian conquering.
What? You mean there was
the
a king
Persian
who didn't share the same faith that offered forgiveness because he saw the truth that everybody should be able to worship God the way that they choose?
Yep.
It turned
He
out to be
declared
crazy.
Jehovah is God of heaven.
That'd have been a cool dude. You know what? Everybody always asks the question, or not everybody always asks the question, but every once in a while you hear someone ask the question, if you could meet one person in history, who would you want to meet? I think Cyrus would be an awesome option.
It depends on what time, before or after this event. You know? I mean, he took Babylon over pretty viciously. He was a warrior.
True. But, I mean, it was according to the mission.
Probably be Cain or Abel, one of those two.
Mine was always King Solomon, the wise.
I would go all the way back to the root.
You're a ladies' man, hey? Okay.
I would meet Adam in the Garden of Eden.
The bear 72 angels.
On the day that Eve did tempt him.
And say, no, don't. Say, no, don't.
Dad.
King
Dad,
Solomon.
don't listen to that bitch. God'll make you another one. She fucked up. She transgressed the law.
Solomon had 300 wives and 500 concubines. There are 365 days in a week.
Man, I couldn't even. I couldn't even screw that many women. I don't know.
So
that's just showing off. Damn it.
800 divided by 365 equals 3 times a day, right? Each one, and 3 wives a day.
It'd be like having too many cars for me. I'd be like, hey, brother, come here. I don't drive them 5 over there. Them's you. Take them home with you.
Oh, really?
Hey, cousin. Hey, Bong, I like you, man. Look, these over here, I'm not using them. Take them home.
Enoch would be a cool choice, but Enoch was on a mission, dude. He was only on one mission, and that was seeking God's heart. So I don't even know if he would have had time to even have an interview.
I think we're born in the right time. I think everyone is born in their generation for, what I mean? Because Enoch had to write about a distant generation, us.
Yeah.
So
he'd probably interview
that person. Now, if I could meet any one I wanted to, I'd probably
Moses.
go back and meet the first creation of God, because there are pre-Adamic creations, or there wouldn't be hosts of heaven.
I'd want to meet Moses, Joshua, or Job. One of those guys.
I'd want to go back further, always.
Or David. King David. Must have been awesome to just be a part of his crew.
Yeah, and then you come back and you still wonder, why did Adam eat that fucking apple, man? You could have asked, man.
Slap
that bitch, Adam. Slap her. And for the future, let me tell you, bro, it ain't worth it.
Fight slaves, right? Joshua.
Hit her with the damn apple. Call on your God. Don't eat it, Dad.
Elijah would have been cool to meet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Daniel.
Well,
Joseph.
You could always go meet Jezebel, the hooker of the Bible,
Yeah.
I would never want to meet that bitch.
Lot.
What? Yeah, because damn.
Well, see, I'd have to get a free question about the universe, and then meet whoever I wanted to. We don't know if certain people were myth or reality.
Yeah.
If you could fight anyone, who would you fight? What do you mean?
Gandhi. Fight Gandhi.
Yeah, that'd be a fight.
I would fight Conor McGregor. I've always wanted to fight him. Since he first stepped into the ring, I was like, damn, missed it. But it's all right. Somebody already whooped his ass, so that's cool.
Yeah. There you guys go. Here's a meme for you.
Longest drum solo was 10 hours and 26 minutes and was performed by the child sitting behind me on Delta Flight 93.
Rock solos of history. And that kid was jamming.
Trip, right?
Yeah, that reminds me of Richard Pryor. I'm Jeffrey, I'm 4 years old. I'm Jeffrey, I'm 4 years old. Hi, I'm Jeffrey, I'm 4 years old. You ever see Richard Pryor? That was a kid behind him on that 10-hour flight. Kept kicking the back of his seat. When I was on my way home from across seas, there was this little girl sitting next to me, and I had the window seat. You know, I looked out the window for a minute. I done paratrooped and skydived. I shut the window. I'm like, yeah. She's like, hey, I was looking out of that. I said, oh, I'm sorry. Would you like to sit there? She's like, yeah. And she was a little black girl. I said, okay, we'll trade seats. I give her the seat. And she kept yelling across me, Mom, look at this, you know. And I looked at her mom and smiled, and she smiled back at me, and she said, yeah, if you're asking, I'll sit next to my daughter so she don't have to yell over me. I said, yeah, that'd be cool if you want.
If you want.
Yeah, I had to put up with that. Thanks for your service. Yeah, cool. Just get your kid. I'm trying to drink this here Coke and this little bottle of rum.
Thought you were gonna say, "Oh, do you wanna sit here in the seat? Okay, well, you can buy that seat next time."
No, I let her. She said, why don't you want to look out the window? I said, I jumped out of planes for a living for the last 12 years. I'm cool, kid. Go ahead. Enjoy. You know? It's like she'd never seen the ocean before and definitely never seen it from the air.
Just think, like when you land from parachuting like that force on your ankles. You know, a novice can break an ankle because you're doing what, 30 miles, maybe 25 miles.
When you're shooting gauges too, it jerks the shit out of you.
But when we said that the Earth is meant to be spinning at 1,000, imagine trying to come down and land on an object moving 1,000 miles per hour.
I wouldn't be able to run fast enough, bro. I've told people that, and they're like, "Oh, but the minute you jumped out the plane, you're in motion with the Earth because you was already moving at that because you was already locked in motion with the Earth." And I'm like, man, that's a lot of locked up bullshit. 5 different reference frames, but they're all locked in together.
Hey, are there any algorithms on this Discord that would like catch the F word, the F bomb?
Oh yeah, if you type it in lobby, you're gonna get fucking cogged just for 3 minutes.
What if it's in a picture?
I don't know. It might. I don't think it scans or reads the pictures. I don't think.
All right, I'll run a test. It's a funny picture, and I think everybody would agree to it. But if it's wrong, I'll delete it.
Look, I don't ever get time out for my GIF.
Fuck it, I'm a farmer.
I think you'd like that.
I've had to use one of them cones. The dog got a grub in his neck, and he kept digging it, and I put a cone on him, and the motherfucker hated me for 2 weeks. I swear to God, he would get on my lap, sit his ass on my knees, and stick his nose right on my nose so the cone covered my whole head. I'm like, I see the cone, Milo. Get the fuck off me, man. He was really mad about that. He tried making every ugly face he could at me just to take it off. Just fucking take it off. Fucking asshole. My daughter used to pick on him. He was young. He kept getting in I got a roof on the well house. He kept getting in. I had to build a shed above the well house, so he'd quit getting in there. He kept getting these grubs in his fucking neck. They attached to him, you know. So I had to build a shed above the well house and a staircase down in the well pit. But But it keeps all the animals out there, so I think it's safer anyway. Fuck it. Yeah, that Darling Park. What is that one place they were telling us about that one time? Kakistan or some shit like that, Bong, with all the crazy statues and stuff there. It's the richest country in the world.
Since I was a mere child, we know. I suppose you're wondering, how do I sustain myself? Well, I always find the theater is the best way to clarify.
It's the best way to clarify, I'm telling you. Is it Qatar?
Well, that's interesting. It is. Many names of cats trapped in a strange land. I'm hungry, and all I can eat. I'm irritable. I will plant this rock. I will plant this tree. I will plant this piece of the land and put my seed in it. I am the fruit of Tommy's children. Give up my voice so you make your flocks. And so I did.
Wow. Hey, yeah. Certified fresh. Good job.
Get her out, gang. Sit her down.
All right, that's it. I'm out of here.
What are you doing? We're in the middle of an adventure.
Here's some things the adventure needs, man. Conflict, stakes, a way for me to benefit, and literally Morty.
Tommy's still in there. Great big muppets and teeth babies.
Yep, luckily that's not our problem. Time to...
Look, we have to get Tommy out of there. Okay, we need to do the right thing. Do what you never did as a dad. Put in a little effort.
All right, cut the high road routine. We both saw Tommy's shitty play. You pushed him in the honey swamp bed. His very happy life is in your hands. You go save him from it.
Play over his own daughter?
Yes, I am, Beth, because you're not my own daughter.
Oh, yes, I'm one of the infinite best.
Somebody's watching TV.
It's Gizbo. I'll turn it down. I always have like shows that I enjoy watching while I go to sleep.
One of those.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, what's that country, man? Somebody come in here telling us about it. Like nobody knows about it, and it's got all this strange artwork and trains and stuff. I can't remember it now.
Strange artwork and trains?
Yeah, and buildings and all that.
Is it, can you localize it to a continent?
I wish.
I mean, I know about the Denver International Airport.
Yeah, no, I know about that too. No, it's a country, man. It's one of the richest countries in the world, but it's not a known country. Most people don't know about it.
Like Nepal or Bengali?
Kazakhstan?
I don't know. It could be Kazakhstan. It's got all them crazy buildings in it and artwork.
That's Kazakhstan, yeah. Freaking pyramids and stuff. Is that what you're talking about?
Oh, that might be it. What's that?
You're talking about mud flood, or are you talking about a modern?
Oh, modern. It's all modern.
Yeah, it's Kazakhstan. Yep. I don't know. I just read about it on the internet.
There you go,
Supposed
Mike.
to be
There's a meme. There's a meme you'll like, Mike.
Yeah, I was asking Bong because I was pretty sure that he was here when the dude was telling us about it. How the hell did I get storage buildings? Strange buildings, motherfucker. Yeah, this is it. Alright, yeah. It's got all the crazy artwork and shit. All the new age buildings and
glass pyramids and shit.
yeah. Ship looking architecture.
Yep. Could be Neverland. Who knows, right?
It could be this new sultan too. Oh, Nur Sultan is Kazakhstan. Okay. Yeah, they got that building. Look. This is a building. It's got a freaking hole in the middle of it.
Damn.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
Holy shit. It's huge.
Yeah.
Is that real?
Yeah.
Ah.
It's a building in New Kazakhstan. New Sultan, which is a place in that Kazakhstan.
Design, man. It looks like some kind of sun thing. Sun, like you know how Stonehenge you got that, or
Yeah.
some kind of dial slash. I don't know. The design. I've got an idea. Yeah. Why don't we build a building with a big ass hole in the middle? Yeah. In Kazakhstan. There's got to be a reason why it looks like that.
Look, this is their library.
Holy shit.
Crazy, man.
Yeah, this is why I wanted to know, because they got some crazy ass shit here, man.
Spaceship.
I wish the person was here that
Sacred geometry, man.
yeah, well, they got this dome monument and all this other stuff.
They got a lot of stuff up in the Balkans too, and the Turks have a lot of stuff too. A lot of stuff that we aren't very familiar with, but they are, because it means something to them, but it's just not freely shared in our realm of our not realm, but our culture. Like, I wonder what kind of stuff North Korea has. People are so quick to write off North Korea, and I bet North Korea is just a
Well, it's
oasis.
good to note that this is one of the richest places in the world too. Some of their artwork is awesome. Some of it leaves you to wonder. Some of these, I wonder if they're solar buildings.
What kind of city is it, man? Like, 'cause I don't know if anyone's really been there. Has anyone, any normal people been there?
Hell, I don't know. I have no idea. I'm just trying to find all the odd stuff that somebody pointed out to me last time. You got this big ass globe there.
It says mysterious as Antarctica.
Yeah.
Maybe certain people can go there, I think.
Yeah. Like their government buildings look like castles. You got the pyramid there, like you said.
Sounds like Austria in the Black Forest.
It looks like a mosque right there, doesn't it? The 4 pillars. See them?
Are you talking about the place where it has a Jewish temple, a Muslim house, and a Christian house, all neighbored together?
I'm not sure. It's
I think that's right there. You're looking at it.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure you're. Yeah, I think he's right. So here, I'll give you the name of it. This is the name of the place. The first one, Kazakhstan, and this is Nur Sultan, a city in Kazakhstan. And I'm just looking at the strange buildings, you know. But it's all art. If you put strange artwork, you're gonna look at all them buildings too. Somebody pointed out a bunch of stuff.
I always wonder if that's real though. That place.
People have said they visited it. This is the capital. Nur Sultan is why Astana is one of the weirdest capitals in the world. This whole building is a giant tent.
Disney World for politicians, I guess.
Well, their Capitol building is almost a remake of the White House, but way better.
I reckon it's the capital of the New World Order.
I don't know. They say it's not very financially stable in this place. They got 3 towers. Isn't that? Twin Towers in Building 7, isn't that crazy? They got almost twin towers with the third building, too.
What did you hear about that place?
Oh, nothing. Somebody just pointed it out to me once and told me about all the crazy shit there. And
yep.
I did a better search than I did now. I don't know what this globe is all about. This is a building. It's like they're trying to go as futuristic as they can. Hell, who knows? Maybe they got all the world's best technologies here, but nobody can fucking afford them. Who knows? They show the inside of that walkway that I posted. Did I post that? Yeah, that walkway. It looks like you're in the belly of a snake.
Holy shit.
It's a walkway, yeah. Looks like you're in the belly of the serpent, eh?
Yeah. Belly of the beast. Wonder where the throne room is. Where the king, where the prince sits.
Well, here's a weird one. Look, is it me or are those the 4 horsemen on top of the building? It looks like the Temple of Apollo.
I forgot the name of these horses.
Aren't they liberty, justice, and
something has to do with Rome? I forget. Pulling a chariot. Could be 4 horsemen. There's 4 of them.
I think it's a horse with 4 heads. I could be wrong though, but I think it was a horse with 4 heads.
It was 4 horses though.
Yeah, that is right there in that picture.
Does it say on the building? Astana Opera Memteke Mem Teketik I don't know. Ballet Teatree. Opera Jane Ballet Teatree. And what language is that?
Would you blow it up?
I just zoomed in on it. It's right there on the top of the pillars. You can see it. Can't make it out, but Astana Opera Memteke. Oh, I think it's probably
Opera.
Yeah.
Opera
House.
Jane Ballet Theater.
Okay. What language?
I'm not sure. But it probably is a theater.
Yep. Damn, look at that theater. Shit, who goes there?
What's that thing on the top of that phallic resistance? Is that ball? Is that the bull? The bull of heaven? I'm wanting to blow this one up.
Let's see.
Oh no, that's the eagle of Rome.
That's the Phoenix.
Yeah, the eagle. Here, I'll show you. If Iggs was here, he could tell us what the symbols under it mean under the eagle, because they all have meaning in Rome. What you place around the eagle and above it, and how it's set on the shaft.
I can barely see it. It's like a wheel right in front of it.
Look where I zoomed in on it.
It looks like the Phoenix, right? It looks like, the bottom. It looks like it's coming out of the shell. Like an egg at the
I
top.
think that's
Like,
Phoenix because of the neck.
Yep. If it's a phoenix, well, it's just a phoenix rising, then, isn't it?
yeah. Who the hell designs these things and for what?
Yeah, I hear you.
Hey, the new big penis we got outside? The what? It looks like a big penis. Look at the fucking big phallic sticking out of the ground.
You all saw the Vatican pictures, didn't you? Of the snake?
Yeah.
That was like one of the first eye openers. I was like, what the fuck? One of my first eye openers.
Looks like the sun is holding or hiding the square and compass, don't it?
I can see the triangle, right?
Yeah.
Obviously.
I bet you the reflection on the floor would probably show the reverse.
Oh, there's a sun at the top of the triangle, so.
Oh, the compass, yeah. I mean, that's a ball at the very top above the compass. The typical, like, that's what locks in the compass.
Kazakhstan, man.
No, most people don't know this, but that floor on that compass, that's Saturn. Big black box.
It's like a large ass fucking mason hookup.
Yeah. And love their symbolism.
Where's the all-seeing eye in it?
Yeah, you build temples to your gods, and then your gods will bless you with power.
The all-seeing eye is the third eye. That was the whole point of the all-seeing eye, was to close everybody else's third eye.
Yeah.
There are those that see and those that don't see. No, I didn't see the. Let me see if I can find this. It was a Muslim temple, Jewish temple, and Christian temple, and they're all three together, and it's supposed to symbolize unity.
Are you roboting a bit, bro?
Yeah, I
Sorry.
think I posted that image.
Am I roboting?
I don't know. Is it me still?
Is it a Christmas tree? The bottom. Damn, this is a big ass building.
Have any of y'all read about Zoroastrianism?
Yeah.
That's what Cyrus believed in.
He's a Mason. That's why. I'm always gonna give him shit for that.
Norway.
No, I guess that is just a single mosque in it. In the Ashkanistan. I seen an aerial view of it, and it's just a mosque by itself.
There we go.
It's 3 temples in one.
No, it's 3 temples side by side on one land. Oh, by the way, you see a flat horizon in the background. Although I think this is concept art. I'll send you the link. It's supposed to be their plan to work to be built together.
Well, yeah, they want to unify the religion. Is it for this new Nur Sultan at Kazakhstan?
Abu Dhabi.
Abu Dhabi?
Yeah. Russia has weird Christian churches.
Roman Catholic cathedrals?
No, I mean like not Roman Catholic. It's the like
They're Orthodox Christians,
Empire.
aren't they?
When the Byzantine Empire split, there was the East and the West, and the East made their way out to the Russian area.
Yeah, well, you never see a rabbi fighting a priest fighting a father, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So being religious people are supposed to be about peace, although the ones on our server don't want peace. But the guys that make the most money off of it, they want to keep the appearance of peace. So, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I always liked my pastor, but truth is he never had to work for $1 in his life.
No.
No.
But he went to school to learn how to talk about $1.
He went to biblical universities. He went on missionary missions, and then he started his own, parish and bam, or his own church denomination. And then blam, he was driving a Cadillac, then a Mercedes.
Yeah. He has a bunch of land with people that sublet off of him.
Well, that's one thing. My pastor is a female for Seventh-day Adventist Church, and she does own a lot of houses. But truth is, she doesn't rent very many of them. She puts homeless people in them.
Oh, that's nice.
She's a good. She hasn't had to work for nothing, but I think that she shares it. It came to her so freely that she doesn't have a problem sharing. You know.
That's a good outlet.
We host a homeless shelter, and then we house people. Sometimes she'll just buy them a house, buy a repo house, take one of the members in the church and that have their own business, construction, and have them remodel it. Pay one guy to remodel it so that your members are making more money. They pay back. It's going to come back in tithes, and you got a new member because you just gave them a home. But it's good work.
Yeah. That's cool, though, man. I'm glad that you have a loving community up where you live. It's very unique.
I don't know about the community, but a lot of the churches here work together. The Catholic Church, the Adventist Church, the Protestant Church, they'll send the same people to each other. The Adventists help them. They send them to the Protestants. They tell them, well, this person from this church helped me out, and they said you'd help me out too. So now it's systematic. They network so that they all know if one church says, well, this is a righteous person who could use some help, and they're not just going to squander it away on drugs. You know what I mean? Take a working man. He worked for the auto industry. He goes to one church to get a food bank. He's a single man. He works for a living. He just can't pay to feed his kids. He's got to pay his houses. He was making $30 an hour in Ford major plant. Now he's making $10 an hour somewhere else. In my church, we're going to stack him down with food, and we're going to send him to the next church and say, hey, this is a working guy, not a homeless, drugless dude. Help him out. They'll stack him down with food. We'll give his kids clothes, stuff like that.
God bless you, brother.
I mean, I own 3 businesses. I can give a portion of my money to charities, for my taxes. And I can write it off on my taxes. You can give up to 18.5% of your taxes. Well, I run a large paving company. 18.5% of my taxes for that paving company is a lot of money, and I can do a lot of good with it. So I do. My pastor hooked me up with one of our church members that was an accountant, and he's like, well, Mike, you can take a portion of your taxes and just give it away to those members, because one year people's house burnt down and I wanted to take care of them, I wanted to help them. He said, dude, you can help them and you can write it all off on your taxes as non-profitable charity. I'm like, no. He's like, yeah. He hooked me up with a sister, Rebecca, and she broke it all down through me, showed me the tax laws. I got her talking to my accountant, and then, well, bam, we just built them another house on their property. They didn't have house insurance. They lost everything. They still came to church and didn't know how they was going to make it for Sabbath dinner on Saturday. First Saturday of the month. Hell, I took them home with me. I gave them all rooms. I don't even use the upstairs of my house. Me and my youngest daughter are downstairs. Now I do. My oldest daughter is upstairs. My son, he's upstairs. But I'm building him like a mini house off in about 10 acres from the house. So he wants his privacy, but it's cool. I have double wides out here for employees because it's a dairy farm, If you count the farm, I'm really running 4 businesses, but I'm not worried about profit on the farm. This is a way of life I grew up with, and I wanted to maintain it. You know what I mean? It's been unprofitable at times throughout my life, but my other companies pay for it because it's how I grew up. Kind of that struggle to fight change, you know what I mean? I love them cows.
Yeah.
I love my bull. I didn't want my bull to be a dickhead, so when he was born, I said, yeah, I'm keeping him. I was tugging him around by his little horn since he was born. Used to take him in the house. Taught him not to stab me with them damn horns and love on me like a dog. I swear to God, if you was fucking with me out by the bull's pen and I opened the fence and said, go ahead, George, fuck him up, he'd probably fuck you up. Probably, really? Really, Dad? I get to hurt him?
Oh, shit. Speaking of which.
Well, if you think about a bull's life, they're full of sexual frustration, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Deprivation rage, They live by all them heifers, and they smell them every time. Every time the whole farm comes in the heat every spring, the bull's just mad. He don't even want to fuck with me. He walks away from the fence. Just leave my food there, bitch. He smells pussy everywhere, but he ain't never gonna get none. But one day he's gonna eat a meal and he's gonna feel all doped up, and then that young damn veterinarian's gonna come out there with that vacuum machine and steal his seed. You know what I'm saying? This is the bull's life, man. I put some thought into this when I was smoking weed when I was a kid, and I was like, no wonder the bull's fucking mad. He ain't never getting laid.
No.
But he's gonna have 100 fucking kids.
Yep.
I'd be wanting to kill you. One of them bitches won't let me get to that nanny. Come in the fence, I dare you. All they know is humans don't let them get laid.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's so many fucking generations past pissed off. They're just mad now. They're just in a rage. Some of them, though, some people allow them to do natural breeding. Some people don't, because the heifer's too valuable and they don't want the bull to break her back,
Yeah.
Which would, happen. There'd be a statistical amount of times it would happen if that's how you do natural birth. Yeah, I mean, you do breeding tables and all that, but it's a hell of a lot more work than just artificial insemination. The vacuum and the turkey baster. It's not really a turkey baster. It's like 5 foot long. You know what I mean? But I mean, getting
You're gonna
baby
stick
cows
what?
isn't easy. You know, if you got a breech cow, you got to reach up in there. Put this glove on, goes all the way up to your shoulder, but it doesn't cover everything. You're going to get it all over you. You're going to reach in there and you're going to turn that motherfucker around. And then you're going to take straps. You're going to run straps up in there, connect him, and use an extractor and jerk him right out. But if you don't, he's going to die, or she, you know, and the heifer.
You know. Hey, Mike, I sent you a video in the chat.
You really got to love these animals. People, that's why I don't like conglomerate farming. Bull in the China. Is it a real bull? Hey, you Wong Tongue. Hey, motherfucker. Hey, you eat Rocky Mountain oysters? Hey, bitch, you eat my balls too? I kill you. You know, let me fuck hair. Where's my heifer? Where's my heifer, motherfucker? Who ate my balls? I'm killing all you.
Left the gate open, bitch.
Yeah. Yeah, you know that's what they're thinking. You took my brother's balls. You won't let me screw that heifer over there. And you left that fucking gate open, you dumb motherfucker.
Out here in Texas, I was driving home one night, and there's about 6 cows on the side of the road, and they were all like dark skin. So I couldn't see them, dude. I almost hit one of them. I was like, oh fuck.
That'll tell you.
I drove past them and turned around and put my brights on so that way people driving down the road could see them while I called the police to see if we could get them like put back in the fence. And I sat out there and waited like an hour for the police to show up. And about 2 minutes before the cops showed up, the cows ran back to the fence and hopped back in the yard.
They knew the reaction time. Yeah, it's about time them sons of bitch and retards with them guns will be out here. We better get back in the fence.
I mean, like the hole in the fence was like you had to turn down the driveway and then go down like 20 feet and then turn into the yard. The fucking cows knew exactly where to go. They knew it was fucking broken.
Yeah, they know. They work on it.
Yeah.
See, the livestock, they take turns walking all the way around the fence and leaning on it. And when they find a loose board, they stop and they just sit there and work it. Well, the rest of them are just paying attention. They're like, moo, moo, moo. Yeah, there's a fucked up piece over here, guy. I'm a little tired. My ass is getting raw. You wanna come in and take the shift over? Move it. I watch the horses, dude. I got a horse named Bert. And if he notices me staring at him while he's working on a piece of fence, he just stares at me like, yep, that motherfucker's gonna come out here and reinforce it. That's right, bitch. I'll be out there today to tighten that piece of fence up, you little motherfucker. Cause this son bitch, he knows where my bedroom is. He knows it's downstairs. And he'll come in and stick his head through the entire damn window or just keep tapping on it till it breaks and then stick it in.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've literally woke up in the morning with the dog licking the horse and the horse's head sticking through the window, and I'm like trying not to get him cut. You know what I mean?
Right.
I literally had to just put blankets all over it and bust the rest of the glass out and then go outside and
back him up
and get him out of there. And he still cut his fucking neck all up, man. It was fucked up.
Oh, you probably cut it going in. Didn't even know.
Yeah. Yeah, my bet was like, yeah, you might as well just put bars on that window, Mike. He knows where you're at. He loves you, man. He wants to come sleep in the room with you.
Right.
But he was dying in the field, you know. And one of my neighbors, he didn't make a living off farming. He worked. He was an engineer for Ford Motor Company, and when the motor auto industry crash. You know, he lost his job, and here he's got 6 horses just in the field dying, you know, starving. He's letting them graze, thinking, yeah, they'll be all right, but they look like just skin hanging over bone, you know. So when I took them, the other 5 took to slowly going back under their high protein diet, no problem, but he wouldn't do it. So I pretty much sat up a cot in the barn, you know, in the stables, and just hung out with him. Kept smoking weed and blowing in his face. I'd get him stoned.
Yeah.
Then he'd drink water, and then I'd get him eating. But it seemed like I couldn't get him to eat enough. So what I did is I'd get him stoned, give him water, and when I feed him, I'd feed him trimmings. Put a bunch of marijuana buds in there.
Mm-hmm.
I grow my own, and he'd get even more stoned, and he'd want to eat more. Yeah, me and my daughter, we slept.
He knows where he's getting stoned at.
Yeah, we slept in the barn with him, you know, the stables for 3 fucking weeks, and finally he was eating regularly and shitting regularly. Once he started getting close to solid bowel movements, I was like, yeah, I can go in the house now, you know. But ever since then, that motherfucker loved me. Me and my daughter, he's like, man, these motherfuckers won't even let me die. He probably just wanted to die, you know, and he kept looking at us like, just
He was
go
depressed.
on.
He missed his owner.
Well, yeah, and his owner comes down and visits him, but he starved. They starved for like 2 months. All they were grazing. They'll never eat enough grass to survive. If you want them to survive, you can't just let them out in the field. You got to let them get to the trees, the bushes, the shrubs, and then they'll eat the inside of the branches, and they'll chew bark off and eat the heart of the tree, and then they'll get proteins and nutrients.
Yeah.
You know, they eat the shrubbery, they'll get it, but they won't get that shit from the grass, man. Grazing only gets you so far. Kill the munchies, you know? It's not going to keep you healthy.
Kind of like eating iceberg lettuce.
Yeah, exactly. And I feed him, you know, you give him sugar treats, you know? You give him sugar cubes, or you can give him fucking gummy worms, you know? And he loves gummy worms and Cinnabars and shit.
Mm-hmm.
But that's because one of the things I would give him is edible, a gummy, a big gummy bear, edible, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I noticed, dude, he could eat like 5 of them motherfuckers, 6 of them not get pied, but you give him that 7th one, all of a sudden his eyes are bloodshot and he's licking, you know? He's got a 3-foot tongue, dude. He just fucking. Now he takes his tongue and he snatches my hat off my head and he'll drop it on the ground, and when I bend over to pick it up, he licks my head all the time. I love you, Mike.
Where's the weed at, bro?
Yeah, and the only reason he wants out of the damn fence is because he don't want to wander to the road. None of them do. They want to get to the apple orchard or the peach trees or the pear trees, you know?
Yeah, and juicy stuff.
Yeah, they get by that shit and they'll eat till they fucking kill themselves. They'll overeat till their stomach bursts.
Yeah.
Because they don't know when to stop.
Right.
And there's like 3 pear trees real close to the runway. Dude, he'll get out, he'll eat the lilacs. He likes lilac flowers. He'll eat the lavender, the purple ones.
Those are good dewormers, man.
Hmm?
Lilacs are good dewormers.
Yeah. He loves that shit. He just likes to get outside of the runway and pig out. He never goes towards the road. Fuck, I don't think he'd leave here if he could. But he knows he's out to pasture. Unless we're saddling up all the other horses and he starts throwing a fit, we don't saddle him up. But if he starts throwing a fit, then I'll put the 16-year-old on him. Or the youngest kid I got there, the smallest kid. Because he's a slow walker. He's real gentle. He's like, they're for riding, and he knows it. I want to ride. He wants to be part of the farm, you know?
Giddy up me.
Yeah. A lot of times I'll just saddle his ass up and harness him to my other, you know, put a lead onto my other horse. Just
You gotta
make
get
my
a
horse
chihuahua
go slow.
ride on him. You gotta get a little chihuahua that can ride on him.
Yeah, dude. If my dog wasn't so fat, he'd try. He does try. He tries to
Sure.
climb the fence and get on him, but I had to make him quit because he's so thick, man. He's gonna hurt himself. He's gonna crack a rib or something, you know.
Yeah, too much body weight for the bone mass and all that stuff.
Yeah, but the cat, dude, my tomcat, I go out there all the time. Tom's just laying on top of. He'll ride all the horses. He'll get up on the fence, and one of them will come up there and be like, "Hey, hop on, Tom." He just gets up
Tomcats
there and sleeps on their
are
back.
the best dog friends.
Yeah, they're fucking buddies. But it's like that. The house animals, they all love the farm animals. But because I love on them, and then they see me loving on all the other animals. That's what I try to tell people that come in here about conglomerate farmer. And they say, "Oh, farmers are murderers," and I'm like, "No, dude, you need to come hang out on the family farm. Because I catch you being mean to my motherfucking animals, and the whole crew's gonna get a bonus that day if they stomp a mud hole where your ass was.
Yeah.
Plus, I'll bail them out of jail if need be. You know, they're a part of the farm. They're family history. They're family. Like that dog. Those dogs I got. I got a dog I love. I bred her. I kept the bloodline. They're like I'm like on the 10th generation of bloodlines from my pet from when I was a kid. My first royal bloodline, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's not just a dog, it's family.
Yeah.
He knows it too.
People will say, "Oh, it's just a dog," and it's like you realize, like any animal will love on you, but like a dog is special, man. Like you could beat that dog, and if that dog thinks of you as its owner, that dog will still protect you with its life.
Yep. They're all my buddies, shit.
Oh yeah, no, I could never beat them, but I've seen people just be assholes to them, and then when you try to pet them, that they don't like you, but they love their owner.
Yep. I can't watch a motherfucker be mean to their dog.
Yeah.
There's a difference between reprimanding him. What you do is you give them all the love in the world when you're training them. And if they don't do what you want to, take the love away. Instead of good dog, call them bad dog.
Yep.
That hurts more than any hand.
Yep.
Because they want nothing but to please you. They want to hear they're a good dog.
Yep.
I know I've been training dogs since I was fucking 12. I can train a dog that'll defend you with his life.
There's a difference between hitting your dog and popping your dog.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
when you leave, when your guest leaves like a piece of food laying out, and the dog tries to sneak up and eat it or something like that, and you pop him from behind. Nope.
Yeah, that's not beating your dog.
No.
You don't go up and swift kick them in the ribs, though. You know.
No.
No, but a cup upside the head. Hell, my dad cut me in the back of the head.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I agree. It's just an attention getter.
Yeah.
I don't like cropping their ears, cutting their tails. I don't do none of that shit.
Mm-mm.
I won't sell a dog to a person that's going to crop them either. And a lot of people don't like me for that because they want my dogs. But I tell them, hey, that's not cool. You cut the dog's ear off. That's part of his placement. He knows where he is because his ears touched up. They got to be able to move around in a circle. And that tail and them ears tell them when they have the room to do it.
Yeah.
It's part of their balance system, motherfucker.
Yeah. Let me cut your ears off.
Yeah, let me cut your fucking ears off, motherfucker. See if you know where the fuck you are. See if you still have equal fucking librium. You know? I mean, why the hell? I never get that. If you don't like a floppy-eared dog, don't get a floppy-eared dog.
Yeah.
Get a fucking Doberman Pinscher where their ears stand up perky anyway, you know? I never liked that where people crop their Doberman pinchers' ears and shit. That shit's fucked up. They end up having a bunch of ear problems. You got to put medicine in their ears for mites all the time. There's a reason they're floppy and they cover them orifices. So shit don't get in there. But when they need them, they got strength in their ears and they can stand them up. It's goddamn flap cover.
Yep.
Just like that tail. When it's not telling them how much room they got to back up, it's covering their bung hole.
Yep.
You don't want foreign objects in these orifices, man. You know. I mean,
yeah. You don't know what kind of cockroach is going to crawl up in there and die.
Right. Right. But, I mean, like in the wild, if a dog is fighting against a coyote, that tail would tell him whether or not he's got room to move behind him. Or he could spin and slam his head into a tree because he had no tail and he couldn't tell there was a tree behind him.
Yeah, or if the dog that got the jump on him on the backside, it gives him a little bit of leverage. You know, it's kind of like a guiding rod, saying, "Hey, like if you've ever done any jujitsu, the slightest little leverage will allow you to change position and flip your opponent."
Yep. You just got to know where to place your hands.
Yep.
Transition. It's called transition.
Switch your hip.
I do. My daughter trains. I used to train with the Michigan Grappling Association.
That's
I
awesome.
fought for Tapology and Prison
I wish
City
I'd have
Fight
gotten picked
Club.
when I got to train with Henzo that was pretty fucking cool. I was in the Army, 101st, and Henzo came out and visited us at grappling day. We all got to take turns grappling with Henzo.
Cool.
I was a dumb piece of shit, fucking fatherless infantry soldier that didn't know what the fuck I was doing. And if I'd have known, I would have had so many pictures of so many different things.
You talking Gracie's?
Mm-hmm. Not Henzo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they teach Gracie combatants, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was in the 50 Deuce. 502nd Infantry Regiment, Fort Campbell, Kentucky. That's the only formal training I've had of any jiu-jitsu. And I've gone like over 30 minutes with like state champion wrestlers.
That's good.
But that was a long time ago too. I was younger.
That is good. I took.
Now, I mean, I'll give you every bit. I'll give you every bit of 10 minutes, at least 8.
I'm in the States.
Long fucking
level,
time.
But
anything over 2 is long.
But I did wrestling. I took second in my state.
I've
been at state levels.
I never did wrestling, but when I learned jiu-jitsu, it made all the sense in the world. I was a weak fighter until I learned jiu-jitsu. And fighting for my back gave me every advantage I ever could want.
Yeah, but I did Kempo style, Taekwondo. Yeah. And I didn't get into jiu-jitsu, until the Marine Corps, and then when I got out, wanting to show these 20-year-old men they aren't as tough as they think they are. I started this fight club, and I was just one day I was on this dude. I was talking to my nephew, and this dude started talking shit to me on Facebook, and I was like, "Bitch, I'll bust your fucking ass." And he said, "Well, come out here to the Prison City Fight Club and show me what's up." I said, "Motherfucker, I'm from the Prison City. We can meet at 7-Eleven." I didn't know what the fuck he was talking about at first. He's like, "No, man, you sign a waiver and get in the ring." I was like, "Bet." My word, motherfucker, I'll be there. I said, "Nephew, you gonna take me?" He said, "I'll take you, Uncle Mike. I want to watch you beat the fuck out of this motherfucker."
Fine.
Yeah. I came in work clothes, man. The motherfucker was laughing until I got in my uniform. And then he's like, "Oh shit, this motherfucker looks like he works nonstop." He's like, train 3 times a week. I'm like, I work 7 days a week, motherfucker. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna
Right.
fuck you up, kid.
Matt Hughes style.
You're right. You talk shit to the wrong motherfucker. That's all. You just
That's
didn't
it.
know.
That's it.
And I was glad when he said waiver, because with military training, we're held to a little bit higher standard,
Yeah.
We can get assault with a deadly weapon just smacking a motherfucker in their teeth.
No.
Even though my state's a mutual combat state, I'm supposed to let people know that I've had hand-to-hand combat training. I was a specialist, motherfucker.
Texas
First
went
battalion. MARSOC, motherfucker. Before it was Raiders. Now they changed it to Raiders. In 2000 something. To honor the old people. The old Marines from the World Wars. But before that, it was just MARSOC. Special Skills Operation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know about MARSOC.
I went to Desert Storm, then Desert Shield. Straight out of boot camp. Went to the Corps right out of high school.
I did 6 months in Operation Iraqi Freedom. That was an experience.
Iraqi Freedom? Oh, that's more recent. Yeah.
Yeah, the $5 billion that came up missing from the U.S. government that nobody could account for. Yeah, I didn't know at the time, but apparently I was part of handing all of that out.
No shit.
I was just doing my soldier job. But I had a great experience out there. We had these little kids that would like go off, and we'd give them $5, and they'd go off and get us a home cooked meal because we're tired of eating MREs. And after like 2 months of being there, this little kid tells our interpreter to gather around, so we all gather around. He tells our interpreter he just wanted to thank us because of the money that we gave him to go get food, and he was able to put money and buy his family their first refrigerator.
Yeah, that was in like 2003, wasn't it? 2004 or something. Yeah. I was already home. 12 years, from 90 to 2002. I didn't finish out in my though. I had problems with chain of command, following chain of command in places we weren't at, you know what I mean?
That's because of Clinton.
So I didn't get a tribunal. Well, no, it was my CO telling me I was going to follow orders. He's going to kill me, and we were deployed somewhere we weren't deployed. So I knew I could tell him whatever the fuck I wanted. I wouldn't get no tribunal. Motherfuckers, they're not even going to charge me for anything that happens here. So listen, bitch, you're not qualified to say that to me. Tell me it again, I'll take your life quick as fuck. You ain't killing no one, bitch. You better hope I'm still with you. I'm the highest qualified motherfucker in it. He pissed me off. He's like, we just seen some crazy shit. Right here's the target. So we could have took the target out and all the motherfuckers involved with it. But he just wanted to hit the target and go. And leave this community of people with these fucking monsters. Who by God's law already earned their death. You know?
Mm-hmm.
And how many times are you in war that you might take a life that they really didn't earn it, you know what I mean? Or they probably shouldn't have died. You might question in your...
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's the one you would never have to feel sorry about. But you're going to leave it?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck you. We're going to kill every one of them motherfuckers, then we're going to go. You center the target. See, I was the only one qualified to get him from that range, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was real simple. We're all bad motherfuckers. We just move in closer, and we kill them all.
Mm-hmm.
Then this village is free. When I leave here, I don't have that on my conscience that they're going to go through and slaughter the whole village because we just did this.
because you did one and everybody saw it.
Right. Exactly.
All right. Nobody's gonna own up about who did it. All right, we're gonna come in and kill everybody.
Right. So once we came back, he wanted to file charges, but they were like, "Are you serious? You want to bring it out that we were where you weren't even in the fucking military. We don't acknowledge you went there. You're not charging him." But I couldn't be in MARSOC no more, challenging my motherfucking commanding officer. So I just picked the garage. I said, "Fuck it. I'm a certified diesel mechanic. Fuck, I'll go over here, do equipment mechanic engineer. If that's what you're saying, pick a new place or go home." Send me the garage in, motherfucker. Because I probably will kill him if you send us out again.
Mm-hmm.
It'll look like an accident. Yeah, I tripped and shot him in the back of the head. Sorry. There were bombs going on everywhere, man. IEDs. I fucking ran one way, thought he went the other, and boom, there went his brain pan. Misfire.
Or he tried to throw a grenade at me, and I shot him.
Yeah, fuck it. Lot happens in the front, Yeah, I was tired of seeing that shit anyway, to be honest. Wondered what. There were times, you ever see combat? Were there ever times you wondered, what am I doing here?
Yeah. Yeah. That was like that all the way up through Iraq when we crossed the border from Kuwait going through Iraq. Like I didn't see enemy for nothing going all the way up through.
Citizens. Yeah,
And
we're
what
just
we're doing,
yeah.
like some people were lookout pointing at us so that way their families knew that we were there to stay inside.
Yeah.
Occasionally somebody would pop off fucking around. It's like, dude, you just shot at an innocent fucking person, dude.
We're insurgents. We were insurgents.
We were the insurgents.
Yeah, I can't believe people were in 2005, 2006 talking about, we got to go back over there. And I'm thinking, bitch, we've been there since 1990. What the fuck are you talking about? We started building bases. We ain't never left.
We were there since 1980.
Yeah, we never left.
Never left. We put some, we fucking stayed there.
Yeah, never. We were insurgents. We never left. I couldn't believe people. I was home and people. This is when I quit hanging out at normal clubs. I said, fuck it. Be at the BFW. I'll see you guys later. Because, nobody asked dumb questions like that when it come on the news at BFW. They usually said, change the channel.
Mm-hmm.
Change the channel. Somebody buy another round. Rack them balls.
Yeah.
Plus, we did shit.
Simple minds.
Yeah.
All it means to control you and keep you dumb.
I still hear that shit here. They're like, we went there, we left, we came home, we went back, and I'm like, no, you're already wrong. No, man, we left and came back. I'm like, dude, we've been building bases since fucking the mid '80s. What the fuck are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
And we've been there in large force since the '90s, and we ain't left. There wasn't no we went home.
We never left.
You're being abused by the mod MJ. That's funny because MJ is like, I don't think I've ever even seen him ban a motherfucker.
Who? Me?
No, Sacrifice.
Oh. Oh.
I'm gonna go down here. I'm gonna go down here to Biblical and laugh. I'll be back.
Yeah.
Delusional Dutch Spacecraft.
Ja.
Jouw channel.
Nee, dat is mijn account.
Oh.
Niemand zegt wat.
Jij wel wat dan?
Ja,
Oh, hij staat van al.
Hij staat er aan. Hallo?
Hallo.
Hallo?
Allemaal gemute, Niels. Niemand zegt wat.
Waarom is het allemaal gemute dan? Zeg wat. Hoezo dan? Hij is silver. Hij is valued.
Dat loopt er heel erg in.
Deze is gold plus.
U constant in die fucking voice chat. Echt geen tering.
Deze is flat earther. Verified Joyces is Jesus is our Lord and Savior. Bible study. Dus dat is die studeert de Bijbel. Cryptocurrency. Ladies night. Oh, dit is een vrouw. Waarom zit ze in een ladies night?
Dat is zo'n Karen ding.
Dat weet ik niet. Kijk wat voor rollen ik heb. Ik heb
Super Gold Plus.
nee, ik heb Space Third, Globus, Mysterious, Walking Talking Contradiction,
Heb je dat allemaal gedaan?
Space Crabs, Globe Earther, Popcorn, Gamer. Ik ben een gamer.
Heb je dat allemaal? Heb je dat net? Oh, je zit je al heel lang.
Ik zit er al 3 jaar op dit ding, joh. Nee, dat was. Je zit er al 3 jaar, 4 jaar op. Ja, dat is gewoon grappig. Ja, dat is af en toe een beetje lachen, toch? Moet je nooit lachen dan? Moet je niet lachen dan? Nou. Hey.
Ja, maar niemand zegt wat. Normaal als ik erin kom, zit er echt... Soms zijn er 3 kanalen met 50 mensen in elk kanaal, hè. En dan is het 1 tering, zo is het dan. Is het bijna onmogelijk. Nou ja, er wordt wel heel goed gemodereerd dat 1 iemand in gesprek is. En dan pas de ander. Of als er een debat is. Weet je, dan zijn er meestal 2 of 3 mensen die tegen elkaar een beetje aan het debatten zijn. En dat wordt wel goed gemodereerd dan.
I just realized the earth's flat. Don't be quick to be thinking I'm capping. Do the research and find out what happened. You can't even go to none of these planets. They all deceive you just like NASA. Sooner or later you gon' need a casket. COVID-19, they just planned it. Now we at home cause the pandemic. It ain't really my fault if you don't wanna listen. Would've known this would happen if you was Christian. Yeah, it's a new year but it's gon' get vicious. Having all of these visions. I'm really about to just bust open the firmament. How you not gon' trust me but go ahead and trust the government? But it ain't too late. If you a sinner, go repent. All these famous people that you see worship Satan. I'm really speaking the truth, man. I know that they hate it, but I know I'm the chosen one, like my name was Jacob. They wearing their makeup. God is my maker, he's the creator. If you think dinosaurs real, tell me where's the crater. Told me to Google it, now you just lazy. All of these demons making me crazy. What's in the food? Might be babies. Can't go to Antarctica, get stopped by the Navy. I don't know, bro, seem kinda shady. And they've been doing this shit since the 1800s. Every country signed a treaty so they could stop you from walking on it. And the world's surrounded by ice walls so the water don't fall off it. And they been trying to break the dome, trying to shoot up all all these rockets. It was called Operation Fishbowl, but the dome always stopped it. You just can't leave Earth cause God made it this way. What's really messed up is the media trying to make us all gay, trying to make it okay. Saying we came from monkeys, you need a brain. Nah, you need a slap in the face and see how it tastes. Once you atheists go up to the heaven gates and realize that it wasn't fake and spend eternity in that one place. All them times you could've escaped, all them times you could've had faith. And now it's the ways, and now it's the ways, and now it's the ways. And now it's a waste. You wasted it. It's all a waste. Should've prayed and prayed. But you trusted Bill Gates. Gotta switch up this lifestyle. If I keep living like this, it's gonna be lights out. Like Genesis, turn the lights on. I'm reading the Bible. I don't smoke weed now. Just gotta read now. Easy open my eyes, now I gotta preach now. I'm trying to teach y'all. Just be a Christian. Just believe in God. Cause that nigga's actually real. Kennedy, 2-5. You 2-5 for this one. Hey, I gotta speak my mind off something. I just realized the earth's flat. Don't be quick to be thinking I'm capping. Do the research and find out what happened. You can't even go to none of these planets. They all deceive you just like NASA. Sooner or later you gon' need a casket. COVID-19, they just planned it. Now we at home cause the pandemic. It ain't really my fault if you don't wanna listen. Would've known this would happen if you was Christian. Yeah, it's a new year, but it's gon' get vicious. Having all of these visions. I'm really about to just bust open the firmament. How you not gon' trust me, but go ahead and trust the government? But it ain't too late. If you a sinner, go repent. All these famous people that you see worship Satan. I'm really speaking the truth, man. I know that they hate it, but I know I'm the chosen one, like my name was Jacob. They wearing their makeup. God is my maker, he's the creator. If you think dinosaurs real, tell me where's the crater. Tell me to Google it, now you just lazy. All of these demons making me crazy. What's in the food? Might be babies. Can't go to Antarctica, get stopped by the Navy. I don't know, bro, seem kinda shady. And they been doing this shit since the 1800s. Every country signed a treaty so they could stop you from walking on it. And the world surrounded by ice walls so the water don't fall off it. And they been trying to break the dome, trying to shoot up all these rockets. It was called Operation Fishbowl, but the dome always stopped it. You just can't leave Earth cause God made it this way. What's really messed up is the media trying to make us all gay, trying to make it okay. Saying we came from monkeys, you need a brain. Nah, you need a slap in the face and see how it tastes. Once you atheists go up to the heaven gates and realize that it wasn't fake and spend eternity in that one place. All them times you could've escaped, all them times you could've had faith. And now it's the ways, and now it's the ways, and now it's the ways. You wasted it. And now it's the ways. You wasted it. It's all a waste. You wasted it. Should've prayed and prayed. But you trusted Bill Gates. Gotta switch up this lifestyle. mind off something. I just realized the earth's flat. Don't be quick to be thinking I'm capping. Do the research and find out what happened. You can't even go to none of these planets. They all deceive you just like NASA. Sooner or later you gon' need a casket. COVID-19, they just planned it. Now we at home cause the pandemic. It ain't really my fault if you don't wanna listen. Would've known this would happen if you was Christian. Yeah, it's a new year, but it's gon' get vicious. Having all of these visions. I'm really about to just bust open the firmament. How you not gon' trust me, but go ahead and trust the government. But it ain't too late. If you a sinner, go repent. All these famous people that you see worship Satan. I'm really speaking the truth, man. I know that they hate it, but I know I'm the chosen one, like my name was Jacob. They wearing their makeup. God is my maker, he's the creator. If you think dinosaurs real, tell me where's the crater. Tell me to Google it, now you just lazy. All of these demons making me crazy. What's in the food? Might be babies. Can't go to Antarctica. Get stopped by the Navy. I don't know, bro, seem kinda shady. And they've been doing this shit since the 1800s. Every country signed a treaty so they could stop you from walking on it. And the world's surrounded by ice walls so the water don't fall off it. And they've been trying to break the dome, trying to shoot up all these rockets. It was called Operation Fishbowl, but the dome always stopped it. You just can't leave Earth cause God made it this way. What's really messed up is the media trying to make us all gay, trying to make it okay. Saying we came from monkeys, you need a brain. Nah, you need a slap in the face and see how it tastes. Once you atheists go up to the heaven gates and realize that it wasn't fake. Spend eternity in that one place. All them times you could've escaped. All them times you could've had faith. And now it's the ways. And now it's the ways. And now it's the ways. You wasted it. And now it's the ways. You wasted it. It's all a waste. You wasted it. Should've prayed and prayed. But you trusted Bill Gates. Gotta switch up this lifestyle. If I keep living like this, it's gonna be lights out. Like Genesis, turn the lights on. I'm reading the Bible. I don't smoke weed now. Just gotta read now. Easy open my eyes, now I gotta preach now. I'm trying to teach y'all. Just be a Christian. Just believe in God. Cause that nigga's actually real.
Yo, how'd they play that? That was fire.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the, like, city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected, and also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No, you can open from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open.
Yeah. On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do
is
is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have a astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
Kennedy, 2-5. You 2-5 for this one. Hey, I gotta speak my mind off something. I just realized the earth's flat. Don't be quick to be thinking I'm cat. Do the research and find out what happened. You can't even go to none of these planets. They all deceive you just like NASA. Sooner or later you gon' need a casket. COVID-19, they just planned it. Now we at home cause the pandemic. It ain't really my fault if you don't wanna listen. Would've known this would happen if you was Christian. Yeah, it's a new year, but it's gon' get vicious. Having all of these visions. I'm really about to just bust open the firmament. How you not gon' trust me, but go ahead and trust the government? But it ain't too late. If you a sinner, go repent. All these famous people that you see worship Satan. I'm really speaking the truth, man. I know that they hate it, but I know I'm the chosen one, like my name was Jacob. They wearing their makeup. God is my maker, he's the creator. If you think dinosaurs real, tell me where's the crater. Tell me to Google it, now you just lazy. All of these demons making me crazy. What's in the food? Might be babies. Can't go to Antarctica, get stopped by the Navy. I don't know, bro, seem kinda shady. And they been doing this shit since the 1800s. Every country signed a treaty so they could stop you from walking on it. And the world surrounded by ice walls so the water don't fall off it. And they been trying to break the dome, trying to shoot up all these rockets. It was called Operation Fishbowl, but the dome always stopped it. You just can't leave Earth cause God made it this way. What's really messed up is the media trying to make us all gay, trying to make it okay. Saying we came from monkeys, you need a brain. Nah, you need a slap in the face and see how it tastes. Once you atheists go up to the heaven gates and realize that it wasn't fake, and spend eternity in that one place. All them times you could've escaped, all them times you could've had faith. And now it's the ways, and now it's the ways, and now it's the ways. And now it's the ways. Wasted it. It's all a waste. You wasted it. Should've prayed and prayed. But you trusted Bill Gates. Gotta switch up this lifestyle. If I keep living like this, it's gonna be lights out. Like Genesis, turn the lights on. I'm reading the Bible. I don't smoke weed now. Just gotta read now. Easy open my eyes, now I gotta preach now. I'm trying to teach y'all. Just be a Christian. Just believe in God. Cause that nigga's actually real.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go.
They say the earth's a ball, but I don't even see the curve. Where it's at, I can't even see it right above the earth. When they put that fisheye lens, then you think that it's a curve, but it's not. Why they lying to us? Cause they wanna hide our God. Make sure you take care of your kids, they might take your child. All these teachers really do is teach you lies, they doing their job. The media keep on feeding all you lies like corn on the cob. And you just fall for it cause your brain is the size of a dot. Having all these thoughts, I'm just looking for the end when it all stops. Man, you must be stupid if you think the moon's a rock and that the sun's a star. But when you zoom in on the sun, it ain't even that far. The moon and the sun the same size, how that even work? It don't even work, they just been telling you since you was born. When you try to tell the truth, the niggas they'll always ignore it. But let them be asleep cause till they wake up they'll always be snoring. I know the truth hurts, that don't mean it's fake. If you don't listen to me then it's too late. I ain't saying that I'm perfect, I am not a saint. I'm just saying that this earth, it ain't what you think. It's a new world order, ain't nobody safe. In the meantime, all we can do is pray. At the end of the day, we all gonna get saved. Except for those non-believing sheeps, y'all gonna be inflamed. The same people that was in power is in the same power. They always gonna hide behind the scene, they a bunch of cowards. The Roman Empire never felt like the Twin Towers. They just changed the name to the Catholic. They rule our world, putting fear to the people, thinking there's gonna be a war. Prophecies in the Bible coming true, it's the word. You gotta get rid of the Pope, swear to God, he's the worst. You gotta get rid of the Pope, swear to God, he's the worst. Wanna go to church, cause every time I look around, it's just getting worse. Sooner or later, we gonna get put in the dirt. This generation needs to think smart, letting other people think for you, need to think first. Only one that I fear is Yahuwah. Who the hell is Lucifer? People really think in their mind that they could go to Jupiter. Planets and stars are just lights, just zooming it closer. Everybody need to wake up, stop sleeping and snoozing.
Hey yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to wax. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't real if it's not what I felt. Cause I filter it out. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head takes note. Cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nut, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different time, the same old station, crowd ovation. Whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth but face it. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't real if it's not what I felt. Cause I filter it out. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter.
It is what a chocolate, but it has to be. It is what a chocolate, but it has to be. It is what a chocolate. is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up, age shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Dead. Quiet.
think on its merits?
I've been having a discussion with Sly Sparkane on his latest video about laser tests. You know, he made a video claiming that low surface level laser tests are basically bunk because of the distortion that's happening near the surface. And I agree with that, actually, but you know, he stated in the same video that the Hawking's experiment, for example, was high enough, and they didn't suffer refraction because of that altitude above the surface. Well, I then shared our laser measurements and our elevation above the water surface, which was higher than the Hawking's experiment. So by logical deduction of Sly, there is no refraction in our experiments, you know, and the discussion, you should look it up. It's actually quite funny because, you know, he's dancing around that argument. And I just put the fire on his shoes. You know, our laser was at least double the height of the Hawking's experiment. And he then went on to find different errors, you know, in the experiment setup itself. But you know, talking to these guys, they basically show that they have zero experience in you know, field research and engineering itself. They make assumptions based on their logical deduction without asking the questions to the guys that actually did the experiment. So they're making faulty assumptions and they don't understand the process. You know, he said that the Hawking's experiment, for example, they measured the height of the beam along the way, and we didn't do that. But he doesn't seem to understand that the device we created actually removes that requirement because, you know, just by its design itself, I could elaborate on it if you guys want to, but the laser aiming device, we call it the SALAD, the super accurate laser aiming device, was specifically designed to remove the requirement of measuring the height of your beam over the water by a process of elimination with refracted and actual measured angles. You know, and if you understand how that works with regards to the trigonometry involved, now the SALAD device would not work if the Earth was not flat or the surface we are shooting across is not flat, because it's using a GPS trigonometry system that automatically points the laser to a specific location, and that only works if the Earth is flat, because we find a reference location and we level the laser at the reference location, and the reference location is a lot closer than the actual target location. And the way we find the target location is by pure horizontal panning. You know, and if the reference location, for example, is 8 miles out or 5 miles out, and the target location is 25 miles out, it should not be on the same horizontal plane when we pan over to the new location. But these guys, they don't seem to grasp that.
They don't understand what a level transit is. That's
no,
we've come
exactly. You know, and if you have a target location at say 5 miles and you level your laser, you put the beam at the exact height as the source itself, and then you pan over to your 25 miles location. By definition, the beam should have risen, but we never ever had any elevation in the beam when we pan horizontally, apart from maybe a meter, you know. But that's just the tolerance, the error margin of the horizontal alignment of the device itself. Now,
the thing is with the refraction argument, we can afford to give them the refraction argument, even if they didn't. Our position is that they can't prove that the refraction even occurs, right? And they demand that it does, right? But let's just say, for argument's sake, that we gave them refraction. That don't make it sphere.
Hold on. I've got to interject there. I'm really sorry. So Sly has got absolutely no place discussing the merits of the type of refraction and the conditions that are involved in refraction, because he's fixed in the type of refraction that they use and apply. It's called terrestrial refraction. 7/6 of the Earth's radius. So Sly does this all the time. What about this? What about that? Well, you're not applying any of that. All you're applying is terrestrial refraction, an assertion that light bends around the radius of the Earth, 7/6 of that radius. That's terrestrial refraction. That's what they apply. Anything further to that or beyond that is nonsense because it's not their assertion. 7/6R terrestrial refraction.
What they do is they assert it, but we actually put a method in the experiment itself to eliminate the possibility of refraction by having a calculated angle change towards an observed angle change. And if you are working with a refracted beam, what you change at the source should not correspond with what you see on the other side. You get it? There's an incidence angle and a refracted angle. And if you are working with a refracted beam, when you move your beam at a specific angle at the source, if it's refracted, then it should not correspond on the other side with the exact height difference. But it does, you know, every step that we move the laser up or down was exactly as it calculated out. So there is no refraction going on. And we actually added the calculated refraction by the Snell's law calculations we put in the document. But there's no mention of that.
Right.
Ever.
And when the Globers do it, none of that's applicable, none of that's measured, none of that's taken into account. It's just an arbitrary 7/6R.
Yeah. Yeah, and he was falling over the fact that in the document that we published, there was a brief description of the calibration process of the cellular device itself. Basically, we put in the document that we aimed the laser at the horizon to landmarks, and then after it got dark, we found the reference location. But you know, that's just basically a short summary of what actually goes on for calibrating the device itself, because now the device itself, it would not work if it's not completely level on all sides. That includes the device itself, but the beam also. They are not level, exactly level down to the micrometer, then the GPS targeting system would not work. It requires the device and the beam to be exactly level.
So you're essentially validating a level transit with an object that you can pan through that level transit, and if it wasn't level, it wouldn't give a return.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah. So you've confirmed it's a level transit, and by doing that, you confirm the Earth is flat. You can't achieve that level transit on a sphere. It is impossible.
Exactly. And you get it right off the bat, and you don't even have to have the complex description of the experiment itself. Just the horizontal panning alone proves that there is no freaking curvature.
Absolutely. You've got a level transit because it's level. It's flat.
Yeah, you can do the same thing with zoom. If you zoom into and out of the horizon, you should see it rise and fall as a consequence of you getting closer and further away to the bulge, or the horizon bulge, or whatever they're going to call it. The fact that it doesn't do that, again, proves that it has to be a level plane.
Yeah. Yes, and yesterday, I think it was yesterday evening show, somebody challenged you, Anthony, about doing a test with a theodolite. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And what was the distance required to do that test? Because if you're using a theodolite over 100 meters, you're already stretching its specified limit.
Yeah, absolutely correct.
There is a limit to how far you can use that tool and still be accurate.
I want to just do a quick shout out along that line. Sorry to interrupt. So, I think he's just called Flat Earth Perth. He used to be called Fepe Perth, but Flat Earth Perth has been covering perspective in great detail. And what you've just said, it is Mike, isn't it? I've got your name right, haven't I?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what Mike has just said, in essence, backs up what Fepe Perth or Flat Earth Perth has been doing, which is a demonstration that the way it's rigged by people like Jesse when they use theodolites is that they ignore perspective. Now, this is something we covered a couple of months ago as well. We hammered this well and truly home, hopefully, to our audience. But there's other people that are doing the same and doing actual physical demonstrations of how the perspective works, what the theodolite does. And he does a very simple test. He lines something up with 3 or 4 Jenga blocks, shows that when you line it up effectively the line being your transit, you look across that, you can show that it's perfectly flat. But then you go alongside it, or look down the line of it rather, and you can see that they're falling away. And you could say, oh, that's Earth curve. Well, he's doing these examples on a flat table. And then he goes and does the opposite angle, shows it coming back the other way to show that there isn't actually a slope on the table. But in essence, you need to actually angle the theodolite down to account for perspective. But this isn't what they're doing when they use these, 20, 30 times zoom theodolites. They're doing it over about 20 meters. So it completely eradicates.
You only have to read the manual of a theodolite to see how much accuracy you get over a specific distance. And it's short. That just basically limits your measurements. And the same goes for other levels. All the surveying equipments or surveying tools are all made for short distances. They are not made for long distance.
Absolutely.
We've been getting the complaints and sort of the arguments that we haven't used any surveying equipment because they're useless when you're doing long distance measurements. That's why we created the Salad device to remove the need for any measuring tools. Yeah, it is a measuring tool.
These tools are useful for surveying because they've got enough zoom to overcome, now they would say in the textbooks, overcome refraction. I say bollocks, they're overcoming perspective with that amount of zoom over a very short distance. So they overcome the disadvantages of perspective by using zoom and a very short distance. And you only have to look at a surveying manual to know that they're not doing it over a mile. But that's what Jesse will do. He'll look over a mile and say, look, it's below the line. You're like, no, that's about as disingenuous as it gets. That's perspective.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I have to agree. And, Chris Maitre, who's also a member of VCOR, he's a very, very experienced surveyor, and we've been discussing, what's going on with surveying a lot and why these guys are actually convinced that they are living on a sphere. And I will probably butcher Chris's argument, but Chris makes it very clear. All the distances they measure exact, and the distortion comes after they've put in the data. Then they superimpose that onto a sphere. So all the measurements are distorted because they superimpose it on top of a sphere. That's how you get those distances, but they are most likely not exact distances. And we've just developed a new experiment that we're going to do in 10 days in the United States. It's a short distance experiment, and we're going to test it ourselves first to see if the method is solid and the results are also solid. And then we're going to publish the document and put out a challenge to all surveyors and everybody that wants to use that equipment to do or repeat our test and find that there is no freaking curvature.
Absolutely awesome. We're going to take a short break. So with that, I'm going to say first and foremost a huge, massive, enormous thank you to all of the live audience for tuning in and hopefully sharing this debate. And of course, a massive thank you to all of the debating panel for making this debate possible. If you hated the show, then you know exactly what to do. But if you like the show, maybe consider sharing it with a friend or subscribing if you've not done so already. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I'll see you all in the next video.
Oh, what a day! What a lovely day!
Proton, if you can hear me, hop in a VC check one. You need your VC roll first if you want to speak in a live stream. This is for Proton, if you can hear me.
And a headphone.
Okay, I think I'm in. Hello.
There you go.
How's it going, man?
Welcome. Sorry about that. I'm a complete noob when it comes to Discord.
No problem at all. Good to have you here, Robert.
Thank you. So, wondering if you had anything you want to pick the brains of a physicist.
Yeah, real quick, before you start, can you tell us what you're a physicist of and maybe a little bit background so we can kind of know a little bit about you, if you don't mind?
I am a cosmologist at a university in Britain. I'll prefer to just leave that unnamed if that's okay with you. But I'm a cosmologist, essentially. I work with the early universe.
Oh.
Cool, man.
So you study celestial objects? Is that what it is?
No, that's way too new for me. I study background radiation and what happened, during the original Big Bang stuff, inflation, all that kind of stuff. When stars and stuff have formed, it's already way too recent for me. I mean, I know the stuff, but my research is before stars form.
Okay, like the microwave background radiation and stuff like that.
Much before galaxies form.
Okay.
Before. I mean, we kind of look at the superstructure of galaxies because it tells us something about how the universe began. But I don't actually look too much at the individual stars.
Are you in touch with the people in Antarctica doing their research down there about the microwave background radiation and that sort of thing, or is that something different to what you're talking?
I don't have anything to do with that research. I'm working with ESA vaguely. With there's a probe that's going to be launched in 2024, which is going to be measuring some background radiation. I'm doing a little bit of work with that, but that's about it.
So Robert, do you know? Have you ever looked into flat Earth?
Oh yeah. I've been talking to flat earthers for 2 or 3 years or so. It's I enjoy it.
That's cool, man.
So Robert, you understand the background of the initial flat Earth claim, we see too far. The spherical geometry does not adhere with the reality of which we measure and observe. You understand that, yeah?
I've heard all those claims before, yes.
What gives you the stance that you do right now at this point, studying the cosmology, that some people come in here and say that there's terrestrial planets out there? What give you the idea that there is that, information that you can go ahead or evidence that you could cite maybe?
Sure. I mean, again, that's not the stuff that I do, but I mean, I know the science that's going on. It's kind of cool because it's pretty new. It took us, it's only 30 years ago we detected a planet around another star. Before that, we had no clue that there were any planets outside our own solar system. But we found them. We have really cool ways of finding them. I don't know how much detail you want me to go into with that. I can explain how we see them, how we know they're there, and how we know what they're made of, all that kind of stuff. It depends how curious you are, really.
Could we get what they're made of from you? I mean, can you explain that?
The way we do that is because we have a really fortunate thing called spectral analysis. It turns out, if you go into a lab, forget all about planets and everything outside in space for now. You just go into a lab and you take all the elements that we know. We've detected elements for hundreds of years. We have a whole periodic table. We have them all in the lab, right? And what we do is we put this, we send electricity. We really force a few electrons through this gas, because what happens is that the gas sends out light. It starts emitting light when we shove electricity through this gas. This is well known. This is how light bulbs, modern light bulbs work. That's not a big deal. The great thing is, though, that the lights that it put out is dependent completely on the element that we're looking at. There are some, and that's called the spectrum of the element. So every single element in the periodic table has a completely different signature of light to it.
Like a fingerprint?
Yeah, completely different. There are no two elements that have the same spectrum. So that means it gives us an incredibly cool way of knowing what element we're looking at simply by looking at the light from this element, because the light from the element is the indicative of what the element is. That's really practical when we're looking at stars, because one thing that stars do, obviously, is send out light.
A quick question.
So if we analyze this wavelengths of this light, it tells us exactly what the stars are made of.
Can I ask a quick question?
astronomers and physicists in general.
Can I ask a question?
So that's how it's used, and we can look at the starlight,
Let
which
him
is
finish
reflected.
explaining.
Being muted or something?
Ask a quick question, please.
No, Robert. Chad is asking if he can ask you a question.
Oh, go ahead.
When you say you can tell what things are made of by the light they emit, is it the thing that you're telling what it's made of, or is it the atmosphere of the
can you hear
thing
me?
around it? The atmosphere. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Chad.
You can't
Robert,
hear me. Robert
can
can't
you
hear
hear
me.
us, Robert?
Me?
Robert.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Robert.
Yeah, we can hear you, Robert. Can you hear us?
Okay. Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
Okay, so Chad's asking you a question right now, so go ahead, Chad.
Can you hear Chad? Sometimes
No.
there's a thing where you won't be able to hear certain users. I don't know what
can't
that
hear
is.
I didn't hear a question from anyone.
Oh.
Question. Can you hear me now?
Can you repeat the question, maybe? The people who I can hear?
I am
That would be...
I'm now. Is it the object that you're seeing the light from, or is it the atmosphere around the object which you're seeing the light from?
I'm hearing nothing. I'm sorry.
Oh, hey, Robert, will you just try leaving the voice chat and coming back, and sometimes it resets the sound?
Press back, I guess. Just hold on.
Just like disconnect and then reconnect.
I'll try.
Yeah.
That's a problem. It's a problem with
Yes.
Discord.
It's the phone.
Refresh on the page. That's what I do. Hear me now?
Okay, yes, I can hear now. Are you Chad?
I'm Chad, yeah. I was asking, is it
perfectly.
the object which is that is emitting the light that we can see, or is it the atmosphere around the object which is making the colour of the light different?
If we're talking about a planet, an exoplanet, is that what we're talking about?
Anything we see in the sky, is it? Are we seeing what the actual planet's made of, or are we seeing what the atmosphere is?
We would be seeing the atmosphere of exoplanets. That is what we're able to see.
Right, so we don't actually know what the planet looks like itself, then.
We have a very, very bad low resolution image of something called the Beta Pictoris system, where we can see a few pixels of the planets, but that's all we have. We don't have any
seeing
clear
the planets. We're seeing the air around the planets, then, yeah.
Well, of course, you're going to see the surface of the planet. I mean, you can't look through a planet that's opaque. So, yeah, we are definitely not in the position to see actual, good images of planets at this point at all. They're way too far away.
You talk about the planets in our solar system, Robert, or what planets?
No, sorry, no. We're talking about exoplanets. We're talking about planets around other stars. We have very good images of our own planets. But
okay, I just didn't know. I wanted to be clear about what you were saying.
Yeah, sure. We have excellent imagery of our own solar system, but we don't have pictures of other planets around other stars, aside from a few pixels, which were basically just there to show that we could do it. It's really, really hard to see them because the star, of course, is very bright and it's blinding out the planets. But we did manage to do it once.
Hey, Robert. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Am I in the channel? Yeah.
I can hear you. Yeah, sure. Hello.
Wait, you can hear me?
He can hear you.
He can?
Yes,
I can hear you.
Have you heard of a sonoluminescence?
Sonoluminescence is this weird phenomenon which causes light from sound waves and bubbles.
Yeah, in water. So what Scripture has the Word of God. It has the dividing of the waters, and it has the light. That's all of the constituents of that scenario right there. So, there's
if you want to interpret that Genesis line as sonoluminescence,
no, we're not talking about religion here. We're talking about the flat Earth.
No, but it's fine. If you want to interpret it like that, I'm not going to.
No, it isn't fine.
In that case, I won't answer it. Anyway, Chad, did I answer your question as you wanted? Because I feel like we didn't get into the atmosphere versus surface.
I mean, like the sun.
Discussion.
Are we seeing what the sun's made of, or are we seeing the sun's atmosphere?
We are mainly seeing the atmosphere of the sun. I will
We
agree.
don't know what the sun's made of. Then we're just seeing the atmosphere.
Well, we can see what the atmosphere is made of, but the thing with the sun.
Do you know
is
what
that
the
it's a
sun's made of, or not?
Oh, the atmosphere of the sun is
What
made
the
of, and we
atmosphere is
have
made of.
Yes, and we have very good seismic data for deeper into the sun, and of course we have clear understanding of what's going on in the core of the sun.
Sorry, did you say seismic data?
You can only see the atmosphere of the sun. That's all you can see, isn't it?
Well, yes, but
you said spectroscopy. I can't even speak. Spectroscopy. I just had a coffee. I can't speak. Sorry.
Sure. But I think what you need to remember is the light that comes from
We're talking about what we can see.
Can I
see,
respond?
when we look at the star, what we see is its atmosphere, isn't it? Not what the actual star is made of. Wrong or right?
You're completely right. What we see directly is the atmosphere of the sun.
So we don't know what the sun's made of, do we?
Well, we do, because the sun is not. The sun is not.
Spectroscopy.
Or
let him speak.
The thing about the sun is it's not a solid object. The photons that come off the atmosphere come from inside the core originally. That is how the sun works. It is a ball of plasma.
Okay, I have a question, Robert. How do you know that?
Well, because we can see the motion. It's not really.
I'm saying, how do you know it's coming from the core of the sun?
Yeah, that's a good question. We know that because we can see the convection patterns. Do you know what convection is?
Yeah, we know what convection is.
Convection, you can see the way the flow of the plasma is working. That we can see, and we can see the magnetic fields of the sun. At least we can measure it. And the magnetic fields also tell us how the plasma is moving.
Okay, but you were saying that you can only see from the atmosphere of the sun. But you said
we can only see the surface.
How do we actually measure the magnetic field of the sun?
It's kind of difficult from the Earth. That is a good question. It's really hard to do from the Earth. We have a solar probe which did it. You have to actually send the probe.
That's what. I know we can measure magnetic flux with a Gauss meter or a flux meter. So I was wondering who probed the sun or got close enough to get a Gauss reading or magnetic flux density reading of the sun.
Exactly. We had a probe of that. I can't remember what the probe's name was. It's about 10 years ago. We did a really nice mapping of the solar power, and it has some really weird properties, which we have no idea why they do. I mean, it has a northern magnetic pole, but not a solid southern one, which is super strange, but whatever.
How close did that probe get? Do you have any idea?
I don't know. Closer than Mercury, definitely. It was incredible.
It did not melt? Yeah, I was about to say, what kind of material? Because I like material science myself.
That's cool.
What kind of materials?
Is it the Parker one? The Parker solar probe?
Parker's
probably. Honestly, I only know about this probably from.
Just summarise what I think of what you've said, Robert. Before I'm going to stop talking after this. Basically, you said we can know what the sun's made of because of this spectroscopy. We can only see the atmosphere. We don't know what it is. So you just lied, and I'm finished with you. Thank you very much.
That's cool. Anyway, anybody else?
It's also
Hey, Robert. If you look in voice text for everyone, I have a little shot where it's a picture from ESA where they show an event on the surface of the sun where it causes ripples in the sun's surface. Cool. So I want to know how that could happen if the sun is not, or is a gas, or is just plasma.
I mean, there's no big. You think that these ripples would require a liquid? Is that what you're implying?
Well, does that happen in plasma? Because I've never seen it happen in plasma.
It happens in gravitationally bound plasma, of course. All you have there is an emission of energy. I mean, I've never seen this photo before, so all I'm just doing is looking at it. But these ring waves, that's a disturbance in gravitationally bound plasma. It doesn't surprise me that it looks like that. It looks cool, though. What's the scale?
How do you know that it's gravitationally bound plasma?
We know it's plasma. because we can measure the temperature of it and we can measure the composition of it, and that's just we know the pressure, we know the temperature. It's not a big deal.
You're measuring the composition, okay, from the light based on you're inferring it or correlating it to the composition of metals or the light that's emitted by the plasma of the metals here on Earth, correct?
Not metals, because
well, like sodium metal, or you can go noble gases. I mean, metals do. Like I play around with this stuff too. Believe it or not, I like vacuum stuff, especially lighting stuff. So yeah, mercury is a metal, and we have mercury plasma or mercury vapor lamps. Sodium is a metal, and we got low pressure sodium and high pressure sodium lamps. And yes, we do know that, like the spectral, whatever. What do you want to call it? The spectroscopy of it, or whatever, that complicated word. So you're just correlating that data with whatever you're getting from the sun, right? And then you're hypothesizing that, hey, you know what? Since this is like that, thus the sun is X metal, or a blend or amalgam of these metals, right?
Well, apart from the fact that it's not metals, it's hydrogen and helium. But yeah. We have no other way. Yeah, but that's beside the point. We have no other way of getting those spectral lines unless hydrogen and helium are present, basically. Those spectral lines will only occur if hydrogen and helium are there. So we know what the sun is made of from the Fraunhofer spectrum. Does it emit sodium spectral lines or not? Yeah, it has some sodium in there, but it's not very clear. But it does have some.
It does, right? Doesn't it?
You say that it was the atmosphere which makes the light. And you've just gone back again. We've already told you it's the atmosphere. You just said it was, and you've gone straight back to saying it's the sun.
The atmosphere is part of the sun.
We're analyzing the light from the sun, correct, Robert?
The light that is emitted from the surface of the sun. That's all we can do.
Oh, correct. Right. From the sun. I just call it the sun. I do not know what it is. I'm just analyzing this light that I'm receiving here on Earth, right?
Yep.
It's not science then, is it?
It's definitely not science, is it, Robert?
Yeah.
It's good correlation, but it's not definitive.
Yeah, it's not. We're not doing science here, are we? We're not proving cause and effect relationships, are we? It's just correlations and inference.
If you wish to call it that, but I would just like to say, what on earth what else would make those spectral lines if it's not those?
So you do agree that it is an assumption then? But like, as you might put it, an educated
guys.
assumption.
You got to stop being hypocrites and stop yelling at him. You're telling.
No one's yelled angry. No one has yelled.
You're putting him down like what he's saying is like is just ridiculous. It's like you sound like a bunch of children, not even considering.
Yeah, mute that guy.
Sorry, I can't deal with that. No one's shouted at you, mate. So let's carry on.
No, I'm fine. I'm completely fine. Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. You're saying that it is not definitive proof.
Right. So we would say it's an assumption, though, right? Wouldn't you agree? An educated guess?
I would say that it's much closer to being a fact than being a guess.
Okay, but you're still dancing. I'm a flat earther, okay? And you came in here and called yourself a physicist. So be honest to me. You don't know what the Polaris star is made up of, do you? You don't know, do you?
I don't know, because that's not how science works. Science works by getting the best possible guess.
No. You're a physicist. You're a scientist. You do know the scientific method, don't you? So science proves cause and effect relationships, doesn't it? And start telling me this isn't what science does. Science proves cause and effect relationships, yes?
Science proves nothing. Science establishes theorems. Proofs is for mathematics.
Pardon?
Oh.
No, hold on. Let me get this right. Let me get this right. Scientific method, we are doing cause and effect relationships. Science studies the physical and natural world. The question we ask is, what causes that effect? After we have proven cause and effect relationships, after experiment and validation, we can then move on to scientific theory, taking the things of which we have proven and building our theory upon the things that we have proven.
And nope.
I can't believe I'm actually explaining this to a physicist.
We need to agree on what theory means before we continue this. Because I would disagree on that definition, essentially. What the proof is. Because you can't prove anything in natural sciences at all. All you can do is get very close by consistently attempting to falsify your theory. And if it fails, then you get closer to the truth.
You're
But
talking
you
about
never get
logical. You're talking about logical deduction, Robert. Right? Logical deduction.
I'm talking about proof, as in what happens in mathematics and logic. Yes, and that doesn't happen in science.
Hold on. Do you think maths proves things?
Of course, maths proves things, but it doesn't prove anything about the natural world.
Okay, so maths not proving things, yet we're studying the physical and natural world, and in science we prove cause and effect relationships. After we've proven those causes, we can then go on to build scientific theories.
Is your definition?
So no, your maths isn't proving anything, and you're not doing any actual science, are you? You're basing it upon an assumption.
Try again.
And it's not his definition. I have 5 university papers that actually comply with what he's saying, if you'd like to see them.
What I'm saying is, mathematically, you can prove things within the realm of mathematics. There you have proof. It's easy. You can prove lots of things.
Can you put yourself on mute? I can hear you.
Hear me?
Your hot mic and Vito.
What's good, gamers?
Am I visible?
What's good, gamers?
Can you hear me? I think maybe
we can hear you. Yes,
yeah.
We can hear you.
Oh,
How
okay.
you doing? What brings you to this Discord?
Hold on, G1. We're having a conversation, but.
Heck, yeah, hold on.
Proof.
No, we're talking to Robert. Hold on, man. Continue.
So it's about what proof is. I mean, is it the big question is, can you prove any statement about the natural world?
If you can physically manipulate your presumed cause of the effect, then you've proven the cause of the effect. It's not like you are going to the sun or the stars and physically manipulating that actual thing. You're basing it on the inferences of things that you can do here, and the form a logical fallacy because of what you say light in the sky does based on your inferences. This is not science. You're not proving cause. You can't physically manipulate the sun, can you? You can't get there.
What you're saying is indirect measurement doesn't count for you. Is that correct?
Indirect measurement. Well, it's a nice inference, as I said, but you're not doing science. That's the only thing that I'm saying.
So look, you have 2 methods. You can do non-experimental, where you lack independent variables, and the best you can do with non-experimental, correlate. And we know in science, correlation is not causation. Now, if you want to establish a cause for something and prove that's what it is, you then do you have to manipulate that independent variable so you can establish that cause and effect. So a non-experimental, you lack the independent variables. Experimental, you have a manipulation of it.
If you want to establish a correlation, you cannot prove a correlation. Not in science. It's just not possible. But you can get really, really close to accepting it as true. That's easy. But I think we need to talk about what an indirect measurement, why would that be a less plausible measurement than a direct measurement? What would be the problem?
Can I say something about the sun and the spectral lines real quick, Robert?
Sure.
Let's say if I have a source, because that stuff, it's very intriguing. Let's say if I have a source of some ultraviolet electromagnetic radiation, correct? And it's contained within a boundary. On this boundary, I have phosphorus, which we know it does react with ultraviolet electromagnetic radiation and emits light. Now we can change the composition of the phosphorus to get whatever, light temperature we want. Now, if you, with your measuring device, with your whatever, however you're going to do your spectroscopy, or whatever that word is, what kind of spectral lines are you going to get? And are you going to be able to tell that this is coming from a UV source inside of this boundary? Or are you just going to pick up the light from the phosphorus?
It will just pick up the light from the phosphorus.
Correct. So you'd have no clue what's going on inside of the phosphorus bulb, right? These are whatchamacallit, what do you call it? These are the UV bulbs. I forgot.
I see what you're saying. But
I'm saying? Back to the sun, because you were saying we're just picking up these spectral lines from the sun. So you said it's fact, like we know what this is, right? But we've got no idea what the primary mechanism could be. We've got no clue. Like you just be picking up the stuff from the phosphorus, and you've got no idea what's going on inside, or if there is an insight.
I will disagree that I have no idea.
Well, okay.
What's inside the lamp, but I do know how much energy is coming out of it.
I think he's saying to be certain, not have an idea, because that would just leave you open to saying that, yeah, I could have an assumption, but not to be certain about it. And I think that's what he's getting at.
I think what I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the question was, if you can only see the surface light of this phosphorus, then you can't know anything about what photons stimulated the phosphorus, right? That's what he said, and I agree with him. You can't necessarily say anything about that, right? So it's not just an assumption, it's just about that. But we do have information about what's going on inside. Not necessarily.
Well, just because I brought you an example of the fluorescent bulb, and we know how that works. And we know that phosphorus reacts with UV. So again, back to the surface of the sun and what is the primary, the prime mover for this light? We have got no clue. We're just analyzing the light, and then you're deducing, or you're correlating. Oh, okay. Let's say the sun is emitting a very high spectral line of sodium, thus it's sodium. It has a sodium core. You can't do that, really. You can assume, sure, it's just an assumption, though, and that's it. It's not fact. And you can't write it in a textbook as like, oh, yeah, we know exactly what's going on.
I see what you're saying.
Again, with the fluorescent bulb, you're just picking up whatever light the phosphorus blend I put on the outer shell of the bulb is. And, of course, if I make the bulb out of quartz glass, it's going to let this UV come through, and you will be picking up UV, too.
So, okay, let's say that we're an alien, and we found this fluorescent bulb, right? And we have no idea how it works. We have no clue how it works. And we do spectral analysis on it. And we see, okay, we're getting some lines from it. And by analyzing those lines, there's phosphorus. Do you agree that's definitely that's a conclusion we can make, right? And that's not an incorrect conclusion.
No, it's not incorrect. No, it's not bad.
So what we can say is, then they can say, okay, well, what's going on inside this? We can also measure how much energy we are getting out of the light bulb, right?
Sure.
So we can say something about, well, how much energy in total are we getting out of the light bulb? Meaning we can calculate energies are going into the phosphorus to excite it, to make it transmit this.
Within a margin of error, of course, because there are losses, as you know, for sure, of course. But yes, I'm with you.
That means that we have information, indirect information, about which energies have excited the phosphorus.
But then you have to know how phosphorus works, though. And you said we've got no clue. We just picked up phosphorus spectral lines.
I didn't say that. I said we were aliens who found the phosphorus bulb. We're assuming that these are aliens who have actually done experiments.
Yeah, but that's a hypothetical, Robert. We're getting into the realm of like hypotheticals, and we're trying to get to the basis of understanding things with certainty, and we're going into like aliens, and that we're getting off the topic, even talking about what we're subject here. So I just want to bring it back to that. But we're going to ask a few more questions, but then we're going to try to get to the shape of the earth and so on. So, but please go ahead and finish what you're.
Okay, cool. I mean, the only reason I mentioned aliens was just to sort of get this concept, because what you said was that we already know how a phosphorus bulb works, so that's why we know where there's UV. So I just added the aliens to give an sort of a framework where we could talk about it. I'm not actually saying that there are actually aliens looking at the light bulb. Yeah.
Right, I get
is though that if we understand how emission works and how emission and absorption lines work, we can calculate by the energy output what the energies that were used to excite the phosphorus were, and then we can correlate that with other spectral lines because those energies would be UV energies, and we'll be able to say, okay, well, it's definitely not argon inside because argon cannot emit this energy, etc. So we can infer it like that. It's not these poor aliens or whatever who are looking at this light bulb are able to infer.
You brought up argon, noble gas. Mercury does emit UV, though. So would you know that it's mercury, or would you know that it's just UV?
No, you'll know which wavelength. That's the whole point.
Well, you can't. It's blocked by the glass. You're only picking up the phosphorus. You're not picking up any UV.
No, because you know that
the boundary conditions do not allow this higher excitement of electromagnetic radiation to pop through. So you're only getting the secondary excitement.
Matter if we can see that the phosphorus has been excited to, let's say, the third energy level or whatever. If we say that's happened, then we know what the exact energy required to excite it to the third energy level is, because we know phosphorus. We know what the exact energy of that photon was, and then we know which elements have emitted that photon inside the bulb. It's not just UV or not UV. It is a direct measurement. There's a clear number that we get, not just.
We have a direct measurement of the emitted light, correct? But kind of, if we don't break the bulb open, we have to assume from here on out, correct?
No, nope. That's the whole point. If you
you can't. You can never ever know that there's mercury inside of the bulb because you're not going to pick up any spectral lines related to mercury if I design the glass composition correctly. And I do play around with this stuff. That's why I'm just bringing it up because of the sun and all of that. So I do have some plasma chambers and stuff like. I do play with this stuff. So I'm sorry if I just caught you off guard, but it's all good. It's very interesting to me, like, you know, how you guys figure this stuff out without actually probing the sun. It's extremely interesting.
I can totally tell that you understand this stuff. But what I'm saying is, since you understand this stuff, right? So you know that if you get the full spectrum of visible light from mercury, you get the full spectrum of all radiation from phosphorus on the sort of the outer bound of this light, right? If you know that, then you also know the energies that are being emitted from inside.
Well, I don't know how much losses are going through, but sure, we can, you know, I can say in order for me to get this much light, I would need this much excitement. Okay, fine.
Because to excite phosphorus, you need the exact right wavelength. Otherwise, it doesn't get excited, then it just passes through.
Okay, cool.
So if it's been excited,
I do know the properties of phosphorus, correct? So this element that's going to react with my primary waves, you know, that's going to give me secondary waves, you want to call it that. I know some properties about the phosphorus, but if you correlate that with the sun, okay, the sun is emitting this stuff, and I've got no clue what the surface of the sun is. Now you can say we got these hydrogen fusion reactions in the flares of the surface, right? But that's also an assumption. We don't actually know. Like phosphorus, we can probe it because we know about it. We have it here on Earth. We don't have a sample of the sun. We never sampled the sun.
Let me understand what you're saying. You tell me that
we've got no idea what the primary mover or the secondary mover is, or you know, the secondary, you know, stuff that's emitting the visible light. And we've got no clue if there's a primary electromagnetic radiation that's causing the secondary electromagnetic radiation, which is visible in spectrum.
Okay, so what you're saying is, let me just understand what you're saying. You're saying that it's possible for us to detect the phosphorus in the light bulb by looking at the lines coming out of the light bulb. Time that it's not possible to say what the surface of the sun is made of, but that's the same method. So why does
you can infer that? Yeah, if you let's say you pick up phosphorus spectral lines, yeah, you can, you know, make an assumption, a good scientific, you know, assumption that okay, so the surface must contain phosphorus, right? That's fine. I'm okay with that.
So what's the problem with applying the exact same method to the surface of the sun?
Well, the phosphorus, I brought up the phosphorus to be specific because phosphorus works on, you know, it's a secondary thing. There's a primary, which is the UV. You know, primary emittance, you know, then it's exciting the phosphorus, then it's giving you the secondary light. So with the sun, you're just analyzing the visible, and we're drawing conclusions with the visible stuff, but we really have no clue what's going on. Anyways, I'm sorry if it's taking too long.
Jump in a sec.
You guys can
if you want to
switch subjects or whatever.
It's fine, but it's a cool thing to discuss. So
no, it's very cool. I kind of like this stuff.
We are able to know what the surface of the sun is made of by the exact same method that you use to detect the phosphorus.
Yeah. Right, yeah. You assume that it's phosphorus, right? Unless you actually break the bulb open and you sample what's inside, right?
Well, no. I think there's no other reason for those phosphorus lines to be there.
Because we have phosphorus to begin with, and we have measured what phosphorus emits, and we recorded that. Thus, we know, okay, phosphorus, because we actually played with phosphorus to begin with, correct? That's how we know these. Agree? Okay, then, all right. So, because we have had this stuff in our hands, and we played with it, measured it, recorded it, okay, phosphorus emits X, you know, quantity X. Thus, if I measure some light and it gives me quantity X, then most likely it shall be phosphorus. Cool. But now, give me a piece of the surface of the sun so I can play with at home, and measure that, and then I could tell you, same way we did with phosphorus, because you played with phosphorus to begin with. But if I give you this new, if I come out with a new substance that it's not phosphorus, this crazy amalgam, maybe it's just a mixture of all this stuff, who knows? Just this new element, let's say, right, hypothetically, right? Let's say new element you never played with, and it emits crazy spectral lines, all of it. Would you know what this element is?
Do you know what? This is actually kind of cool. Can I tell a story about this? Because you are actually putting a finger on something which has happened in reality with the sun.
Go for it.
When we started doing this spectral line stuff, that happened in the early 1900s. That's when we figured out how all the spectral lines worked. And everybody, of course, we took whatever element we had on Earth and we measured the spectral lines. That's what you're saying. Like, we got them, we have them in our hands. We have hydrogen in our hands. We have lithium. We have everything. We can test all this stuff and get all the spectral lines. And that's what we did, of course, because we're physicists and we're massive geeks. So we do this immediately, and we have all the spectral lines, and we're really happy. And then we look up into the sun, and we see these absorption lines, and we say, hey, check that out. That's how cool is this? The lines for hydrogen is in the absorption lines of the sun. That must mean there's hydrogen in the sun. That is the conclusion, right? And we do this, and we find lots of lines. And you know what? When we figured out all the lines that we knew, there were some spectral lines that we didn't recognize. We were exactly where you told me, where you said, what happens? There's an element we had never seen.
Right on. Right on. That's the point I was getting at,
We noticed this in the sun. We're just like, what the hell is this element? We have never seen this in the lab before. All we can say is, okay, the lines are here, but we've never noticed it before. So we named the element after the sun. We called it helium because we'd never seen this element before. Helios, of course, heliocentric. Right. This is the word that every flat earther knows. We called it helium because we noticed it in the sun's lines first. What this is.
Right on.
And then later, like 20 years later, we finally isolated helium in the lab, and we're like, oh, we found it. That's what it was. Sun first. That's why it's called helium.
No, I get you. I like helium. Gives you a nice reddish glow. Pretty cool.
Cool substance. It's an absolutely insane substance. It escapes into space and stuff. It's cool. Anyway, I feel like we talked a lot about this, and there were questions about the shape of the Earth, I guess you want to get to.
Yeah, we got light nerdy on these guys. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, we got people probably waiting in the wings. Does anybody want to ask?
No, it was fun. I enjoyed listening to that. I think we understand what is and what is not going on here.
We gotta be careful when we're like pretending to be logical, because, well, like, I know that's a bit of a vague statement, but Platonic logic is kind of hard to stick by because it's the razor's edge, So.
Right. Is there any questions that anybody has? Since Robert's a physicist and people want to ask questions and
so
find
Robert,
out.
Could I give you, say, a metaphysical question? You just like what you think about it.
If you want to give it to me, I mean, I'll just answer on that level that I can.
Okay.
Sure.
So, I think condition is unconditional.
Can you define your terms, please?
Condition being being, or definition.
Are you asking me if you think that existence is necessary, like logically necessary?
No, not necessary. No, not like that. Like, it's kind of like this. When something is conditional, it's a factor. It's part of a multiplicity of actions, right?
You sure?
Right. So.
Yeah, go ahead.
Multiplicity is kind of the derivative here, because everything derives from it. From self. What would be the word? Oh, I don't know.
Kind of struggling understanding what you're saying, but is this kind of the question of why is there something rather than nothing? Is that kind of what you're asking me?
Yeah. I guess if you can treat it like an open-ended question, then go for it.
Okay, well, that's a great question. I don't know. There is something, and I really can't tell you what nothing would be like. There's one of those questions
like
that physicists
how I see it.
really interested in answering.
How
but
I'm
it's a
kind
fun
of seeing it is that if you divide opposing forces into time, then in a sense that is a nothing, right? Waiting to cancel out. So perhaps that's the answer to the paradox. But we either came from nothing or we never came at all. Like, at least in my eyes. But
I can't answer that at all. I mean, I am not.
doesn't that make sense though? Like,
yeah, I'm not really.
if we said, where did this come from, and then it's like, oh well, where did this come from? Like,
that's called the infinite regress issue. If the question is either something has arisen from nothing, or there's always been something.
Oh, what are we talking about?
Lots.
We're talking about some kind of weird physical problem. It's not really physics, but it's
upon that subject. I want to ask you a quick question, man. Since you study the Big Bang and the beginnings, what is your biggest proof that the Big Bang actually happened?
We have two. We have the expansion of the universe, and we have the cosmic microwave background radiation. Those are the two. Do you want to explain why they are proofs?
Please.
Yes, please. Go, please. I love this stuff. Go ahead.
Which one should we talk about? The expansion or the microwave background?
The never proved expansion and the microwave background, please.
Okay, which one first?
Are you gonna go with the WMAP stuff from the microwave background, or
sure.
what? The WMAP satellite?
The Planck is later, but sure. We can talk about the measurement of the CMBR.
Yeah, go ahead, please. Yes.
Well, I mean,
let's do that one first.
Okay, so the Planck probe is the most recent and most highly resolutive image, but we don't need to look at the WMAP or even the original one. The CMBR in itself, black body radiation. Do you know what that is?
Yes, I've studied black body radiations and heat transfer stuff, but go ahead. That was a long time ago. That was like 7 years ago. If you want to refresh my memory, that'll be
okay. I'll just run through it. If you have something which has a temperature, it's going to emit radiation. If it has a temperature, it's going to emit radiation. Not only that, but it's going to emit radiation which wavelengths are dependent on the temperature it has. Essentially, the warmer something is, the shorter the wavelength it's going to spit out. Right now, you're presumably emitting infrared radiation unless you're really, really hot or cold. I'm guessing since you're a mammal, you're going to probably be emitting infrared radiation, just like me. Twinsies. So that is the temperature of an object is dependent on this radiation. But we have different ways of having a temperature, right? Because if you ask somebody, what's the temperature of a car? In question, right? Because inside the cabin is a different temperature than, inside the wheels, and that's the different sense of the engine. There's lots of different. You're hearing me, right? Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep, I'm with you. That's
going to be different. Is going to emit different radiation wavelengths because it has different temperatures. So if you sort of looked at the car from a radiation standpoint, it's going to be quite complicated. There's going to be lots of different radiation coming out of it. The reason for that is because the car is too big to sort of transfer all the energy around itself. If you have rock and you can't heat that on one side without the heat spreading through the entire rock really quickly, because that's just how thermal conduction works. So if you take a little tiny rock and you heat it on the one end of it and leave it for a while, then it's going to have the same temperature everywhere.
Well, except the losses, or you're assuming a perfect environment where it's not going to have any, heat transmission or any heat transfer whatsoever.
Yeah, this is just a thought experiment.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah. Heat one side of the rock, okay. Yeah, eventually, you'll transfer to the other side, yes, and it will cool off, or you don't want it to cool off.
It can cool off if you want, but it's going to have the same temperature all over the place. There's not going to be areas where it's hotter than that's pure statistics, really. You can't really
eventually.
You can allow it to cool off. Yeah, exactly right. When you have something like that, when you have something which has the same temperature everywhere, of its heat radiation is going to be really characteristic. It's going to make something called a Planck curve. It's a neat little sort of bell-shaped thing. And it's always going to have this exact curve. And that's what's called black body radiation. Black body radiation only occurs when the object has a consistent temperature over everything. So a car won't have black body radiation, but this tiny little pebble will.
All right. Okay.
the only way that you can have, because if we look at the universe now, I hope we agree that it doesn't have the same temperature everywhere. I'm pretty sure we agree that the Sahara Desert is hotter than where you are. You know, the universe has different temperatures, right?
Yeah. So you mean the universe as Earth, man? You kind of got me confused. I was looking up in the Alpha Centauri or whatever. You know, it's like, oh, okay, what is he talking about?
The universe is everything. But I mean, I'm just saying, as a flat earther, not necessarily you don't have a universe necessarily. You just have the Earth. But no matter which model we have to agree that if we looked at the heat radiation of everything in the existence, there's going to be all kinds of different temperatures. Yeah.
Sure.
So that makes us really curious. Has there ever been a sort of a flash of heat radiation that emitted from the entire universe at once? And if so, can we see it? That's the big question. The great answer to the can we see it thing is yes, we can, for the beautiful reason that radiation cannot escape the universe. Once it's here, it's going to stay here because there's no way out. So when we have a flash of light from the early universe, it's got nowhere to go. It's still here.
Well, you're really assuming that there's no way out, though, right? Because I thought in infinity, I mean, it just keeps on going and going and going. Maybe the radiation has traveled further away, right?
Now you're assuming the universe is infinite, which you don't have any basis for. But that's
what they say in the science books, man.
An ever-expanding universe into infinity.
Exactly. Right?
Okay.
That is what we're discussing here, the cosmic, background radiation.
Philosophically, we can just philosophically define it. That helps.
God bless you.
We can define it by simply saying the universe, by definition, is everything that exists. If we do so, then there is no way out, right? Because then we've defined ourselves out of that problem. If you really want to do it like that. So, in that sense, there is no escape. Actually,
there's no escape.
Heat radiation. No escape. I know, so dramatic, right? No, I can't get out. I don't really want to leave the universe. So I'm pretty cool about it, to be honest. So we have this. We can expect to see this light, but we didn't see it until the 50s, where it's a quite cute story. We had two radio astronomers who were trying to measure, and they had this noise, this background noise, which was really annoying them because no matter what they did, they kept picking up this noise, and they thought it was like pigeon crap on the antenna, and it turned out to be, the echo of the universe from old times, which was quite funny.
Or actually, microwaves being emitted from the water on Earth.
And they thought all kinds of weird stuff. They thought that they tried all kinds of things.
I've looked at the data from the WMAP and stuff like that. It's a joke. Like they keep on fudging it, or that's what they did. They kept on fudging it, until they got what they wanted, because the microwave noise that was being emitted from the water, because we know, right, what's a good absorber is a good emitter. Water absorbs microwaves quite well, and it also emits it quite well. So what they really got in the beginning is just this, they got bombarded with signals, like it's all noise. That's all they got. So they kept on just tweaking it, and putting correction factors, and correction factors, and correction factors, until they got what they wanted. Here it is. Right or wrong? Am I lying here?
Well, I'm misinformed.
Ooh, dude, you gotta look at the history of that stuff. The correction factors. When did those guys with the WMAP put that stuff in? Because all they were getting is just straight up noise. Nothing but noise. So they kept on fudging it. Like what physicists are good for. They fudge. It's called a constant. They fudge stuff. Oh, yeah, well, you know what? This is the result. Yeah, you're right. However, you got to multiply it by this. It's like, why? Oh, so you get the result you want.
That's what I mean. That's not how it went at all. But that's okay. Can I continue my explanation?
Yeah, go ahead. Because I looked in the history of that. That's why I asked you about it.
I think you should look into it a little deeper, probably, and maybe find some sort of, a little more sort of fair. But okay, we can talk about it later if you want. Okay. But anyway, the point is, we look at this radiation from the universe, which comes from every direction, and when we control for absorption in the oceans and all that kind of stuff, once we control for that, which is not a fudge, it's just basically making sure that we know that we're not measuring something which isn't the radiation from the universe. Once we get that fixed, and we know that we're not measuring something incorrect, then we look at it, and lo and behold, what we get is this perfect Planck curve, this completely beautiful, perfect Planck curve. I mean, the error bars in this thing are so small you can't even see them. It's just magically, perfectly a Planck.
After you got rid of the noise, correct?
Used a method which was consistent in getting rid of noise that we understood was there. Yes, that is not fudging.
Which wasn't actually noise, it was actually a signal. You understand that, right? That's my whole point. It was not noise. You know.
So what you're implying is that the WMAP data is faked. Is that what you're implying?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's not by me, but other astrophysicists, and they come out and said that straight up. You know, they did. It was fudge.
Straight up.
To fit their model.
I think you misunderstood them at that point. Fudge,
well,
to make the conclusion.
Yeah, fudge. That's what, in science we call it fudging. We don't call it faking, right? We call it fudging, right?
But you're implying that we're trying to get a certain conclusion and then we just...
Yes, we're trying to get that perfect curve. So we fudged it until we got it.
You're claiming that that's incorrect.
Man, okay. I'm on my phone and I'm about to go to work. I swear I will look up for you when they exactly did this and how they did this.
Please do. We can talk about it later. But the point is that it shows that the temperature of the entire universe was uniform. That means that everything in the universe was everything else. And that is only possible if the universe was extremely hot and extremely dense. Looking down to the Big Bang. There's no way out of that. You cannot avoid this.
Okay, I think that from that point, we can probably move on. Dem, did you have something you wanted to add? Or move on to?
I can move on to anything.
All right, maybe let's talk about the shape of the Earth. What gives you the best evidence, Robert, that you could give us that the Earth is a spherical shape? What's your best
geometry of the horizon?
The geometry of the horizon, you say?
The words based on horizontal.
Robert, did you say the geometry of the horizon?
The geometry of the horizon.
What about the geometry of the horizon?
The horizon is acting exactly.
What about my geometry on my horizon?
Hang on, hang on. What was that, Robert?
Just saying that the horizon that we observe completely comports with the horizon in the sphere.
Really?
Yes. How would you go about doing that? Can you please walk us through the evidence of that?
Of course. Well, let's define what a horizon even is. We can actually give a horizon to any object we want. Okay, it doesn't have to be the Earth.
Let's talk about our horizon. We're the ones that are looking. Let's talk about the one that we perceive.
No, we're just talking about what a horizon even is. Okay. Because if you have a hill,
yeah.
Everybody understands the horizon is the limit of your view.
Yeah, let him explain it. Cyclone, please, let them have this discussion.
Yeah, sure.
So, if you're looking at a hill, now we're going to get back to the Earth. I promise you. Just let's put the Earth in the box for now, and we're going to come back to it. Let's just understand what we're talking about here. So, we're looking at a hill, and we can have it on a flat Earth if you I don't care. We're looking at a hill, and the edge of that hill is the horizon of that hill in some sense. Because what a horizon is the line of sight, the tangent line to the object. It is basically the lowest line you can make from your eye to the edge of that thing, and you can't look behind it. That's what the horizon is. That is what a horizon is.
Okay.
Now, the thing about...
Hold on. One quick question. So is this horizon going to cause obstruction? Like physical obstruction? Like if I were to try to shine a laser through this horizon, would it go through? Or is it the leading edge of the sphere Earth to you? Or is it an apparent horizon where it's a visual optical horizon?
You cannot see beyond the horizon.
That wasn't my question. My question was, would I be able to shoot a laser through this horizon? Or is it an apparent horizon? Or is it the leading edge of a sphere where it's a physical horizon?
Asking me if it's possible to get a laser beam on the other side of the horizon from where you're standing. Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
No, you shouldn't be able to do that.
Said no.
Choose carefully your response.
It's a very simple question. It's can you yes or can you not? I mean, is it the leading edge of a sphere? Like it's actually like a physical place you can land on? It's the horizon, or is it an optical illusion created by the eyes.
It's not an illusion. It is the points on the Earth that are the furthest away from your eyes that you can see until the rest gets obscured by the shape of the Earth.
Okay, so we shouldn't
beautiful.
see things past the curvature, right?
Guys, I want to build on it. I was built into something. Hold on. All right, wonderful. So now you agree that like I wouldn't be able to shoot a laser through that because it's the curvature of the Earth, in other words, right? Right?
Yes.
Okay. So here's the thing. Here's the problem with the globe Earth model. When a globe Earthers see the horizon, they do call that the leading edge of the sphere. Or when they see any type of obstruction by that horizon, they call that the leading edge of a sphere. Now the problem is that when we actually go out and do measurements with lasers, high-powered lasers, a 0.8 millirad laser, about 2 meters above sea level, doing a horizontal pan from 6 kilometers, 12 kilometers, 41 kilometers. All target heights are 1.5 meters of height. Use the WGS84 model, which is the obliques forward model. We get that the shortest target at the furthest distance of the 41 kilometer mark should only be 90 meters. And if we added a 7.6R standard refraction, it'd be 85 meters. But these people are hitting 1.5 meter targets. So the problem is that we see what you think is curvature. Everyone could see that horizon. Actually go out to directly measure over water. We don't get that horizon whatsoever. We don't get that obstruction. We can literally draw a tangent line between 2 points and hit it. So there is no measurable curvature on Earth. It's only optically induced by people when they see obstruction or a horizon. But when you go out to measure it directly, there is no curvature whatsoever.
Do you have some? Do you have a concrete measurement? Do you have an actual data point here?
Absolutely. I'll send you the PDF. Yeah, I'll send you the PDF right now. 1 sec.
Let's just take one measurement at a time. So let's just have a look at one.
It was actually 3 measurements. It was a horizontal pan. Picture like the laser being leveled, and then they hit their first target, which is 6 kilometers, and then they horizontally pan it to the next target, which is 12 kilometers. They pretty much surveyed those 3 points with the laser by doing a horizontal pan, and all target heights were the same height. You know.
Okay, so wait, we have a 6 kilometer distance, and we have 1.5 meter height.
Yeah, the target was 1.5 meters of height. Correct.
What is the elevation of the laser itself?
2 meters. And the divergence of the beam at the furthest distance is about a 2 meter spread beam because it's a 0.08 millirad.
Have a look at that. 0.8 millirad. That is going to spread quite a lot over 6 kilometers. Let's just, I'll check that. But okay, yeah. Is it 2 meters over sea level?
2 meters above. Correct.
Sea level, not over ground, but over sea level.
Oh, yeah, from sea level.
So we are actually at the ocean doing this.
You mean over sea curve, bro?
It's a lake. They're right over a lake.
Which lake
I'm posting it. I'm posting the whole document, the whole document for you right now in voice text for everyone. It's called FE Core.
I've seen this before. So this is Lake Balaton, right?
No. This is all of them. Lake Balaton, Lake Hungary, Sweden, Lake Issel.
Which one do you want to look at? We need to take a particular.
I was talking particularly about Lake Gisel, which is the 41 kilometer distant one.
We just find that one. That's the Balaton one. Just hold on. Okay,
yeah,
the ISIL one.
It's Issel, yeah. ISSEL, Lake Gisel.
This is Dutch. Dutch people have weird ways of saying things, so ISIL is the pronunciation.
Yeah.
Who cares about that? So we have Lake ISIL is presumably pretty low. But let me have a look at what the elevation of Lake ISIL is. Just hold on. We need to have the actual answer. Okay, it's the surface elevation of ISIL is about. That's fine.
Hey, Robert, I was just. Forgive me. I was just curious. Is this the first time you've seen this? What Jose sent you?
I have seen.
Is this the first time you've seen
measurements before, but I haven't looked into them yet. So this is kind of fun to have a reason to.
Okay.
So anyway, we have the Lake ISIL things here. We have a target position here. Let me see what it says. It says that we have a blue laser placed 2.85 meters above the lake surface, and it was seen on the opposite shore at 21.26 kilometers to target 1. At 1.2 meters. That is on page something. I'm sorry, I can't see the page numbers on this viewer. This is measurement 3, Lake ISIL target 1. Is that okay with you? Did we look on that one?
Settle.
Yeah, I'm looking at it too.
So we agree that that's the one on the 8th of April at 1 a.m. That's the one we're looking at, yeah?
Yep.
Okay. So let's have a look. We need to figure out what you're claiming is that this is impossible on the globe Earth, essentially, right?
Yep. Absolutely. 100% impossible on the ball.
That's your claim. So we have a 0.8 millirad spread. Do you understand what that means? What 0.8 millirad means?
Spreading.
You actually calculate that.
I have some like
it's about 1 meter.
19-year-old kids here I want to sacrifice, In which channel do you turn?
Sorry, what?
Oh, God.
I'm joking.
What?
Though.
I just didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, it's about 1 meter.
Trying to make a joke. It wasn't funny.
I didn't catch it, I have to say. So the first thing we need to figure out is how much the spread actually is on 0.8 millirad, yeah?
Sure,
So,
it's 1 meter.
No, let's calculate this. I have 0.8 millirad. Do you agree that is the same as 0.045366 degrees? You are welcome
No,
to
he
check.
said 0.08 millirad, I believe, not 0.8 millirad.
So 0.08, okay.
0.8.
Well, I would want Jose to double confirm that.
Yeah, it was a 0.08 millirad. I don't ever say the first zero. I always go with point. I start with the point, so it's 0.08
millirad.
Okay.
They didn't
So that
say the
gives us-
size of the aperture coming out, though.
We'll get to that. So we have, that gives us a spread of 0.00458 degrees. Do you agree?
Yeah.
So we just need to figure out what that means. Do you know trig enough to do this?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We're just going to make a little triangle here. I can't do a diagram, but I'm sure you can figure it out. The one point is at the laser, and the other 2 points of the triangle is at the edges of the spread beam. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to use tangent. Yep. Inverse tangent. Got it.
That seems meaningful. We have a distance of 21.26 kilometers. We don't know the spread, so it's going to be something like the tangent to x over 21.26 is half that angle. Yeah?
Yeah.
Spitballing that. So let's just solve that.
Yeah,
Put on
that's right.
tangent to
We don't know
x
what the
over-
aperture is. So we know what spread is, but we don't know what the initial aperture is.
But I mean, we guess it does say what kind of laser it is, though, so we can check that afterwards. But let's just figure out the spread, assuming for friendliness' sake that it starts at a point. Of course, it doesn't, but we'll try. So we know that, and we know that this angle is 0.002 something. Okay, I'll just do some math here live on air. Isn't that exciting? So we have the half degree 0.0229. I know it's incredibly exciting stuff. So we need to do inverse tangent of that. Hold on, arctan.
0.9 meters.
Let me have a look. This is how we do things. So that means we have 0.02. Okay. Hold on. That by 21.
It would have been easier if you just used a calculator online.
That's what I'm doing. I'm calculating this
I
from.
won't bother you no more. Sorry.
I'm going to get a reasonable calculator here. 0.002. The tangent is equals to, well, hold on, to the angle. I'm being really slow at the moment. Just hold on a second. Okay, we're back. A little bit annoying. I apologize. So, God, Google, you suck. Okay, so that gives us, gives us a half spread of 0.09 kilometers, apparently. 0.09744 kilometers, which is 9.7 meters.
That's a huge spread, isn't it?
It really is. Do you want to do the? Do you want to run through the math with me, so we'll make sure that we're agreed on it?
I'm gonna fucking smash that.
No, I'll actually be more than happy to give you the 90-meter spread because that's still not enough. So go ahead, take it.
We'll take 10 meter spread just around. Is that okay with you? Just to
That's
make
fine.
it easier. We can. Okay. So now that means we also have an aperture, as it's been pointing out. We need to know the initial size of the beam. because that's of course going to be spread out. We are assuming a point-sized beam. So this is the blue laser pointer, it just says. So we need to know something more about what this laser pointer is. So let's go looking in the documents. WGS84 laser? No, that's not right, right? That's not the one they use. That's a target correction thing. Anybody got a clue of what it is?
Yeah, they didn't actually list it, the brand or anything.
I'm guessing we need to assume a basic. I mean, it's going to have a pretty good range, right? Do they mention the power output of this thing?
They do. I have to go through the document. It's been a while since no one's really asked that for that.
You can just assume, man. You can, give it a couple of millimeters or a few millimeters, 5 millimeters, whatever. You can start with the point, and then you can do another calculation with the, whatever beam.
I love math. I had the woman,
right? A few millimeters or so. Or I don't think it's going to have a 1-inch beam to begin with.
Oh, it's going to be.
It could though. It could. I don't know.
Mic check.
The thing is, if it needs to reach 21 kilometers, it needs to be a pretty solid laser. I mean, it's going to be a 200 milliwatts or 400 milliwatts or something like that. I mean, otherwise you're just not going to see it.
I think it's pretty
expensive.
Yeah, it might be a really nice laser.
I can imagine it is. If you want to, are you kidding me? This is a great toy.
That's a good laser.
Especially blue lasers, because they're quite expensive. Actually, the green ones are way cheaper. You can buy
but the blue ones are the most effective, I think, for long range. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Blue gets scattered less, or gets scattered more actually.
So it's the green ones then, either green or blue, one of those.
I think blue gets scattered more. I think I think so, Robert. I'm not totally sure.
More on the blue, yeah.
Right.
All that.
Mic check.
I'm back, guys. I mean,
I hear you.
You have to have a really solid case before you try anything.
I just wanted to quickly say that I love math.
Let's
Add the woman,
have a look
subtract
at
the clothes, divide the
curve,
legs,
shall
and
we? Just for
multiply.
something to do.
Hello?
Looking for that thing. So
somebody just talked over me the whole time I was saying that. Sorry. Hello, mic check.
No, it was 41 kilometers.
There's
a
recording playing.
We are looking at the. We agreed to look at the measurement of.
Just the furthest distance was 41 kilometers.
Yeah, but
which is about
agreed
25 miles.
You know what?
Yes, but we agreed to look at the one with 21.26 because that's the one I did the.
No, I agreed to.
There. That's better.
Mic check.
Morning. I'm here.
Morning.
I hear you.
Morning. Yeah, I just wanted to quickly say that I love math. Add the woman, subtract the clothes, divide the legs, and multiply.
Cool.
So what was that? They're mathematically deciding what exactly? Laser diversion and whatnot? I wasn't really here for the start of the convo. I'm not the only one left here, am I?
Nope. Cyber Blitz just came in. I don't know if he's talking or not, but
I thought I heard crypto earlier.
you might have. Gizbo's in here. I don't know if he's awake, but
And the cyber guy, is he think he's on a spinning ball?
no, he's flat earther too.
Cool bean.
It's a flat, stationary plane.
Nice.
Damn it, man. Damn it, man.
So I can spend my Go to Mars fund I was saving on something else.
Go to Mars?
I mean, theoretically, we could go to Mars, but it's not a planet. So, yeah.
Well, we could go to Mars, but when we got close to it, it would just vanish, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I like that idea. Not necessarily that it would vanish, but that when we got there, it'd just be like this sololuminescent light or something that you can't even stand on. Or be like, what the fuck? What do we do now?
To be honest, I think what would happen is if you went up far enough to see this, get close to the stars, I think that you would probably have to pass through the dome or whatever covering is over the top of us, and there would be a light above the water that's above that. That would make more sense to me. Just by the way the stars look in the sky when you look at them with your own eyes and, with like a telescope.
Yeah, I
They look
get what
like
you're
they're
saying, like how
literally
the light
lights.
that's on the bottom of the pool, right? After it
Exactly.
goes through the water. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I saw a meme that I liked quite a bit that showed a picture of water reflecting, light reflecting off the water, and then it showed a star, and then it was like, get it? I was like, oh, that's awesome.
Did you see that little star in a jar little thing? The clip the guy did the solo sono like he put sound into the water or something. It just created a little star inside a jar in the water.
First, it created a sphere of air, and then it created light. It's
Yeah,
fascinating.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's fucking wild.
Have you seen the plasma testing that they did? I'm trying to remember what the name of it was. But they put these shape magnets inside of a vacuum tube and then put different kinds of gases into it, and then ran electricity through the field, and it lit up. It lit up just like the sun. I mean, it literally got so bright it filled the whole room with light. It was fascinating.
Wow. Oh yeah, okay. No, I haven't seen that one, but sounds wild.
And it kind of like, I mean, I'm not saying that I necessarily believe that it's true, but I'm saying, in theory, they're talking about, they think this is what happens to the earth. You know what I'm saying? It's like at some point or another, the electric field it wears out or it wears off and it drops, and then it causes a reset type of thing.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
they say that that's what makes the sun is actually plasma, and then the electricity that goes from the dome down to the ground is what causes all of it. Pretty interesting,
Wow.
though.
So it turns a few light switches on for you when you watch it.
Well, yeah, it kind of. Well, I mean, like I said, I haven't verified all of it, but it does. Yeah, it
Yeah,
does seem
yeah.
to fit perfectly into the reality that we've come to.
Wild.
It's called the Primer Fields. Have you ever heard of it?
Mm-mm.
It's a series of called Primer Fields. Primer Fields. Look it up. There's like 4 or 5 videos that go along with it. Check them out.
All right.
They're kind of boring at the beginning because they're talking about how shape magnets work and how they design the shape magnets and all this stuff. But as you get into it, it'll start to show you things, and they show you how you can, plasma can be manipulated into making lights. And I seen something too. It wasn't related to that, but I seen something too where they showed where they could make a light rotate on some kind of a field or something. I'm not sure if it was real or if it was just hype, but it kind of seems to fit with that. But the idea that, all the great, holes in the ground, like the great cracks and stuff, like the Grand Canyon, were made by plasma discharge. That makes more sense to me than, water cut it out, even though there's no water in the middle of the desert.
Yeah,
There's like a river running through the bottom of it, but it's really like just desert out there. It's like, well, where did all that water come from? Yeah, okay, there was a flood, but why would it have cut such a big hole in the middle of this flat plain of desert, but it didn't cut a hole anywhere else? Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. I had an idea that because I guess somebody figured out the speed of light or something at one point, and I had this idea that does all light travel at the same speed? Like, would the light from a campfire travel at the same speed as a laser? I don't know.
Well,
To
I
me,
think
I would think
properties of light
certain
are
light would.
alive.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I think light is alive. I really do. I
Yeah,
don't know
yeah.
if you read the Bible, but at the beginning
Oh,
of
yes,
Genesis, it
yes,
says that
sir. Yes,
God
sir.
created the light, and then He separated the light from the darkness.
Yeah, I'm.
That to me is an odd statement, right? Doesn't that sound weird? Like, why would you divide the light from the darkness? Wouldn't light and dark already separate themselves? You
Yeah,
would think. I
yeah.
don't know. It just seems odd. It's an odd thing that's
I
said, and it seems to be, pointing to something, but nobody seems to think it means anything.
I don't know if this makes sense, but I'm sort of like a rebel Bible literalist. Like I cuss
That's fine.
sometimes. I smoke weed like a madman, like a chimney, like so some people who walk with the Lord and Jesus might say I'm falling short of my walk, you know what I mean? But
Well, that's
I
none of
know
their
my
damn
heart,
business,
I know
dude.
my mind, so I don't really care what others think about me, right?
Well, I don't know if I believe that, but yeah, I get what you're saying. You just, you don't really want someone telling you what to do or putting you in some kind of category or whatever. I can relate.
Yeah, I have
I think
a
we all
personal
care. I think we
relationship.
all do really care deep down inside when people do
Yeah,
and don't
yeah.
care
I
about
have a personal
it.
relationship with the Lord and GAC, and so that's how I see it.
Right on. It got windy here. Like yesterday afternoon, it was dead calm, and then all of a sudden the wind just kicked in. It's been blowing all night. It's cold here.
I'm up here in Canada, in Ottawa, where all the truckers are stirring up some poo poo.
Oh yeah. What are they doing up there? Like mad because they can't unload or whatever, or what's up?
Oh no, they've had the city, the downtown core, pretty much on lockdown or like not moving for the last 4 or 5 days. They parked right on Parliament Hill and they've had their horns blaring. And our douchebag in charge is claiming he's got COVID-19. He doesn't really want to talk to none of them. He's calling them all Nazis and all kinds of other things because there's been a flag or two flying around to say, we don't want Trudeau's tyrannical fascism in Canada. And they're taking it as everyone in the crowd loves Hitler.
Oh God. Why do they
I know.
always bring up some crap that makes no sense at all? It's like, oh, well, these people must be this or that. It's like, dude, why the? You know what? Somebody needs to get on TV and start talking smack about all these damn news companies, these pricks that are on TV. I'm so freaking
Yeah.
tired of these dumbasses. And they don't have
So
any
it's like,
freaking evidence. They don't have nothing. Just bullshit arguments
the
and shit.
way I see it, the message is falling on deaf ears. Like like Trudeau sticking his fingers in his ears and going blah 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 blah. That's how I see it. Leave. I don't want to hear it. But yeah, it's fucked up. And then there's a border crossing in Alberta that's been shut down for a few days too. The truckers as well. The RCMP went in, tried to shut it down, and threatened them with arrest and this and that. A few of them pulled away, and then some more blew through the RCMP barricade and re-blocked it and shit. No one got arrested.
Yeah, I honestly think that until we all get together and pick apart this damn media crap, I don't think it's ever gonna end, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and I've
Because
heard
as
a
long
few
as they have
people.
control of the media and stuff, it's just never gonna change.
Yeah, and I've heard a few people in our community be like, if only I could get rid of who's there and I could take over, I would do this and I would do that. And I'm thinking, we want to be free. We don't want to replace it with something else, but we do want something better. You know what I mean? Like where people of certain skin tones aren't being targeted for, certain things or whatever, and like true freedom. I have a solution to fix a deficit in my country, and it would work in other countries as well. And I advocate as much as I can for more help for the homeless, and I don't know. I'm hopeful. I'm optimistic, but it's hard to stay that way when for so long things have stayed the same. I got the financial institution I deal with to get vibrating coin machines installed in their banks, so I could go in there and dump my coins in and count it out fast and make a deposit. And it lasted maybe a year or so. I don't know if somebody counterfeited toonies or what. I've heard rumors of counterfeit toonies lately. So maybe that's why they took them out of the institutions, but they had them in there for a minute. So I wouldn't have to pay 10 cents at the coin star at the grocery store on a dollar.
Yeah, I think it's pretty rotten, but it is kind of handy to have those machines. They charge you.
Well, I mean, I pay a monthly fee at the bank. That was my argument, is like, I pay so much a month. What do I get for service? I'm a delivery driver. I got all kinds of change. They implied I should sit around on a Saturday night or Sunday evening with
And
my
roll them
nephew.
up, yeah.
Yeah, get your family involved and roll it up. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, you guys make billions of dollars. All I
What a
want is a
mess.
coin counter in the fucking
Yeah.
bank.
Oh shit. Well, I know you can get one that'll sort them for you for about $30 on Amazon, but I
Yeah,
don't
I have
know how
one.
well
I
it would
got
work
one
for
for.
large quantities.
Yeah, I got one for Christmas. It does everything but the loonies and toonies.
Hmm.
I think it was Christmas or my birthday. My aunt got it for me. But yeah, I hear you, brother. I want to see positive change. I have faith in the youth. I'm hoping they'll do better than the old farts that have been in there for so long, screwing it up.
You guys, is VC verified? Laylo, are you there?
Welcome to the server if you are. You can unmute yourself.
He's already open. Mike's open.
Oh.
Yes, everyone's talk. Mike's ain't working. What's up, Indio?
Oh man, how you doing?
Pretty good. Hope you're doing the same.
Navigate crazy snowbanks.
Oh, did it snow a lot over there?
Got like, I don't know, 30 inches or something.
Holy
Something like
shit.
that.
That's a lot of snow.
I miss skiing. I snapped my leg. I got 14 pins and 2 plates in my left leg. I did it skiing. I missed it so much.
Yeah, I wouldn't miss it. I miss busting my leg to pieces.
Yeah, but see, I jump out of airplanes and I love adrenaline dumps, and like, I'm a little bit nutty. I'm crazy, but I'm not stupid. So it's like I want to go back and conquer that Black Diamond run that I snapped my leg on and shit. And I keep seeing commercials with like vets with one leg and stuff, or those war amp kids or whatever on the hill, and I'm like, fuck, man, I gotta get back on the hill.
Never been skiing. Never been on ice skate.
Do you ski? Are there hills around where you are?
Well, yeah, I'm in New England.
Oh,
Not where I
nice.
am, but it's not far away.
Yeah. Do you ski?
Oh no, never.
Oh, shit. Oh yeah, it's awesome. Like my buddies and I, we'd get in trouble. Like, get out of there! You're not supposed to be in there. And if we catch you in there one more time, we'll kick you off the hill. And
I've never skied
Yeah.
either. I've always wanted to.
There's a lot of places to ski in New England. Lots of ski
There's a lot of
slopes.
places to ski
And
in
like in New
California too.
Hampshire. Yeah, I'm sure.
What were you gonna say? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I was just saying, like in New Hampshire and Maine, there's lots of places, and Vermont.
Right on. I think
if you're asking wood,
snowmobile.
yeah, no, I know. This guy's pretty wild, eh? Ah, no shoot, big net. Wow. Looks like that they had that net at just the right height to slow him down just before smacking the ground. I saw one. The guy basically like came down and paralleled above the water and skimmed the top of the water and landed on the water without a chute. That was amazing.
At land, he was wearing one of those suits that you cruise through, and he landed on a bunch of cardboard boxes without a parachute. It was like some demonstration or something.
I don't know. Yeah, I haven't seen that one, but I was just gonna say I don't know where it goes. Like, does it go to the point where, oh, Dan died doing that one, now we don't try any more of these, or do we just keep trying different things that are crazy?
I think honestly, jumping out of an airplane is pretty crazy on its own.
Oh, it's
That's just my opinion.
yeah, but no, it really is such a rush. It's like a second birth. It really is. And then when you get right into it and you want to do the wingsuiting like I do, like that's even more freeing. I can't wait to do that.
Go.
Jay!
Eddie, go.
Jay! Jay! Bro, wait for me. No, I'm getting out.
I'm gonna walk with you. It's cold. You guys are killing me. It's freezing out here. Aren't you cold?
Jay, got a second, bro.
Aren't you cold? Freezing my butt off, man. I like your sweatshirt. All right, be good, you guys. I'll see you after school. Love you.
Cheers. Oh, or you're talking to some other people. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I forgot to turn my mic up. I was talking to my daughter.
It's all good. I thought you were saying goodbye to us too for a second.
No, I would say about it's like love you. Yeah, I love you guys. Yeah, school. I forgot my. But I'm clear now, so go ahead. Somebody say it.
Yeah, I don't know. Get maybe several layers of newspaper, but one thin layer. I don't know. I know you might be referring to that guy where he puts the newspaper on the table with the ruler over the edge, and then he breaks the ruler. But that net has holes in it. If there was newspaper on it, it'd probably let the air flow.
Only one sheet of a newspaper, if you spread it on that net, it will be a big problem.
I don't
Even
know.
on water. Even on water, if you put a newspaper on the surface of water and you jump from like 4 or 5 meters, you will feel it like it's concrete. You know.
I'd have to see that because I'm
I
thinking
think
with
water
the net.
becomes concrete at any speed, doesn't it? Once you get up to a certain speed, it's like
yeah.
Depending on how you hit it, I would imagine. Like if
Well,
you
yeah,
pencil dive,
I mean like flat. Yeah, if you hit it flat.
your
No,
best bet is
those-
pencil dive and a scoop.
If you go like head dive, in water, and there is a newspaper, it can kill you.
I have to see that.
yeah, I
And then
believe
with
that.
the net, I was thinking because of the air holes of the net itself, I don't know how solid that newspaper would be.
The newspaper, that paper contains lead, and that's why it's so dangerous. Other kinds of paper is not that much of a problem. It breaks very easily, but newspaper, even if it's wet, uh, it behaves different
Yeah, it is
than
pretty
normal
strong.
paper. Yeah, yeah,
I think it's a combination between the fabric and the weaving
yeah,
of the paper and the water mixed together that it makes it like a liquid. The
yeah,
paper becomes part of the liquid.
yeah,
It makes the surface tension higher. That's why.
yeah. Yeah, surface tension has to. It's like I think that newspaper combined with the water surface tension actually has some effect, like strengthening that surface tension of the water. Yeah.
Kind of like when when you're squirting water through something, or let's say you have a pressurized spray and you're wanting to cut something with it, you add sand or you add material to the water, it's strong.
Yeah.
Fluid dynamics is fascinating.
It
Of
sure
course, I
is.
think all those kind of sciences are fascinating.
Sandblasting too.
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. It's like there's all these things that you can do with different materials. Like
Yeah.
you can polish rocks and things with like different kinds of clay, and you just roll it around inside of a barrel or something.
Yeah.
Polish it off. It's kind of a boring subject. Talk about it.
That's what I'm ready to progress to. This wingsuiting is what I want to be doing next.
Yeah, I think it would be a lot of fun. I've always wanted to jump out of an airplane. My back, I got a bad back, so it probably wouldn't be smart for me to do that. But yeah, it's always been like a thing, one of my bucket list things.
I would end up hitting the ground.
Well, yeah, that's fine. At least if you fall out of an airplane and you do hit the ground, you're not going to feel any pain right away. I mean, you know what I mean? Hopefully, it just kills you instantly and you don't have to mess with it. My luck,
Yeah.
though, I'd live. My luck is I'd live and I'd be paralyzed or something.
With that suit, if it gives me that feeling like flying, I will just keep, flying until you hit the ground.
I hear that. I tell you what, it'd be so much fun. I was telling my buddy yesterday, I build go-karts and things like that, motors. And I told him, I said, you know what we need to do? We need to figure out a way to build a dam. Some kind of a plane type thing that you could just grab a hold of and then jump on and just kind of fly away on, like kind of like a glider with a power on it or something. And he's like, man, you're crazy. I said, yeah, but imagine how cool it would be is next time we see something up in the clouds or we see something, up high in the air and we want to get a better look at it, we could just fly up there and take a look. It's like, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Of course, it's crazy, but I think it'd be interesting. Like maybe a combination of a like a weather balloon. So you'd have some kind of lift and then a fan and then some kind of, some kind of wing thing or whatever. It's windy.
Those guys with that suit flying like that, I'm waiting to see one making a looping.
Yeah, all right. I don't know if that's possible, but I think they have to get a lot bigger wings in order to get that kind of upside.
Yeah, they will need bigger wings.
Yeah, definitely bigger wings.
It's the weight of the body ratio with the aerodynamics. Yeah, you have to match it.
Or maybe I should
I mean,
I always
going
wanted
head
to
down.
invent something.
going head down, you catch the necessary speed, but yeah, you need then the wings so you can actually uh, change your velocity direction vector. Hmm. I've been an hour ago in Gem Panda. Oh, it's madness in there.
What's going on over there?
Yeah, it was Gene debating with these globers.
You know,
In fact,
a debate.
those are not globers. Those are anti-flat earthers. So yeah, they are.
You know, debates require arguments, arguments require opinions supported by a fact. But if they don't have facts, they're not debating you.
Yeah.
They're just talking opinion.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're just basically like the newscasters.
And this just in from NASA. We are now landing on Uranus.
Oh boy, get those Klingons for me, would you?
Mm-hmm.
No laugh at all, really? Wow. I have to work on my delivery.
No, I was giggling. I was just muted.
Yeah, no one's landing on my anus. Someone might be landing on their anuses, but it's something I don't know about.
I knew Drace would come in here and start talking to you eventually. What's up, man? Did you just get up too?
Yeah, I joined it.
Or is it? No, it's
That
nighttime where
is.
you're at.
I joined
Go ahead, I'm
those
sorry.
conversations, and they were arguing with me about the light bending because I told them light doesn't bend. It's not like steel or plastic to bend.
Yeah, it
And
reflects.
they
It
were
reflects off
showing
crystals when it goes through
me.
glass.
Yeah, they were showing me these .edu websites where
Yeah, I've seen some.
they say that refraction is the bending of light, but this is actually the exact educational system narrative, the pseudoscience which they push, the heliocentric pseudoscience. But I've seen many. I know this. I've seen it many years ago. I don't remember which physicist, but he was explaining why the term bending of light is wrong to be used. And he was explaining that. What's happening is actually light changes the angle of propagation as it's slowing down. Yeah. Which is also kind of interesting. I don't know.
It's
We
really
need to
easy.
prove that it's slowing down. Yeah.
It's really easy to destroy their conditions. You ask them, so is it getting more and more dense, the air, as you look out towards over the water, it's getting colder and more dense? And they're like, yes. And you're like, oh, okay,
They
that would
are
mean
crazy.
that the light would refract up because it's coming from a less dense medium.
Yeah. Yeah, we argued also about this. I asked them. They were showing me the laser refracting in a aquarium with some saline water or sugar
Sugar
water. Yeah, and I told them, yeah, okay, it's bending downwards, but can you show me a test where you have a laser shooting through air and refracting downwards? And yeah, they were, oh, what are you trying to say? And yeah, I said, show me. Do you know what they were claiming? They know what refraction is. And I told them, well, when you have a fog, like a mist, yeah, more water vapor in the air, and you shoot a laser beam, you will see it refracting and it's going upwards.
Yeah, their problem is they are assuming that they see via laser beams from their eyes. They're not accounting that light is traveling from the object they're looking at to their eyes.
Yeah, from
and
the
therefore,
source to the direction,
therefore
to the
it cannot
target.
be refracting as they're saying because it's not a laser beam from their eyes. They're just retarded.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, those are very dishonest people. It's not. And
That's why I like to just corner them into the conditions, because if they accept, oh yes, it's getting more and more dense out over the water, that means they're imagining that the laser is bending into the more dense from their position. But it's not a laser from the eyes, it's coming the other direction. So if it were more, it would be coming from a more dense medium than and out of it, which would mean it would be refracting up, and so they're just wrong.
Yeah, I agree.
That's
Well,
why
it looks like the whole crew's coming in today.
Sorry.
No, I was just filming.
I was just going to say, if you corner them into the conditions, these are the conditions that the light refracts down, and then you show them how they're just completely wrong and looking at it completely wrong. They're still using the ancient Greek way of looking at vision, or like you see through laser beams.
Yeah. Well, reading about this bending of light, I even got into this at the Harvard website, and they were explaining how this relativistic Einstein's relativity, it's a tooth fairy, This is what they were explaining. It's not real, and they were saying that actually nuclear quantum gravity, that's the thing they go with. The Harvard University physicists. And I don't think those people there are like totally stupid,
Yeah, I don't think they're stupid. I just think they have biases like every other person in the world, and because they got indoctrinated with this, just like us as children, they're more naturally inclined to try to find something that matches their belief system, and when they find something that doesn't match their belief system, the Dunning-Kruger kicks in, and they think, oh, someone smarter than me must have figured this out. I must be making a mistake, so I latch onto this. And they don't realize that the thing they're latching onto is already known, and they create all these confounding variables. It's all over the place.
But you see, to start learning something else, you actually need to go to Harvard University, and this university is not like accessible for affordable to anyone, I think it's one of the most expensive universities in United States.
I watched a lady who
I don't think
went
it
to
matters at
Harvard,
all. Like, sorry.
and she was just a middle class lady essentially, and
Mm-hmm.
she was just the best in her class, and did a
Yeah.
lot of extracurriculars and stuff like that. But as soon as she entered Harvard, it was essentially that means nothing. Everyone's was the best in their class.
Yeah.
You know,
Unless they're,
I
of
mean,
course,
I didn't.
there through familial connections and money, and then
Mm.
that's how the clubs go as well. Like she talked about how she couldn't get into any of the clubs. She couldn't even help children or teach dancing to children because she wasn't
Yeah.
qualified. And it's all like cliques, and if you don't get
Yeah.
into the cliques, you don't get to take part.
Mm.
So it's very competitive. They go pretty far in breaking their kids into the mold so that they comply and follow.
Yeah. The thing that got me curious, about this nuclear quantum gravity, um, in their argument against relativity, they were saying that it's not supported by scientific method. It's not factual. There's no experiment to it, and this reading this got me intrigued, and I do suspect that this is some sort of refurbished Newtonian gravity, something like that, you know. And yeah, I plan to look into it some of these days.
We have a club skeptic in here. E.T. E.T., are you there?
Well, globe skeptic is not a glober.
You're right, but I figure we could talk to him anyway.
These guys heard about flat Earth. They came in here. They found some information. They hear it. They find interesting things, logical, factual, and geometrical. And now they are hooked. But they should still ask questions. Open up the subjects.
Yeah, I just need a guinea pig. I made myself a little preamble. I want to ask someone when they come in here next time.
Mm.
You want to practice? Practice it up. Sure, everyone. We get some in here. Let's do it. I wouldn't mind checking it out. What'd you come up with? Dude, just like a sheet to follow, you mean?
It's just
Trace?
it's just a
Can
line
you hear
of
me?
questions. Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I can hear you. I'm sorry. It just sounded like you.
Yeah, it's just a line of questioning to help establish a little bit of common ground before they spiral all out of control and shake their
Yes,
confidence.
good
maybe a little
idea.
bit.
Yeah, I was talking about that yesterday. Is like come up with like questions to ask that aren't flat Earth related necessarily. That kind of drive home, what science, like what physics that they're following. Like I don't know, you know what I mean, right? Like just get them to agree with rational reality, and then when you bring in the stuff about flat Earth, and they can't just say, "Oh, well, blah 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 blah." You know, it kind of traps them.
I had one yesterday with Crack Villain, a Glober. I mean, he just found the flat Earth. He joined the server. He did a new pretty much anything, and for him, this subject was something like extremely out of the ordinary. He had no clue what to expect in here. He was like, this has to be totally something like based on belief and, like UFOs, stuff like that. And I started questioning him, but I've been smooth with him, and yeah, we got to discussion about gravity, and I was trying to. I just got to the point where I told him about Newton's gravity being debunked by Einstein, replaced. And then Crack Villain came because I was asking him. I was leading him into like towards the scientific method and experiment about the variables, and Crack Villain came and took his side, like, yeah, go on, keep explaining. He said that I'm the guy who doesn't know anything and don't believe gravity, which really exists. And the guy started explaining how gravity is the force of black holes bending space-time around them, like matter compresses, and it's bending space-time. And he himself got so lost in his own explanation and words. Like, I know for sure that he had no clue what he was trying to explain anymore. Yeah, it was funny. And we were about to jump on him, but he dipped out.
There's a guy named Nath2G. Says it. Also, here.
Hello. Can you hear us?
Hey guys.
Hello. Welcome to 24/7.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, welcome.
Yeah. How did you find the server? Are you new?
No, I was a part of this server a couple years ago for a long time.
Oh.
But then I left it one day and now I just rejoined it a few days ago. I just finished work now. I'm just driving home, so I just tune in, like to listen, hear what's going on.
Yeah. So
it's great.
It's good to be back around though. I think I was a part of this server for maybe about a year and a half, always just lurking around, taking notes, getting a gist of it all, and then life
then
was
you
overwhelming.
know
So
quite a lot about flat Earth.
Sorry, say that again.
Then you know quite a lot about flat Earth and the arguments.
Yeah, quite a lot. I've been
Yeah.
on the flat Earth side for like 10, 15 years.
Oh.
I mean, I'm in debates every day with people. Every day. Like tonight, I was in a few debates at work.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Oh, you're a trucker? Yeah, that would be a great place to do that.
Yeah, because
I know a lot about it all, but I don't know the actual. Like I've heard you guys over time talk about gas and pressure and stuff. See that concept of stuff? I don't know. I know more on the basic sides of like curvature, many things, but not the actual proof side where I can validate, like actually say like I know it's flat because of so and so.
Well, gas pressure is the definition for it is the collisions number of the molecules colliding with the walls of the container. This is a very good definition for gas pressure. Yeah. It's not word by word quote it, but yeah, in many academic websites, when you search academic literature for gas pressure, you will find that they explain the same thing, but with a little bit different kind of wording, and some definitions do add some extra things, which are
Hey Nath,
actually
can you
kind of
mute while you're not
irrelevant
talking, so
in
that
and
way it's not.
Say that again, sorry.
I
yeah,
say, can you do me a
did
favor,
you?
and when you're not speaking, mute your mic, so that way we can hear what gets.
Yeah, of course. 1 second, sorry. I'm having a tough time hearing
Yeah.
myself, so I'm just driving at the moment. I just left. I'm doing
Yeah, no worries. But
tuning
when
up
your mic's
while
open,
I'm
we're hearing the background. We're hearing the sound of the road actually in the
sorry,
background.
my bad.
Or increase your sensitivity.
Yeah, you can change the
Good.
sensitivity.
Yeah. So, definition of gas pressure is the number of molecule collisions with the walls of the container. This is the most basic and fundamental. The antecedent for gas pressure is a closed container, not open. And other definitions, they add something extra, but this thing cannot be factually proven, actually. They say that we have gas molecules colliding between themselves, and that also creates gas pressure. But it's fallacious, I would say. We cannot measure collisions between gas molecules.
Yeah, it's very interesting. It's very interesting.
Yeah.
All of it, everything. But I'm definitely a part of the flat Earth side of things. I don't believe what we've been taught and constructed with this.
Yeah.
They've orchestrated this whole lie and cartoon in my eyes. Like, it just doesn't add up. None of it. All of it. So
Yeah. So according to this law of the second law of thermodynamics, entropy, hot goes to cold, and higher pressure to lower pressure. There is this dynamic exchange always, and everything tends to seek to come to an equilibrium. Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at not sure what it the definition of it. You want me to read it?
Yeah. Sure, go
All
ahead.
right. According to Britannica says the pressure exerted by a confined gas results from the average effect of the forces produced on the container walls by a rapid and continual bombardment of the huge number of gas molecules. Absolute pressure of a gas or liquid is the total pressure it exerts, including the effect of atmospheric pressure, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Interesting,
So
right?
bombardment is this describing the same thing, gas molecule
Oh, yeah,
collision.
absolutely.
Yeah, yeah,
Absolutely. Yeah, you got it right. I wasn't saying you were wrong. I was
yeah.
just reunify, you know, so because I
Yeah, I
know there's a
just
language
wanted
barrier
to
in
tell
sometimes,
him
you know.
that I just wanted to
I was
tell
trying to
him
help you out.
that
I'm sorry.
yeah, we have more than one way to explain the same thing. Yeah, it's like poetry.
Yeah, English is like that.
Mhm. And you cannot have gas pressure next to a vacuum.
Yeah,
Yeah,
entropy is a
that's the
fascinating,
thing I
very
hear a lot about.
fascinating subject.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's good.
Adjacent to a vacuum without a solid barrier, to separate the two. The problem with this is, NASA claims that in outer space, imaginary space, there is a vacuum of 10 to the minus 17 torr. This number is extremely, incomprehensibly small for human grasp. And even technologically for us, it is impossible to measure it. We are not capable to make such sensitive sensors industrially, technologically. All the gas pressure gauges, barometers, or whatever we want to make, they will never achieve that kind of accuracy. 10 to the minus 17 torr. I think the lowest pressure that we can physically measure is somewhere 10 to the minus 6 torr. So that's like 1 millionth, you know.
Yeah, you'd have total breakdown of your cell walls and all
Yeah,
that in that kind of
yeah.
a vacuum.
And,
Plus, it would collapse
and the
whatever container you've had.
yeah. The problem is this kind of vacuum is, they say vacuum is not powerful, but the differential between the medium with gas pressure and the medium in the vacuum chamber with extreme low gas pressure, this differential will cause that container to collapse, implode violently. It will make a solid metal tank squeeze like a bulldozer walked over it.
So the whole idea of the Big Bang, I'm just saying that their theory is
Yeah.
that the explosion of nothing causes the vacuum, right? And that because it
Yeah.
keeps exploding out into eternity or whatever,
Yeah.
that it's actually sucking air in to make the explosion continue, or is that kind of what they're trying to say? Because that doesn't make any sense, does it? I
Yeah.
mean, like it's like you mean so there's an eternal vacuum because this explosion that happened a billion years ago is still sucking air,
Yeah.
or still sucking the air out of whatever you
Yeah.
call the empty whatever.
The vacuum doesn't suck and the vacuum isn't powerful, but you use a vacuum clamp in industrial buildings of stuff, and you can
Yeah,
lift
to lift weights. There are
tons.
Right, because the
cranes
metal.
using vacuum. Yeah.
Yeah, tons of weight, and that's not the
Yeah.
vacuum being powerful. It's the power of the pressure that we're under.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's the pressure differential. That's what it gets you. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Pressure differential. Yeah.
Or how about this? The thought that just crossed my mind: an explosion pushes outward, and everything moves outward from where the explosion originates.
Yeah.
Yet a vacuum sucking everything inward.
Right, but a true
Yeah.
true explosion
Floating out world.
in atmosphere, right? It has to suck air in order to keep feeding the flame, right? So at the very
Yeah.
beginning of that explosion, it sucks a bunch of air in behind it. That's what I'm saying. But that part makes sense. But it doesn't make sense that if there's no air in, if there's literally no air left because it burned it all up as it exploded out into eternity or whatever, you see what I'm saying? It doesn't really make any sense.
Yeah.
It
An
doesn't match up
explosion
with,
inside a vacuum.
what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah.
I
Well,
would
exploded.
say,
Yeah, nothing exploded. You got to remember, it started out with nothing. There was just nothing. It was empty space, nothing, no sound, no nothing, and then it exploded into something. That by
you
itself
see,
makes
when you keep extracting air from a vacuum chamber, like there is that video GIF with a train. How do you call those giant
a tanker.
canisters?
It's a train tanker. Yeah.
Yeah, tanker. Yeah, and it implodes.
Yeah, and I think that was only like
Because
15 or 20 pounds of pressure too that did that.
when they
Can
when
you
they
imagine?
were when they were pumping the liquid out of it, they forgot to open it at the top, and it creates vacuum, inside, and then it imploded violently, like it literally jumped off the rail tracks. Yeah, and
Yeah, I love that video. That I used to have that in
yeah,
a meme. I should have posted, but
yeah, and the problem is when we create such a huge pressure differential, I think this this has to have uh, in electric and magnetic field implications. Like when you have a space, there has to be matter, elements inside, because we are in this electric and magnetic field. And that's the rule, that everywhere there must be something in certain conditions. When we go high, like thousands, 1,000 miles high, yeah, we have extreme low temperatures, but there still is air. It's not breathable air. It's not breathable gas mixture. It's noble gases. It's helium. It's, yeah, the elements which are rare to find here, or, yeah, but they are there.
somebody asked the other day what the
Yeah.
opposite of entropy was called. It's called enthalpy. That's the opposite of entropy. I didn't know that either. That's a word I've never heard. Enthalpy. Interesting.
Enthalpy.
Yeah, spelled just like it sounds.
E-N-T.
E N
E-N-T.
E N T H E N T H A
Yeah.
L P
Yeah.
Y.
Yeah. Enthalpy.
Weird, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never heard
Yeah.
that. I was just reading the definition and stuff of entropy and all that about the different, because there's a telecommunications um, um, definition as well. It says that it's a logarithmic measure of the rate of transfer of information in a particular message or language. I didn't know that either. We learned a lot. This server really is very, very informative. It does teach you a lot of really, really great information regarding both sides of it.
Yeah,
You
I
know
know
that?
it is. I know it is negentropy or negative entropy.
Enthalpy.
Mhm.
No, this definition even shows a chemical formula so you can understand what it is. It says S equals KB. Anyway, something it says, but basically it's a formula for how it works. I guess it has to do with, of course, entropy is like the chaos theory, right? It's that anytime there's energy exerted, like heat or any kind of like, work that doesn't get used and comes off as something different instead of work, right? Isn't that how it works, or somebody else want to reiterate on it? I
I
don't know
think
much
yours
about it,
is
but
closer to the truth. I think mine is more of a pseudoscientific because it seems like it's more describing the desire that order comes from chaos, or Sasha 2.0's belief system.
yeah, you're right. You're right. But entropy would be a part of that, right? Would it help explain it or whatever? I was just drawing the connection more.
No,
Like I said,
no,
I'm
I
not.
like yours better
I
than
don't have
mine.
an advanced degree in. Well, I think that was a compliment, so thank you.
Yeah, it was. I had just heard of it as negentropy, and now looking into it because you mentioned it, I agree more with your definition.
So thank you, but I just came up with that based on my previous knowledge and the definition that's on Google. So thank Google partially. Well, I'm not saying that Google is an entity or a person. Whoever put the information on here, that's very, very. I learned something there, so I'm happy that they did that. And glad to share it with everybody.
I think it might just be a difference in school of thought. You got some people who have this belief that entropy is or chaos out of order, or something along those lines, where it's not. It's not that simple.
And it's also very important because without it, the chemistry that's in our world wouldn't work properly. It wouldn't be balanced perfectly to make everything things that we have possible. Firecrackers, explosions, chemical reactions, all that kind of stuff. So that's why I think it's really interesting to learn about it, even though it's not directly flat Earth proof, but it's really just interesting how much you can learn just by researching flat Earth stuff.
Yeah, it's directly at least connected to how the way the reality works, and when we're studying reality and trying to figure out what it is and how it works, those things are crucial.
Yeah, I was thinking, was it you that was talking about you have a sheet that you're going to work on? Maybe you should throw something about that in there in the future.
Sorry, what? Say it again.
I'm sorry. I said, weren't you the one that was talking about earlier that you had a sheet that you were working on that you were gonna, a script to go by when you were asking questions for newbies, or was it somebody else?
Oh no, I do. I have many of those. I was just making a new one. This one is essentially designed to test their biases and make them aware of some biases beforehand, so that they are less likely to fall for them, because they now have them in the back of their minds, and they don't want to do that.
Yeah, satisfy some of their curiosities before they really get into the question. So you mean, yeah, that sounds good. You're a really good thinker, aren't you?
Oh, I spent
You're
a lot
also
of
very
time.
involved in.
I spend a lot of time thinking about these things.
Me too. I do. I sit around and I think about weird stuff like this constantly all the time, and I can't sleep sometimes.
Yeah, I got the idea for this while I was going to sleep, so yeah.
Always keep a pad and pen nearby.
Yep, that's a great idea. It's also really good for when you wake up after having a great dream, or have a dream and you write it down, because as you're writing it down, you remember more of it, and then next time it's easier to remember the dreams.
You're absolutely right about that. I used to keep a dream log, but it gets to where I wake up and I'm thirsty or I got to pee or something, and then I forget to do it, and then it's gone. Within 30 seconds you forget about it.
Yeah, and it's funny because it's like you still have access to that memory within the dream state, but not within the waking state unless you create that memory while awake.
Yes, you must connect the two with your will. Right. I know I say will a lot, but I think will is very important. Free will.
Yeah, just thinking about it after you wake up can help create a memory that can connect it to it. That's why writing it down really helps, because you create something physical, and it creates your body creates everything. You know, it records the whole body movement, and it becomes a more solid memory than just thinking about it. Yeah. I can try this preamble with you if you want, Rookie.
Sure, I'll try to be as helpful as I can. Yeah, go ahead, read some of it off. Let's see what we've got.
Okay. Hi, Rookie. I'm Drace. I would like to ask you a few simple yes or no questions. These are easy questions, not gotcha questions, to help us establish some common ground for this discussion. Does that sound good?
Sure. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, good. I'm posting the Teachability Index. I would like you to try to keep that in mind as we go forward. Before we begin, and at the end, I would like to ask you a simple scale question to get a sense of where you're at this with this topic and your willingness to learn. Is that okay?
Sure.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you that the Earth is a globe? And you can be totally honest here, it doesn't matter.
I'll say about a 9-10.
Sorry?
About a 9-10.
9-10, thank you. Now let me give you some small advice. Many of us here are highly educated, and we spent the last 7 years studying and debating this topic and everything related to it extensively with professors, PhDs, physicists, astrophysicists, engineers, and people from all walks of life. Anything you can find online, we have most likely already found and debated. Just keep that in mind. On a scale of 0 to 10, what is your willingness to learn?
Well, I guess I would say 10 because, who wouldn't say that, right?
Okay. To help you better understand the scale, let me ask you a few questions. Are you willing to give up money for knowledge, like buying books, CDs, or things that give you information that expands your knowledge?
I guess it depends on what it is, but yeah, I guess so.
Okay. Are you willing to give up your time for knowledge, reading the books, listening to audios, etc.?
Well, it depends on what it is, yeah, but I'd say that's the same answer to that one.
Okay.
Based on what it was and whatever.
Are you willing to give up what you love, like TV, movies, or bad habits, to acquire knowledge?
In some instances, I would say yeah.
And are you willing to get a mentor so you can take the posture of a student and be accountable?
I don't like that much, but go on.
Sorry, what?
I don't like that much, but go on.
Okay. No problem. What are you actually willing to give in exchange for knowledge? Not that we ask for anything, but time.
You're saying that all I got to do is listen and you're going to tell me some evidence, and yeah, sure, I'll sit here and listen. I got time.
Okay, good. If you can boldly answer yes to all these questions, your willingness to learn is probably between 8 and 10. If no to all these questions, your willingness to learn is probably between 0 and 3. So I would probably put you at like 7, which is a pretty good place to be. But we take what we can get. It's still important to remember the key ideas about willingness to learn going forward, so never forget this statement. You don't know what you don't know, but at least be aware that you don't know what you don't know. So never say, I know it, I've got it, I perfectly understand it, I'm the best at this. Instead, say, I'm learning it, I'm getting it, I believe there's still more to learn, I'm understanding it, I'm getting better at this. The very moment you say, I've got it, your willingness to learn drops straight to either 0 or 1, and it reduces your possibility of making constant progress in life. The reason why you should never say, I've got it, instead of I'm getting it, is because you're aware that you don't know what you don't
Wait,
know.
what does all this have to do with anything?
I'm getting to it. This increases your
Didn't expect that, did
possibility
you?
of making constant progress. Does this make sense to you or not?
I don't know. I mean, it sounds kind of like you're mixing words, but get to the point.
Yeah, it's just showing that you understand that being blindly accepting of something or blindly believing that you understand something doesn't mean that you actually understand it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, so let's start the simple questions, because this was just a preamble to see where you're at. A sphere has curves, right?
Yeah, I would say, yeah. It has to have at least one, right?
Okay. So if the Earth is not curving anywhere, it's flat, right?
Yeah. Like, the top of a ruler or something, yeah. Okay.
Okay, good start. If the Earth were flat, would you want to know?
Well, I don't think it really makes a lot of difference, but, I'm just curious. That's why I came here to hear what you guys had to say.
Okay. If we show you how the spinning spaceball is impossible, can you accept that it's possible or not possible?
Well, if you can, if you can prove everything else wrong and show me evidence of something different, I guess I would be inclined to believe it, yeah. But,
Cool.
I mean, I'm not sure you got that, so let's hear what you got.
That's totally understandable. I totally understand that. Can you promise that you will attempt to be honest with yourself and us going forward? Because I will promise you in return that I will do the same.
Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that'd be mutual feeling. That would be, I understand that. I agree. I'll do it.
Cool. Because we hold ourselves and others to a high standard when it comes to this, because we care about truth on the server. On the subject of lying to ourselves, have you heard of the term biases?
Of course. Yeah.
Nice. Cognitive biases may sometimes lead to perceptual distortion, inaccurate judgments, illogical interpretations, or what is broadly called irrationality. Given this, do you agree we should try to combat biases within ourselves and try to remain rational?
Yeah, I think that, I mean, we have to be able to see, the truth before we, can understand it. I mean, otherwise we're just believing what someone told us, right?
Yeah. Do you think the globe belief and its information is consistent and intercorrelated?
Well, I don't know. I don't know everything about it, but it sounds like it does. They always talk about it on there. That's all I've ever heard since I was a kid. So, I tend to believe it just based on the fact that everybody else is saying the same thing.
Understandable.
But never thought about it.
It's very understandable. I used to once believe the same thing. It is called the bias, the illusion of validity, believing that one's judgments are accurate, especially when available information is consistent or intercorrelated. Would it surprise you to learn that the information is compartmentalized, inconsistent, and self-contradictory?
Yeah, I see compartmentalism in the world all around. Like when you're working at a job or something, and the boss knows all kinds of information, and he's not supposed to tell you about it. I mean, yeah, I get that, and like keeping people separated, like in the military. Yeah, I get where you're going with that.
Yeah, but would it surprise you that if the globe model or the globe claims are inconsistent or self-contradictory with other globe claims.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it seems to me like from what I see, what I've seen anyway, is that there's more evidence for it being the globe based on photos and all that, videos and whatever.
Yeah, it's understandable. I used to think all that as well. So I understand that that weighs heavily when you see that side. I want to bring your awareness to something that might help you combat the inherent biases that we all have. One way to do that is to be aware of the specifics of the biases. So we don't let the biases fool us. So we resist the dissonance and try to learn regardless of how we feel about it. So let me give you a preemptive solution to the classic Glober question.
So well, how would that relate to, if everybody else in the world, like we all believe it's a ball, but you guys believe it's flat, right? So wouldn't that be a bias?
No, it's not about what we believe or anything like that. What I'm talking about currently is helping you identify the specific biases so that even if we were using a bias or you could identify a bias for us, that would help us. So it doesn't really matter putting any fingers on anybody right now. Right now, we're just looking at the biases themselves. Does that make sense?
Yeah, okay, I get you.
Okay. So let me give you a preemptive solution to the classic Glober question, because we get this asked a lot by people who believe in the globe, and they ask us why would they lie? And I'm going to answer this question.
Yeah, I mean,
biases alone, as I go over these biases and how they can contribute to this appearance of a lie. So we only get presented with a small number of successes as children, while they completely ignore a large number of failures. So we see in the school system only a part, and that appears to be intercorrelated and consistent. But we don't actually see the large number of failures, and that's what we are here to explain and show to you.
You're losing me with all the big words, kind
of. I'm sorry.
That's an opinion. Sorry, Trace. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm just saying, in my opinion, it's a little bit technical. Like, simplify it slightly.
Yeah.
I think you're going to lose a lot of people with that one. Just my honest opinion. Go on.
I totally agree. I totally agree with you.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Go on.
This is just the first
it's good,
draft
though.
of what I want to
I
kind
know.
of convey. Because this is called the survivorship bias. And this reinforces the confirmation bias, or the tendency to search for, interpret, focus on, or remember information in a way that confirms one's preconceptions. So when the globe believers fail repeatedly, the continued influence bias plays a role, or the tendency to believe previously learned misinformation even after it's been corrected. And this could apply, of course.
That makes more sense.
What doesn't make sense?
I'm still role playing
now. Yeah. What doesn't make sense?
Nothing. I was just pretending I was role playing. Damn it! Yeah. I know. I shouldn't have broke character. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have broke character.
That makes sense. And you misheard him.
It's all good.
I know, but yeah, role playing this though is a good thing, because then we can see where people are going to get confused on simple things, right? Where they're going to get hooked on things and go, where their minds get going and they go, huh? Wait a minute, I don't get it.
Yeah.
Or, like just being too technical, I think a lot of people that's what they say to me when I'm talking to people. They'll be like, well, wait a minute, slow down. What are you talking about? And I'll be like trying to fill in the words so I can get a quick understanding. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Go
I
on.
totally
Though.
get
All right, back. I'm going back into character. Go ahead.
Well,
keep reading.
We did not just start to believe in flat Earth. Most of us did, in fact, not believe it, and many wanted to prove it wrong. But the more we looked for globe evidence, the worse our belief system looked. We were all indoctrinated with the globe on TV and in school as children through the mere exposure effect, or the tendency to express undue liking for things merely because of familiarity with them. Familiarity creates cognitive ease. Cognitive ease then disrupts and creates cognitive dissonance, or discomfort when faced with evidence that goes against our beliefs. This can create the backfire effect, or the reaction to disconfirming evidence by strengthening one's previous beliefs. This can lead to the subjective validation, or the perception that something is true if a subject's belief demands it to be true. Also assigns perceived connections between coincidences. And since people are already invested in this belief, the endowment effect kicks in, or the tendency for people to demand much more to give up an object than they would be willing to pay to acquire it. It can even go so far in some cases that people hallucinate, and this is called visual seeing, and is the phenomenon in which a person's internal state influences their visual perception. It is how a hypnotist...
You're talking like when people see ghosts and stuff? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, some cases. This is how a hypnotist makes people see and hear things. It's also how some globe believers think they see the horizon curve, when the globe believer experts agree even the ISS is not high enough according to the globe math to see the horizon.
So who's hypnotizing us then?
Like
What's
I said earlier,
hypnotizing us?
it's the cognitive ease through the familiarity. Your favorite TV shows, everything in society has this undertone of you're living on a globe, so naturally you're gonna have that view.
Mm-hmm. Okay, go on.
For example, if I have 4 apples and 4 onions, then someone hypnotizes me to see 8 apples, and the onion to look like the most delicious apples I've ever seen. So I eat 2 delicious apples. How many onions are left?
Excuse me? What do you mean, like, if I was hypnotized, or I'm looking at it as I'm hypnotized? I don't get it.
No, I'm the one hypnotized. In this example, there's 4 apples and 4 onions. Then someone hypnotizes me. You're just standing there looking at me. I
see what you mean. Yeah, if you ate 2 of them, then I guess there'd be 6 left in your mind, right? If you ate 2 of them, 2 of the delicious, or 8, you said there's 8 of them, right? Because you hypnotized me to believe there's 8.
No,
Then yeah, I'd say there's 6
you're
left.
not hypnotized, okay? You still see 4
No, I
apples
mean, you are.
and 4 onions.
Oh, I see. Okay, I got you. Then I guess if you ate 2 of the apples, not the onions, and then yeah, I would say there's 2 left then, because there was only 4 apples to begin with. Gotcha.
Well, I actually ate onions.
That
'cause
makes
I thought
sense.
the onions were apples.
Well, then now you got bad breath now, man. You're probably going to be wondering, what the hell did you do to me when I was under that hypnotism?
Yeah, the problem here is there is something such as, with all this in mind, even if someone hallucinates...
Are you sure you guys aren't the one that's hypnotized? I mean, it seems to me like,
No worries.
there's more of us than you
No
guys.
worries. Let me go over this real quick. With all this in mind, even if
Okay.
someone hallucinates something, his perception might be subjective or influenced by biases and belief. But reality itself is objective, or in other words, there are objective truths in reality. We can't just wish away a bullet wound.
And Superman can't fly, and yeah, I got you. I'm with you. I hear you.
Yeah, there were still 4 onions there, and even if you ate 2 onions, it doesn't change the number of apples. Good.
Right. Yeah, I agree. I'll agree with that. That makes sense.
I only say this because it might surprise you how far people spiral trying to defend the globe belief. So I'm glad you did this first and can at least stand on some firm, rational ground, unlike the arrogant globe zealots or the naive globe trolls. And I have one more thing to go with the first.
Well, I must admit, I'm kind of surprised that you're asking me this way, because I expected you to just kind of like give me a bunch of bull crap and then, like make fun of me or something like that, because it seems like that's what I hear about all the time. So I'll give you that.
My thing crashed, so I didn't hear what you said, but whatever. But essentially, at that point, I would either go off into one of my other preambles, or I can say we can end it here, and I can let the others go, or we can continue along the lines, and then I just go off into another text document that I have already prepared.
I like it. It was good. I hope I didn't sound too stupid. I was trying to argue with you on points that, I'm thinking, plus add in there, like, my role, my character. So like,
No worries.
like give you
I love it.
challenge you, like while, you know what I mean? That makes sense, right?
Yeah,
We should do this with more people. It sounds like it'd be fun, dude. I really like that idea. I thought of it too. It's just I kept thinking like, how would we make it to where we could get everybody to go along with it? It'd be fun and interesting. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? And we could just start training anybody we promote to silver or up, people that are involved, and then we can kind of like slowly everybody will kind of catch on or whatever. Maybe, to put, just try to be more positive in this presentation, right?
Yeah.
And of course, keeping people on the right track and not letting them wander off into Narnia and all that crap,
Yeah, even this
Hey,
that I
guys.
wrote, it isn't perfect. It's not perfect. Like Miggy, for instance, distilled his 3 points, and he's got a really nice
that's a good one to go by.
methodology to keep it on point. This is just me thinking out loud, essentially, and thinking about how I would approach trying to help them understand some of the issues that are underlying for them. But
Hey, question.
relate all
What
that
do you,
stuff together with stuff that they really do agree with. Yeah, they'll agree with you on. Go
just a
ahead. What
quick
were you gonna say?
question, guys. Was this about like if a newbie joins the channel, some questions you can give to them?
Yeah, it's like we were role playing. I was pretending to be a Glover, and he was reading his card that his thing he came up with. I'll let him explain it better.
Well,
Sorry.
yeah, in the just like I was on and off hearing partially what you guys are saying. Like I'm a newbie, like in that sense. I'm not a globalist though, but I did grasp on a lot of what you guys were saying, like in and out, like every 5 minutes, whatnot. I'm not sure of the audience that you guys generally get, whether you're on computer and the audience you guys have a lot of time in their hands, but like people like myself, like that did go for a long time. Usually I've got like a spare 10 minutes to come in and out and hear what's going on. And for people like my case, maybe it goes for too long. I'm just giving my own personal advice. I'm not saying it was bad. It was
No,
great.
thank you. No, that's great. We like the input. That's fine.
With my circle of friends and a lot of people, we're just in and out quick. And like you said at one point, something more challenging that would have questioned. It was all good. But like if it was myself as a newbie listening to it, like the part I did like when you were saying about all the biases stuff and what was the part? The hallucination part. Like there was one thing I did read about many years ago, like the master of some Russian scientist or someone wrote some statement about master of manipulation is like a 20, 30 year process. And that's through the educational system and high schools and everything. And once you've master manipulated someone over 20, 30 years that it's a globe, you can show them black and white otherwise, and they still cannot believe else. So they're going to naturally believe it's a globe their whole life, even if proved otherwise. So like that one was a good one that caught to my attention.
You're right. Some people really are that badly affected by all of it. Yeah.
Yeah, and if it was someone
I
like
guess
myself,
it's different for some of us, right? Oh, go ahead.
yeah, like you guys obviously are always on this and have a lot of time. I think like the intellectual side also, like myself, I'm not too smart on it. So when you read definitions of certain words and say about it, I don't even understand what it is you're actually explaining. So maybe a bit notched down on the big words in some way.
I have something, Drace, and based on kind of what you were just saying, Nath. What you could also do is, just let them know in the very beginning, and I think you may have already done that. I didn't listen to the first part. I wasn't on yet. But if you just say preemptively, just say, this line of questioning, we're not really trying to get to specifics of everything I'm saying to you here in these questions, but if you would like to get more specific, then at the end, I'll ask you again, do you have any questions about these particular areas that I discussed? Or you may do it after a section of questions, then ask to make sure, is there any questions or do you have any challenges with understanding what I was saying in this first round of questions?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I like
Because then we can go, and at the end, or if you have questions, we'll maybe make a note of which ones you had problems with, and we can go and get more specific about exactly what I was talking about later.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I like this constructive criticism. It's so good. Thank you, guys.
No, don't take it personally. We're actually giving you our
No,
honest opinion.
I'm not being
that's what
sarcastic. I mean, really mean it.
I know. That goes back to what I said at the beginning. Is that even though I'm role playing and I'm trying to pay attention, I was kind of like getting lost too. I was kind of like nodding off and forgetting that we were doing this. That's why I said something, is because I thought, well, if this is making me kind of like nod out and I'm interested in it, then it probably did that 10 seconds ago. But from then,
Yeah, so I mean, I think a little not constant, but regular reassurance that it's okay if you don't understand everything I'm talking about. I'll ask you again after this round, this section. I'll ask you again, is everything okay? And then see, I think the beauty of this is that you will find out if someone's honest enough to even get through that line of questioning. If they're not able to give and take in this early stage, it'll be clear. It'll become clear really quickly, I believe. So I think this is awesome project.
I really like that input because that's one of the best qualifiers I hear Mickey do all the time. So I really should have added that. I just didn't think of it at the moment.
I think it's all great, man.
that's why you brainstorm and you discuss it and you work it out. That's what it's all about.
And Rookie was doing such a good job. I'm like, holy shit, I thought he was a flat earther the whole time. He was convincing me. I'm like, no way.
You mean globe earther?
Globe
You always
yeah.
get that mixed up, don't you? Damn it, Sonny, you get me with that laugh every time, and then I don't hear what you said the rest of the time. Between me laughing.
Well, I'm smarter.
Are you?
At first, I wanted to jump in and question: is Rookie really a flat earther?
Exactly.
But I waited. I heard all the conversation and all the way until now, and I'm the
I was
last
waiting
one
for somebody to come in and start yelling, or somebody to kick me or something. That's what I was waiting for.
I was had to. Yeah, I was owned.
That's the danger of role playing Glober. We did this a bunch in FE Academy. Some people here are really good at playing Globers. We know all of their sophistry, so when
I've heard it so many times. Yeah, absolutely.
When it's strung together really nastily, like you just don't know what the fuck's happening, and so being the Glober is also an art, just as it's an art to present well.
I could have done better, but I didn't want to completely just run over your whole presentation. You know what I mean? I came up, I thought of a lot of places where I could have just jumped in and started throwing some crap in, but then I thought, well, I'll let you get some of it out. So you know what I mean? I was trying to.
Yeah, there's two different types of Glober LARPing that I think would be acceptable as training measures. You have one that is the obstinate Glober, where you're training them to react under pressure. The other one is the amicable Glober, where you're allowing them to present their case, and if they do small interruptions, that's just to help them to drag it back on track, so they get used to that. Because a lot of people don't have experience with dealing with these Globers, so they don't want to put their feet into the water, so to speak.
Yeah. So.
When somebody, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I would love to be a guinea pig sometime, because I have some really great ideas, and I think I'll throw you all for a fucking loop.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I've heard people ask just in my walking around and talking to people. that ask me these questions, and sometimes I go, you know what, that's a good question. I'm gonna have to go figure that one out.
On
So
that
yeah,
next,
I agree. I think we should all be pitching in
when
on this. Yeah.
Drace asked you, on a scale from 0 to 10, how much do you believe you live on a flat Earth? And you said 9. That's where I had like, okay, he has some skepticism. It's okay. Maybe he's a new flat earther, but I know you by the voice. You're not new. And I was like, how the hell did this guy run through the barbed wire that we have
You were
here?
looking to see if somebody copied my name, right? And you were like, "What the hell?"
See, staying in character is the hardest part. So that would be if you could stay in character, you could play the role really well, but you have to not break character and start joking at yourself about your character. Just play the character.
Exactly.
Just so that's what they
Yeah, I
teach.
know. I did break character once because I wanted to, bring that up. But yeah, I was trying really hard not to.
Excellent. Did a good job.
And I'll also get better at it too. As we go, because I don't, I'm in here all the time. Don't get me wrong. I do spend a lot of time on here, but I'm not always necessarily paying attention. But it's just kind of like in the background because I'll have my headphones in, but I'll have one ear out and I'll be walking around doing whatever and not talking, but I'll be listening. So, I don't catch every conversation, but there's been some really good ones where I think it was either Hank or Dave. They were just walking somebody through, and the guy was kind of aggressive and trolly at first, but he was done. It was like the guy was calm and everything. It was like really weird how well he kept the guy from getting angry and upset and trying to defensive. He was just pushy enough to keep him interested. You know what I mean? Even though it took him a long time, it was perfect though. It was great because at the end he was kind of listening. He was really paying attention.
Yeah, Hank really has a method I want to just transcribe. He has a bunch of points that I would just like to write down in a little script that people can take as a opening script just to get people from that trolley state.
Yeah, that's true. And to calmly, that's one thing Hank does quite well, and also Dave does too. To calmly, no matter even in the heat of fire, calmly directing it back to okay, like make a note of this, the comment, well, okay, kind of give it a nod, even if they're being a troll, give that a nod too. Okay. But, we were talking about this, though, gas pressures. Can we get back, calmly getting back to the point?
Yeah, you see, Mickey,
also,
and then move on.
Also, Trace, if you want to do this on a regular basis, you have someone backing you up with videos, posting stuff, in the background and whatever. So that way people can see it right away and it's not waited on.
That's the beauty of this place.
I'm sorry, Gabby, I didn't mean to.
No problem. It happened even last night, for example, when El Boricua was talking to a guy. A lot of us was jumping in, and yeah, I know. Many times these globers they say fallacious things, which they are not aware. And at one point, I noticed that even us. Made a fallacious assumption. He was saying that about the speed, how we see the light, that we cannot see forever, but actually the globers in the educational systems, this is how they teach us that we actually see forever. We see the stars which are light years away, which are such large distances. They are hard to even put them on a paper, those numbers. Yeah. And this means for a glober that, yeah, they do have this kind of mindset about the world. So when we tell them that it's flat, they expect to see London from New York or Beijing, you know. They should be able to see it.
Yeah, so that's a really good
And
point.
yeah,
And sometimes it needs to get pointed out right then, because what they're doing is they're forgetting about perspective. They're forgetting
yeah,
about
yeah,
how shit shrinks with
yeah,
distance.
yeah,
And then they're not even going to be able to get to any real diffusion of light, light extinction,
yeah,
or
yeah,
any actual real refraction effects.
yeah.
So
Angular resolution, all of it, all of these laws, physics of light are involved in what we call visibility, vision, our
now,
ability to see.
yeah, now even though the refraction argument has been bludgeoned to a bloody pulp,
Yeah.
even though that's true, I think here's the thing: if you can, with refraction, period, if you just state the fact, what happened to perspective, what happened to angular size change with distance, and ask them those questions.
Yeah,
Anyway, I don't want to distract from the conversation.
yeah.
Just a side, a
Me
slow side.
neither.
Well, yeah, when you're wanting to analyze something like, the things that we do or what we're trying to, or what we stand for, at least I do. Like I'm just trying to like push the absolute truth, whether no matter what it is. Like if something happens to like agree and then it happened, then it has to. Then all we can do is we can just show them the other stuff that's around it that shows that they use things where they tell some truth and then they twist it around. See what I'm saying? I think there's a way to lead people through it, depending on how intelligent they are. I mean, some people come in here and they're just goofing. They're not trying to understand. They're just, what I mean? They come in here, but at least if we get them thinking and get them to realize that we're not just, by the stuff, like the way he was presenting it, it sounded like an intelligent person. He didn't sound like some
Yeah,
crazy person. You know what I mean? Whereas, if you just started picking on me or if you started like, if you start being aggressive with me, then I just get all angry. It's like, well,
yeah,
yeah, this is exactly what people told me it was. They're just going to pick on me and they're going to, like, they're not going to really show me anything or present evidence. They're just
yeah,
going to do the same thing, like, cause they're making videos about us, and putting, like if you click on, how it says it's an archaic blah, blah, blah at the bottom when you go on YouTube, what I'm talking about. If you click on that down there, like the information on it, it'll show you about 500 videos, or I don't know how many there are. There's a couple, in at least 10 or 20 anyway. That seems like a million of them, and every one of them they don't present any evidence. All they do is present how dumb some flat earther was at some convention.
yeah,
And there's a lot of people that believe in flat Earth that are dumb, right? They just believe because of
yeah.
whatever reason. But there's a lot of cronies like that, or whatever you want to call that. I'm not saying they're not genuine, but you see what I'm saying? Like literally, you got to realize is that we're all still human, regardless of what side we're on. So if we use that information to logically and pull them in, psychologically and into, there's all kinds of ways you could do it, but you get to the core where they agree with you and they're seeing your side of something, and then you bring in the information with the flat Earth, and then they're going, yeah, I get it, I get what you're saying. That way they're.
Well, this role playing you were doing, guys, I perceive it as practicing your pedagogical abilities, or like training, you know. Yeah,
Yeah, I agree.
it's a
That's what I
very good
like.
thing.
'Cause
Yeah,
it'll help us remember what to do and what to say, just so we don't get confused and
yes.
go off on our own. So I have a tendency to monologue. Sorry.
Yeah, it's also some arguments have very very crucial weaknesses, and we see them run away from those weaknesses when we grasp those weaknesses. So being able to redirect it back to that amicably is really important.
Yeah.
That's why I suggested we do it in groups. Like we could have 2 or 3 people. I mean, maybe not all day long, but maybe certain times of the day when we get the most traffic, we get it 2 or 3 people together that'll sit. One will do popping up, all the little references so that we can show it, and then this and that, and then one talk with them, and that, and one just be back up to keep the other one in line and remember where the conversation's going. Just sit there and write down what all the hit points, so that way we don't get off track and forget to go back to stuff we said we would, stuff like that. But also, I was going to say is maybe somebody, not saying necessarily me or you or anybody, but I'm saying maybe somebody should start making videos or little snippet sounds that have our own voices, but it actually shows a video. You know what I'm saying? That's on YouTube that we can reference. So that way they're seeing that we're real people too, and we're not, afraid to show ourselves and be normal like everybody else. We're not hiding in some shadows. For those of us that are comfortable with that, of course. But I don't know. I just thought it might be a good idea. What do you guys?
Yeah, it's an idea. We've been toying with the idea of an FE Academy for a long time, and we've started it a few times a little bit, but it kind of needs a driving force or someone to really, because we're all volunteers. We're not getting paid for this. We don't have a boss telling us like, you gotta
Oh yeah,
get this done.
exactly. Right. Yeah. So it's kind of has to get done. Yeah, based on our time that we can spend on it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I
We
try to.
got families and stuff. Yeah.
That's why I try to do these kind of things, because I'm working on resources to put into like a big packet that we could have in the FE Academy, which includes like all the biases and a bunch of preambles, or all the arguments I've collected from QE and every single person in here, and stuff like that. That are resources that they could use. I'm gonna put it all together into a nice format onto a Google Drive or something, and then it could be used with a bunch of other things.
I like it. I like all these ideas. Of course, I'm not in charge of nothing, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, no,
I like that you guys are
that's
so
just my
open to it, and that you're.
that's just my contribution, and I know a lot of other people are working on similar things and contributing similar things. So it's we all try to contribute how we can, and anything we can do to contribute is good. So
Yeah, I think anytime somebody wants to come in and be part of it, they can. And they have to go. They have to go. Like I have
Yeah.
stuff that I have to take my daughter to school and this and that during the day, but I'm home most of the time, so I have unlimited time. Well, not unlimited, but sort of unlimited time because I'm disabled. Ron, what were you gonna say?
Sorry to hear that.
No, I've been dealing with it for a long time, so it's all good. Thanks, I appreciate the thoughts.
Yeah, they told me I was disabled for a long time.
Well, yeah, they did the same thing to me, and then 8 years later, I was like, okay, you're right. I shouldn't be working. It's like I give up.
Yeah, they told me I was disabled when I wasn't able to work, then I got punished for it. And
yeah, sometimes I got punished for 2 years before I got my.
not allowed to collect anything for a disabled person that was taken out of my paychecks my entire work.
That's not cool at all.
So
I'd be angry.
I had to do it myself. I had to solve my problems.
Well, my back back alone wasn't enough to get it for me. They actually denied me a couple times. But some other things, some other health problems came up, and then they, they came and added to the issue with the back. So that's what went over, and then they finally gave it to me. But yeah, well, at least here, I'm where I live in California.
Yeah, me too.
But yeah, it's a really difficult process. Anyway, we can get back on topic. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get us all.
Anyway, are you in the Los Angeles megalopolis?
What?
I said, are you in the Los Angeles megalopolis?
Oh, No, I'm up here in the Bay Area.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I'm close.
that's what I started.
You know, you're within driving distance. You know, like, you know what I mean?
8 or 10 hours, maybe.
Is there any flat Earth stuff out here in California, or did they ever come to the groups of people ever come out here anywhere near us?
Well, Witsit came out, but I had less than a day notice, and I can't get anywhere with less than a day's notice. I would have been there wherever he was if I hadn't.
He didn't go to Sacramento, did he?
I found out like 6 hours before he was going to be there. There's no way I can get someone 6 hours before. It's not enough notice for me. It literally.
Yeah, right. If you're far away, yeah, you're with.
Well, I don't drive, and I don't get on buses for 2 hours. Like a 2-hour bus ride is freaking excruciating. So I will ride my bicycle because I have an electric bike, but I have to pack everything I need for a half a day at least to go that far. Like it's 10 miles. So that's a 20-mile round trip for me. So it's not like just getting in my car, turning on the key, and driving over to Pacific Beach. No, it's a full-on day adventure if I have to go somewhere like that. So if I don't have a day or two advance, I can't make it.
You know that
because I have to carry everything I need: food, water, everything.
Right.
Like I got to have all of it with me.
I hear that.
Clothing.
Well, yeah.
For different temperatures, it gets fucking cold. Like.
Yeah, I know. Me too. I didn't used to because I used to be really highly overweight, but. It's funny that we have so much in common too. You know, all of us seem to have a lot in common.
Yeah. I think it's funny though that people that are so used to, and I used to be one of those people, that I had all the conveniences. I could just go anywhere I want, jump in my car. In 15 minutes, I could go to the most farthest place in the city very easily, you know? And I think people like, when you tell them, oh, I need a day's notice to like go someplace like that, they don't even understand. So what happened is I get dropped like a hot potato. Because they don't understand. They're like, well, there must be something wrong with that person. Like, they can't just go anywhere they want. Most people don't want to hang out because it's not that they wouldn't enjoy the experience of hanging out together. It's that they don't understand the transportation part, so they cut it off right there. It's really strange. It's a phenomenon. So I don't even care. I figure it's just a way that the people that don't really matter, that I won't have to worry about them. Because they won't make the effort.
Yeah, but Witsit's in here all the time. I mean, I think it'd be cool just to get some of the people that aren't necessarily involved with us here, but, you know, definitely see eye to eye with our, you know, with reality or whatever.
Oh yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah, no, yeah, definitely. I'm not saying anything else other than.
Because I know they got one out on the East Coast, and everybody's, you know, talking about it and going. And I heard some people on here even talking about they went, but
Well, you're
I've
talking
never, you know.
about get-togethers, is what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, like flat Earth, you know, like get-togethers. Yeah.
Yeah, we may just have to do our own. Like I'm considering because there used to be a flat Earth meetup group, but right just 2 years ago exactly at that stage we all know about. We call it. Well, we'll have to think of something to call it. Anyway,
I know what you're talking about.
Right when that started. They stopped, so. And I don't go onto social medias at all, so I'm not going to be looking up people on CIA book or whatever.
Well, I'm aware that this is kind of social media too, but I don't go on Facebook anymore. I don't go on TikTok. I just go on YouTube and this, pretty much.
Anyway, I didn't mean to morph the conversation into that. Anyway, I'll back up.
Oh, I thought you were trying to pull it out of being talked about. That's what I thought you were.
Well, I was kind of like some small talk, but yeah, no, I think it's all good. Yeah. I think the more we can make connections with each other and like learn about who we are, and then definitely start having get-togethers, gatherings, like whatever, freaking picnics, you know?
Yeah, and like I would be willing to drive even like 100 miles. I mean, I drive from here where I live here up to Reading all the time, and even farther up. To go to go sledding and whatever, and I go up and visit my cousin. He lives up in Shingletown, but so
you're
I mean,
pretty
I'd be willing to even go, out in Nevada, Reno, or something. We could like all get together in some side, like maybe get people
I
from over there
know.
to come. But
Maybe out there where Joshua
it'd be
is.
fun. I wish.
Joshua's in
Where's
Arizona.
Josh? Even Canada, we could come. Like we could go up to Oregon or something. Whatever.
It's just got to be planned. Just got to be planned. So once you make a decision, then you just go, okay, because like someone like me, if I have enough time, I can simply buy a train ticket. Like I could take my whole rig on an Amtrak. Like that would be bitching. Get to another place and have all my stuff there ready to ride.
At some point,
Well, we can also get other people to commute with. Like we could buddy up and go whatever.
Yeah.
And like if you come near me, I can always give somebody a place to sleep or whatever. A couple guys.
Well,
at some point, we all need to visit Battlemont. That's something we all need to do. We need to have he's got the land. He can house us. We can camp out.
That'd be awesome. That's what I'm thinking.
That's true.
A huge camp out. Flat Earth.
Oh, yeah, that'd be awesome. Oh, I'd definitely do that.
Yeah, we could have music. We could have all kinds.
Somebody could bring. Maybe somebody will. Yeah, that would be awesome. I do a camping. My wife and I go to this place up. It's up off of 505 by I forget the damn little river that it's next to, but it's just north of here from where I live. It's about 30 miles north of here. But it's a beautiful little lake, a little creek, and they don't allow. It's just natural water. They don't allow boats and stuff in it. Just like inflatable rafts, they have little paddle boats that you can rent and stuff like that. It's pretty awesome. It's a little campground.
Yeah, and like in the summer, there's great places along the coast here, like big campgrounds and stuff. You have to make reservations though, so it needs to be planned out, and then they could be easily done. We could do it.
Local would have to talk to them. Yeah.
I mean, I think there's probably at least about 20 of us Southern Californian, or at least Californians. At least 20 of us, I know. There's probably a lot more that we don't know, and a lot of them are probably on the server. They just don't speak up.
Yeah, or they just don't come. I understand people have lives. I do too. It may seem like I'm on here every day, all day long, but well, maybe I am, but but I do have. That's the reason why I black out all the time, is because I have stuff to take care of. So I do drop out and do
Yeah, we all have lives, so yeah.
But I like the fact that I can, on my phone, I can carry it around and I can listen anywhere I want to go.
That's the thing I'm lacking, because if I could take it with me all the time, that'd be great. So I could take it out with me on my rides, and when I'm sitting out in nature, still be listening.
So we don't have a set time to have meetings, or is it just I'm not involved because I'm not gold or whatever? I don't understand how everything works all together. So
what do you mean?
Sorry if I asked too many dumb questions.
What kind of meetings?
Like about stuff like this, or do we just do it while we're talking?
We could talk about it now. We could actually set it up while we're discussing things. We can set them up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is maybe we could, set up a time like once a month or something where we all get together and go over new ideas about what we want to, people that want to put the time in to try or whatever.
Yeah, the mods have mod meetings regularly. We used to have silver and gold meetings, and C used to host them, but C's been away, so they have been a little sparse.
We can do that impromptu, like we're doing now, like let's say we don't want to bog up the live stream, we can just go to Chill VC or one of the other VCs. Usually something available down here. So. Any of them, philosophy, religion, politics, we can go to any one of those that are empty and discuss.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at. Is in case the person that's moderating is getting upset with us for rambling on about this stuff instead of getting back to the subject. Yeah, let me know anytime, and I'd be willing to get involved in whatever. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if nobody's using them, I think we can go to Gold VC or Silver VC or any of the other VCs. FE Academy. I mean, look at all those VC channels.
Do you want to go? You want to take this conversation down there, or do you want to just change subject?
I don't know. What does the rest of the crew think?
What do you want to talk about? I'm kind of zoned out. Karma just got home.
Yeah, I mean, we can go back to Flat Earth. I don't know if we.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that, but maybe we should talk about it. Like maybe DM me or something, and we'll talk about setting it up, and then we'll just send out notices or whatever on that. So that way we don't have to keep.
I'll send you a DM.
Yeah, we can create an event similar to how.
And everybody on here that I talked to today, send me a friend request, or at least accept the one I sent you. I know you get a lot of them, but it would help me. That way I know you're going to give them a message.
Yeah, I'm just sending you a quick DM.
I've been trying to send out ones to everybody that I get to know a little bit and figure I feel comfortable talking to. But I understand if people want to keep their anonymity or whatever, I don't have a problem with that either.
Yeah, there will be some like that, and there will be some that aren't, so I'm not going to be like that. I mean, I want to start meeting up with all of you, and because there's going to be no other way to do it. To build a community, you're going to have to meet up with people. Hello.
Well, yeah, we do. We come in here and we talk all the time, yeah. But, we don't necessarily have time to sit and talk about how, and criticize each other, obviously, properly about, our tactics and stuff and whether we think it's, that's really what we want on here or not, but it's important to keep some structure, yeah. Otherwise people will see that there's not a structure and they'll be like, what's going on here? And then it might scare them away. That's all I'm thinking.
Well, see, I like what I like the idea about it a lot is that it will give us the ability to do this networking in a real life kind of way, like to actually go to different places and know that there's somebody there that you can go say hi to and grab lunch with or something, and people that are traveling.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, people that are traveling need to make arrangements. And it'd be nice to have somebody that's in a local area where you just go, hey, you've talked to the person for a couple of years on Discord and you finally get to meet them and do some real stuff together. I mean, yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to. Maybe they're gonna drop all this stupid stuff and we'll be able to actually travel to different countries. I would sure like to see the rest of my home. So weird, man. I don't know if anybody has strange things happen, mysterious things happen around you, but I planted a seed and I have these three little starter pots, and I planted a seed in one of them and I watered it. I've been watering it every day. I put it in the light, and after 3 or 4 days I'm like, it's not coming out, and I literally started digging through it and there's no freaking seed anymore. I can't find it. It's gone. The seed disappeared. What the fuck? So I looked through all three of them to make sure I didn't make a mistake. No, seed's not there.
What do you mean it disappeared?
The seed I planted disappeared. It's not in there. It never sprouted. They usually sprout in 2 days. It never
You
sprouted.
live alone?
It's gone.
Do you live alone?
I live alone.
Do you have any cats?
No, no pets. Just me.
Okay, just making sure.
There's
Okay.
nothing else moving around with fingers.
Is it possible that when you went to put it in the hole to plant it, that it stuck to your finger and you just didn't notice it? And then you dropped it on the floor at some point?
I don't know.
I mean, that's the most logical explanation for
I
it, I would
know,
say.
I know, and I know there's.
I'm Sherlock Holmes.
I've dropped seeds before and I found them. I found them, but this, I'm pretty.
I'm just saying, when I'm planting in my garden and I'm planting from a packet of seeds, I always make sure I see the seed hit the spot where I want it, and then I cover it.
I
up,
sat
you know
there
what I'm
and looked at it. I looked at it. I pushed it down the hole and covered it up. What the hell?
Did you push it all the way down through the bottom of the pot and out the bottom little weep hole, or what?
Oh no, it only goes down about a half.
Okay, I'm just trying to cover all the bases before we decide that this was some kind of
It's
supernatural.
okay. I'm gonna stop talking about it because I'm gonna start. I'm gonna be digging through this stupid little thing again until I dump it out completely and just forget about it. So
If you're gonna do that, put it in a big, wide, box or something with some plastic wrap on the bottom of it, and then put water in it, mix it with that, and then it'll be easier to sort through it and try to find the seed.
no,
It'll float.
it's a tiny little 2-inch tall cardboard fiber.
2-inch.
It's a tiny little starter.
Oh.
It's teeny.
Oh, okay. I
Put
see.
it in a cup, in a saucer, a cup saucer. I can put the whole thing in there. That's what I did. I looked through it. That's why it's easy to look through all of it, and I couldn't find.
I don't know.
I'm very focused.
It must be magic.
I know. I've had shit like this happen before, though.
Well,
anyway.
I could swear sometimes that stuff that I put down, or I have with me, or I think I have them, somewhere on me, and it gets left behind. I would swear sometimes that somebody takes it, but every time I do find it, I always remember leaving it. You know what I'm saying? And so I can't ever really nail it down that something. But I'll tell you what, I swear, in my garage, I do have a lot of stuff in my garage. I'm sort of like a pack rat in the garage, only in the garage though.
Yeah,
mostly.
me too.
But I collect all kinds of parts for go-karts and motors and stuff, and I like to play with toys, right? But I stack everything, anytime I put stuff above me or in the rafters or whatever, I'm always very careful to make sure that I settle it and make sure, everything's settled inside the boxes so it doesn't tip over or whatever. And I'm telling you, either it's vibration over a period of time or something, or it's, just noise from you talking. I don't know what it is, but stuff from up there will fall down on top, and it's almost falling on my head. Like this big speaker that weighs about, I would say it probably weighs at least 30 or 40 pounds. And it's small, so it would really, really knock you out if it hit you. And it fell I have it on the video. I have a video camera in the garage, and it fell off the shelf that's way up high, and it fell down and it hit this toolbox, and then it bounced and it landed right where the chair is, right where I sat. Where I sit all the time when I go out there. It scared I was like, I heard this kablam, and I was like, what the hell? And all the knocked down off the top of the toolbox, and it was on the floor, and the fan was knocked over, and all the stuff was just everywhere. I was like, what the hell happened out here? Like a tornado. Speaking of tornadoes, somebody was talking about that yesterday, right? About how tornadoes and torrents and things, and how it relates to, Earth, flat Earth, of course.
Tornadoes, flat Earth, what?
You talk about toroids and magnetic fields and things like that, and how I think it's very fascinating, wondering, once we realize the Earth is flat, this magnetic field that we call the pole to the North Pole, right? Because it's above the ground, obviously, in my opinion. right? Does that make sense to you? Because if you're standing at the North Pole, well, at least that's what they tell you. I've never been to the North Pole.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm getting at?
Yeah, that's a good
Like,
image.
if because if you have to be level with the ground, right, and it still pulls perfectly north, correct? Then when you get to the North Pole, it shouldn't spin at all. It would just, no matter which way, as soon as you passed the center of the North Pole, it would turn back over and start going the other way, but it wouldn't spin unless you were spinning around in a circle.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It should, you get me? Unless there was like it was sucking down into the ground, but that doesn't make sense because then it would be curved, and the arch, we would notice that, right? The magnetic field in the air would make more sense,
So the needle would point
but it
downward.
doesn't match up, right?
So are you saying
Right.
it would point
Yes. Once you
downward?
got close, yeah, it would start pointing downward. You'd have to tilt, right? And if you were on a ball, obviously that proves, because if you're on a ball, north would be pulling where? When you got about halfway around the ball, you'd be on the bottom, right? Well, north would be directly down at your feet, right? So the South Pole would be definitely just the North Pole too. It would be the same thing. Get it? It doesn't make sense because there is no South Pole. There is no needle that will point. It'll only point to the north. I mean, you could paint the other side of the needle with a fluorescent thing to make it look like that was the right one, but you know what I'm saying? It wouldn't work that way, right? Only the one that's magnetic will go towards it, or whatever it is. Oh, compass works. I'm sorry if I'm wrong.
No, you're correct. Magnetic north is the objective direction of which west, east, and south are all relative of. It's in that direction that things align to, essentially.
Yeah, I just think it's fascinating that, you know, a lot of times we get into the conversation about it, or they ask, you know, how does it work, you know, on flat Earth or whatever. Well, yeah, of course, you just say it. Look around. You're on flat Earth, so it works the way you see it. The way you're feeling it right now is on a flat Earth. So, you know, that's the most logical answer to that. But they don't necessarily see it that way, right?
Yeah, no, they have preconceived ideas that prevent that obvious answer from being obvious.
Yeah, definitely.
I think that's why it's important to try to bring it back to. Hank does this oftentimes as well, I think, where he brings them back to the first perspective or your perspective, and out of the imaginations about the globe and just into reality. Like the earth is the sand beneath your toes. It's not the ball you see on the TV.
That's right. But yeah, you have to open your mind up to see it. So it's like they have to want to go and look it up. But we got to get him to the point. And I think there are ways, tactics that'll help get him there without forcing it down their throat or being rude, or you know what I mean. Like there's, you know, we won't reach everybody, but at least we'll get that side of that group of people that we normally don't get, right? At least to think. Because a lot of times, if you just get them to think and they sit down and think about it, and then they, over a period of time, they'll start to match it up. And when they see stuff on TV, they'll start questioning their own. You know, if they're intelligent, they will, or if they're really honest with themselves, they will, right?
Yeah.
That's what we, that's why I said, what you're talking about is perfect, because it's kind of the idea, like I've been talking about, is like, we got to sit down and like figure something out. At least those of us that we're willing to put the time into, and then everybody else can back us up on their own. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's kind of like with the 3 points. You put together some kind of methodology, and then people play around with it, and they find what they like about it, and some don't apply it correctly, and then that becomes a learning method for everyone involved, and we take one step closer to being more amicable and more approachable.
Yeah, along these lines, I think it would be advantageous for people to also look into kind of how capacitors work, Gauss's law, Gaussian surfaces, and how this may apply to the Earth. It's a good subject or a good topic to ponder, because the way that electricity or the flow of energy is typically from positive to negative, and we seem to have some sort of increase in voltage as you go upwards in the atmosphere, and the Earth's surface and below seems to be some sort of negative type
Bro,
charge.
the CEO of CNN just resigned.
What? So the question is.
Oh shit, I'm on the wrong
Is
channel. I'm
it
sorry.
just the passing of the guard, or is it a transitional stage?
Who said that?
I said that. I asked the question because he said CNN just resigned. So I'm asking, is it a passing of the guard, like just a passing of the torch, or is it a transitional stage?
Yeah, but Napalm was making a flat Earth related point.
Yeah, somebody just kind of came in and said something about CNN randomly out of nowhere. No, has anybody looked into that? I mean, has anybody kind of heard that argument or thought about it before? Where
Yeah, I've heard a few people mention it from a few different angles. Witzit, for one, mentions it using his static. What does he call it? I forget.
Yeah, like an electrostatic, incoherent electrostatic acceleration. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard a bunch of people talk about it. It's a really interesting point. It's a very technical point, so I think we should like classify some of these points into different categories, because when you're dealing with a really educated person, going into these technical points is great. But when you're dealing with like someone who doesn't understand any of these technical aspects, it's like they're just like no. So
yeah,
it's kind of like we gotta gauge our audience and in each moment, and then give them something on their level.
Yeah. When I'm talking to somebody, I try not to go too far into detail. If anything, I try to just kind of like give them the idea of a certain thing they may not be very knowledgeable on, and just kind of ask them to go do a little bit of research into it or study, and then maybe come back and have a conversation. But I figured we didn't have anybody around, and I just didn't know if anybody's kind of looked into that or thought about it that's currently here. Because that seems to be a very common question, right? Like, why is there a downward vector, right? Like, we've pretty much demolished everything around gravity with the exception of the direction of vector.
The why and the cause of why this vector is the way it is. Yeah.
Right.
So I often talk about specific gravity, and I kind of leave the electrostatic part out, right? I'm aware of it, haven't done a lot of research on it, but I remember one time somebody showed me this thing that was supposedly from the ISS, and they were saying on like NASA that it was like static that was attracting all these particles to lump up together in a zero gravity, and it wasn't gravity, it was static. So, yeah, I think that this is something that's kind of one of those things where science has never settled. Of course, I would take it into consideration, and I think it makes a lot of sense for the downward vector.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same camp. I've seen a lot about it, but I kind of haven't seen an experiment that definitively proves it for me. Because I don't see us controlling that fully. Otherwise, we would have like flying saucers essentially.
Yeah, because to me, like the biggest factor, right? Like we can explain specific gravity relative density. Like that has a much greater effect on things than even the alleged attractive force or whatever they want to call gravity, right? That's the very weak force, and that's the hard one to try to demonstrate is that weak force. But we have things even like magnets and stuff like that where we see action at a distance with magnets, right? Can be kind of explained by pressure mediation with the way that the electrical flow is kind of more point source with the magnet. And I feel like there's something similar taking place just in general within the realm that we live in. That's just kind of out there. That can be explained with some of these principles that we see on a smaller scale. It's just going to take some work. And I feel like we got a lot of people here in the community that can put their heads together and maybe come up with some experiments to do or banty about some ideas.
I agree.
It's certainly interesting.
Because that's one of the biggest things I think about is like something that is a magnet is the exact same thing prior to being magnetized. Like you're not changing any of the properties of that piece of matter from like a very simplistic standpoint, right? Like the only thing you're doing is passing an electrical charge through it to magnetize it. But the actual material itself, nothing, the mass doesn't change, the weight doesn't change, none of that stuff changes, but then it has these properties afterwards, after you pass the electrical current through it, that can make it attract or resist other magnets, right? So there's something going on there that's obviously having to deal with an energy.
That's entropy. Entropy, I think, is involved in that, isn't it? Why magnetism kind of flows the way it does is because it decays, right? As it spreads out away from the magnet. Isn't it some kind of atomic decay or something like that? Or I don't know how to explain it, but I know there's some science around it. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm getting mixed up.
Yeah, I don't know about a atomic decay. I feel like what's taking place is kind of like the atomic materials, right? Like when we think about the periodic table of elements, the way that they classify those are just based on the amount of protons and neutrons within certain elements, right? So you're talking about positive and negative charges and the amount of positive and negative charges that make up these materials. And when you kind of align those, right, you pass an electrical current through that and you rearrange the molecular structure at an atomic level, you create a flow through that material. that flow kind of generates a field outside of it, and then everything that takes place as far as movement outside of that magnet, right? It kind of, in my opinion, is similar to like pressure mediation, right? You've got a north pole and a south pole, so you've got this toroidal field. You've got one side which is inward, and the other side which is outward. So you have this inward flow of energy and this outward flow of energy in a toroidal field, which creates your magnetic field around it.
Yes, I agree.
So you have this pressure mediate. Yeah, you have this kind of like pressure mediation that takes place where you've got this.
But what is it that you're physically moving? What causes like electromagnetic fields to actually, like, what are they made out of? Like, what causes it to affect things like that and be lined up perfectly? You know what I'm saying? That's the thing that we don't really know, right? And like, what pulls our cells apart? What makes our cells divide? There's a magical force that does that. Think about it. Like when your cells divide in your body in order to keep you alive and from not just rotting the first day and then falling over. You know what I mean? If your body has to keep replicating cells, right? What pulls those cells apart? What does that? There's a magical force, and you can't really even take a picture of it.
It's supernatural.
The magnet, it's the passing of the current through it, right? That aligns everything.
Yeah, it has to do with your DNA and all this technical stuff all mixed together. It's such a beautiful mixture of, you know, like crazy mathematics or whatever you would call it. Compare it to mathematics because it makes sense that way, but it's not really the same because, you know what I mean. But it just fascinates me. Like, you know, now I lost my place. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Our bodies and our cells and the way things, all of that works is definitely above the natural world. It's supernatural. It's interesting that we live in the natural world, but almost every part of us that, for instance, that our cells can replicate, that can continue, that it can do it continuously, is well, let's see. It's a violation of.
It's not an adjective or a verb to describe it, right?
Hold on, I'm trying to develop my point. So that's why you hear the silence. But it's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics that cells could do that continuously. and that they could listen, that they could divide in their own kind. And there's no transference between the different kinds of that degree of design and intricacy of information is absolutely a miracle. You got that right. It's amazing.
It's actually a signature on life.
And no one knows why or how it happens. Not the medical community. They don't know shit about it. There's all they can do is talk about something after the fact. After they see something happen, they can go, okay, I can make this change here, and then this happened. But why is it all happening in the first place? No idea. None of them know.
Only a fool says God. And I hate to bring God into it, but when you think about, I was thinking about it last night. Like, I made a human. Like, me and this lady got together and, decided, to go under contract, and we made a human. It's like, think about that. Like, our genetics, like, combined, and then my seed and her egg made a meat suit, right? And this little creature popped out like 9 months later. Like, that's amazing.
And it looks the same as I did, which is even more amazing. It's got two legs, 5 fingers on each digit, 5 digits on each.
Damn, they're ugly when they come out, aren't they?
Like, we got nose that everybody's nose in this kind has two holes in their nostrils, not 4 or 3 or like something else. If it was random. The ears are the same basic shape. Like, what the fuck?
Sometimes we wish they had gills, but they don't.
we happen to be living when, like, I mean, there are some things we know. There were some animals that were existing. I think it's pretty evident that there were, which I find very interesting. Cats have always interested me. So there used to be saber-toothed cats running around. How is that? Now, I know these are questions that can't be answered. This is all rhetorical. It's just food for thought. Why is it that we're alive when these saber-toothed cats are not around anymore? Now, I know there's conjecture that humans were around when the mastodons, because I think there is some actual real evidence of that, of manipulation of mastodon bones, a mastodon bone with a spearhead in it, things like that. I don't know. But how is it that we happen to be alive right now at this time and there are no saber-toothed cats around? Why? Why? They all fell into the freaking La Brea tar pits? I don't think so.
I mean, I think we were around. They were. I think we just killed them. Humans are really good at killing stuff.
Yeah, somebody did. I don't know if it was we. Because if you talk about we, then you have to include the 8 foot to 10 foot
I think
tall,
you're hot, Mike.
double toothed freaking
Oh,
human.
I'm sorry. These pickles are.
Yeah, we heard. Thank you.
Yeah. When someone up in Canada from here actually told me they actually saw a double rows of teeth on someone and that it scared them, like to the core, just seeing that. Like there was some inherent freaking fear of someone. I've never seen a person like that. I think that would kind of freak me out.
It's funny you say that because I seen this thing where it said that when someone gets like an event, right, where they get traumatized, they can pass this trauma down like 2 or 3 generations down the road, right?
Oh yeah.
So this little girl, she was like terrified of like ice and water, and she didn't ever want to go near it. And one day she said that in front of her grandmother, and her grandmother was like, "Oh yeah, I almost died when I was like 6. I forgot to tell you this, but when I was 6, I fell into the ice water and almost drowned." And it turned out her mother had the same fear and didn't know about the story. So they did the study, and anyway, yeah, apparently we've passed down trauma to our children. If you have the trauma before you make the child.
Before you do what? Before you have the children. I got
Yeah,
it.
if you have the trauma afterwards, you don't pass it down.
All right, I got it. No, that can be passed on too. But yeah, I believe that because if the trauma, emotions, like feelings, different senses, or different likes and dislikes, actually different behaviors, I think they're all stored at the cellular level. I believe part of your personality is going to come through our genetics. And it's actually not through our genetics, it's actually in the blood.
Not the brain, the blood?
In the blood.
Interesting.
That now, do I have any? I don't have any scientific evidence to give you.
No, yeah, I had a similar theory, not just idea it popped in my head about the whole we only use 10 or 20% of our brains, and that we could I just was thinking, right, like using my imagination and saying maybe we once your brain is filled to 100, then we're done. Meaning, but it's just memories. Like maybe we have access to all of our genetic memories in our brain, and we're just storing up memories. Yeah. Why only use a little bit of your brain? And I guess kind of how you're saying, how do these traits get passed so perfectly? Like you could have, there's stories and records of you can have somebody across the country adopted and they have the same exact personality as their parent, their biological parent. It's amazing.
So like sometimes we get a shot on the adrenaline, we think differently. We're in this adrenaline state. We think faster. We just react more faster because the blood is pumping through our brains much faster. So either the brain or the blood.
I don't know. I know that the brain is completely cut off from the blood, right? Like the membrane is completely disconnected from the bloodstream. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Continue with what you were going on. I don't have much to add. I just thought it was super interesting what you were getting into.
No, I was just giving the sense of well, I don't know. The blood is delivering something to the brain, but when it's going faster or the adrenaline kicks in, and sometimes we think so quick, so in the moment of in the time frame, like biking, doing anything that gives a shit a shot of adrenaline. Like in a fight, sometimes we're in a fight and we just don't think about what we're doing, but sometimes it's just the reaction of that time moment. But is it the brain or is it the blood floating? Because I don't know if it's a type of blood. Like we was talking about, is it the blood that giving that trait? Because maybe we have a more thicker blood or smaller blood.
Don't quote me now, but I believe, read or skimmed over something where, we send electrons to our brain, but no blood can enter the brain.
It's incorrect.
It's not.
Sorry about
Okay,
that.
no, yeah, for
it's
sure.
incorrect. So lack of blood flow to the brain is that thing that makes you go to sleep when people are choking you out.
Right.
The blood flow to the brain is actually like an exercise that you do when you're doing like math problems or solving like puzzles. You're like exercising your brain, and it's literally like a muscle. It gets atrophied. That's what's wrong with truck drivers. A lot of truck drivers who don't do these sorts of puzzles, math problems, they often get the atrophy really bad.
Okay, so we get fed blood, right? But you can do brain surgery. You open the skull, nothing bleeds. So I'm not exactly, there's
Oxygen is
something.
getting to the brain, yes, but I think they say that blood doesn't flow into the brain itself. It flows around the brain, and oxygen is transferred to the brain from the blood flow around the brain, or something to that effect. There's not a blood supply into the brain proper, I think they say, or something to that effect. But
the blood-brain barrier, yeah. I'm sorry.
So oxygen is transferred in, but blood doesn't flow through the brain, or something to that effect.
Yeah, you're
We're
right.
all a little bit right. Yeah, everybody's like a little bit right.
Maybe I'm correct. I do apologize.
I'll look, but you'd think that the brain would get some sort of blood supply, but I think it's outside of the brain, not in the brain proper. Like the brain itself is like fatty tissue and stuff. But
Well, what's a hemorrhage, right? When you're hemorrhaging in your brain.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. I guess it's the nerves or something like that. Maybe we're thinking of the nerves. That's why you can't feel it when they operate on you. You're right, Hank. Sorry about that.
Yeah, but there's something going on, like everybody's pretty much saying, where these two things are connected but disconnected for sure. And that's the human body. It's pretty awesome. But yeah, something going on.
What I know is that when you go to sleep, that's when your brain cleans itself using the cerebrospinal fluid, which starts, which is apparently present in the brain and the spinal cord, and supposedly washes in and out to help the brain get rid of accumulated metabolic trash.
That's crazy to think about. Like your brain gets dirty if you don't sleep.
Having dirty thoughts again.
Man, what a world.
That's why I wonder if the brain.
I love it when a typo makes it more funny than it is when you.
Because sometimes, like is it the eye sleeping, consuming of the data of around you? and the brain processes it. But then, sometimes too much data coming in, you have to rest. You have to rest in your eyes or the brain. But the brain is still continue working because it goes into the dream. So you're still kind of somehow processing data within your brain, but now your body is in somewhere else. So your body's still there, functioning, breathing, heart breathing. It doesn't stop, never stops. So I don't know where the resting part comes into it. Maybe it's just your eyes.
It looks like the veins are kind of outside the brain, but I don't know if they go into the tissue. I don't know. I guess I'd have to ask somebody about the specifics of that.
Yeah, I think there's like a network of veins around the brain, and when you get like a swelling in one of those veins, that's when it pushes on a specific portion of the brain, and you have things like a stroke is when a clot can be in one of those veins, right? Which kind of expands that vein and pushes on portions of the brain.
Like bleeding on the brain as opposed to in the brain?
So I think a brain hemorrhage, right? I think that pretty much results in death. I think that's when there's a rupture of one of those veins around the brain, and then the blood enters the brain, and then I think that's kind of when people have a brain hemorrhage, they die. But I could be incorrect. I don't know.
Swelling and pressure pushing on it from the blood pressure pushing on the brain. Interesting.
Yeah, from what I'm reading is brain bleeds is bleeding between the brain tissue and the skull. So yeah, you guys are right.
Well, there's blood there of some sort, but there does appear to be a blood-brain barrier kind of keeping stuff from getting into the brain unless you vaccinate somebody with polysorbate 80 or some sort of drug that allows the blood-brain barrier to be penetrated and stuff to get into the brain that doesn't normally get in there. I think they use other drugs to get through the blood-brain barrier, like psychotics and stuff like that, antipsychotic drugs that they want to get in the brain. They use drugs to break the blood-brain barrier and make it easier to get into the brain proper or something to that effect.
Hey, hello everyone. Can you fill me up on some flat earth info?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, what's up, man? How you doing?
Yeah, the discussion was really interesting, but I have something about flat earth to ask. Can I go ahead?
What do you want to ask?
About the vacuum thing.
What about the vacuum? Like, how can the Earth be next to a vacuum?
Yeah, so how can Earth have pressure when we have a vacuum? So it is regarding that same point. I was having a discussion, so I wanted to clarify a few things.
Well, some people posit different ways to deal with this vacuum thing that's supposedly next to Earth. The only way that you could have two radically different environments, like an evacuated vacuum versus a pressurized environment like our Earth, is if you have some sort of containment to separate the two environments. So you would have to have something like a firmament or some sort of covering to our world, like what some appears to be elucidated in the scriptures, and what we appear to see with sundogs, parhelions, and stuff like that, some sort of barrier that appears to be up there shining off the surface.
Yeah, I understand all of this. So let me pose my question, okay? Are there flat earthers who believe that when you have a container, let's just say, and when we are measuring gas pressure inside a container, now when you measure that pressure from the bottom of that container, it is going to be slightly higher than when you measure it from the top of the container, because even inside that container there has to be some gradient of whatever gas molecules there are there. Or is there going to be constant pressure all throughout that container without any effect of gravity or a downward vector?
People show differences, a gradient within the container with things like water and a graduated cylinder. You put the water in the graduated cylinder, and then you poke holes in the side from top to bottom, and the water sprays out at 3 different strengths. That shows a gradient of pressure even within that container. And there are people that will show like a propane tank, and they'll show like a difference in pressure from the bottom to the top, or a difference in temperature, or something to that effect. So it does look like there's experimental demonstration of a difference in pressure even within the container from top to bottom.
Liquid, right? Not gas.
Gas is a type. Well, gas mimics the liquid's behavior in that it flows. It mimics its behavior in that it flows and needs containment. So people are
The same reason why when you blow up a
gas
balloon,
and
right?
the liquid analog to explore this topic because of that.
I think I was going to say is it has to do also with pressure differential, and I think it's called electromagnetic acceleration. I think that's what they call it. Is the tendency to go down because above your head, there's a positive charge, and below you, there's a negative charge. And think about that, and it
At that
causes a
point, it
slight
would
pull
be.
down. I think that's what it is. That makes the most sense, right?
You're talking about like charge separation leading to some sort of separated layer up and down. That does make a lot of sense to me. Charge separation of some sort as opposed to quote unquote gravity or whatever the globe's trying to talk about pulling to the center of a ball. I just say that it's charge.
Because it's a weak force, right? So that you see what you see. Yeah, you see the relationship. Cool.
Yeah, if you have a positive above and a negative below, energy flows from positive to negative, so that energy would be a constant flow from positive to negative. If you have a positive above and negative below, you'd have a constant flow of energy from top down.
But why is
the second time I heard you say that, I'm pretty sure that electrons flow from negative to positive. Let me see if I can find something back there.
Positive to
it's one way or
negative.
the other. Yeah, it's one way or the other. I'm sorry. It's either way. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a common misconception.
I think they meet each other at some point. Yeah, I think they collect on both sides, and that's the reason why we get this anomalous stuff that happens in the sky.
Okay, so isn't Nathan only shouting all day about gas going down and going boom boom, that there not being any downward vector when we talk about gas laws, PV is equal to nRT. So that does not factor in any downward vector. That means the pressure at the top of the container is going to be the same when you measure it from the bottom of the container. Isn't that so?
Well, that's a mathematical abstraction. That doesn't get to the whole reality. It's a simplification for math purposes. But when you look practically in reality, gases separate into layers, an upper layer, a lower layer, that sort of thing. But the math is just simplified for number's sake so we can get general calculations and general predictions. That's all.
Yes, so let's try to eliminate all those factors. For example, let's take a vacuum chamber. Let's say a hypothetical situation that we have a cylindrical vacuum chamber which is really long, and we maintain a pressure of 10 to the power minus 6 torr inside that container. All right. Now, when we introduce one gas, let's say helium inside that vacuum chamber, you are saying when you measure the pressure of inside that chamber from the bottom of the chamber, it is going to be higher than when you measure it from the top of the chamber?
I don't know. I think first it would have to fill the available container. And after that,
you have to compress gas in order to get it to turn to a liquid, remember?
I think in a vacuum situation, I would say that it would fill the container first. And then once it's saturated, you would start to see a gradient layer. But, the technicalities of that beyond that.
It wouldn't be vacuum.
You would say that the gas filled the container before it. What was that?
I said, wouldn't if you put it under a vacuum, it would suck all the gas out of the chamber, right? At 17, negative 17 torr. You know what I'm saying?
Because he was asking about whether a gradient forms in the vacuum
it would go, right? You see my point? And it would collapse whatever empty space there was in there right before it finished, because that pressure would.
And
different
Ricky,
to
I
kill
think
it with.
specifically he's asking about whether a gradient would form initially and or if it would spread to fill the container first. And I think he's asking a technical question of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes, and when I say that
Interesting
the
question.
pressure inside the cylindrical container was 10 to the power minus 6 torr, let's say hypothetically we are somehow able to generate that powerful a vacuum. But in that case, you will have to ask me 10 to the power minus 6 torr from the top or from the bottom, because they're not going to be the same.
Yeah, I get
So
where you're
according
coming from.
I feel that it should be same because that's basic gas law. Gases expand in all possible directions, just like Nathan
Yeah,
Oakley
no,
keeps
you're
Filling
saying.
the
you're
event,
not accounting for
filling.
Charles's law or that the container you have is within a temperature gradient, so the there is a slight gradient difference between that, so that affects the pressure of gases.
And everything he's talking about is only happening within a container. You can't even do what you're talking about, measuring things, unless you have the assistance of a container in the first place to achieve gas pressure that
You're
you
not
could measure.
positive pressure, right? Not a vacuum. Sorry,
I
I'm
was just
sorry. I
trying to
didn't mean
think
to cut
about
in.
this in a different
My
way.
bad.
If, like, for example, in our real world application, what we have is a bunch of gases, right? Within the firmament, we have helium, nitrogen, oxygen, so many different types of gases. When you're putting into a balloon just helium, it's just one type of gas. I think a proper experiment would be to put in all the different types of gases, in the same proportion, if we even knew what that was. Like, for example, on this Earth, the helium would rise higher, wouldn't it? The
Yeah, you're
the
you're you're
Go ahead.
correct. The composition of gases would change as you rise and does change as you rise, just like we have a gradient of gas in the air. A part of that gradient is the humidity gradient. We have humidity reaching up into the air, which then condenses and turns into clouds and rains back down. So we have all of the gas generation at ground level normally. So you would expect a more pronounced gradient in a dynamic system like the one we live under.
And so the heavier gases, I would say, would fall to the bottom, and the lighter gases would go to the top, and that's what causes the gradient. That's my imagination, though.
And I'd say that heavier would probably be based off of charge separation, some ability to absorb and or release charge. But I think what happened in the vacuum container is the gradient would still be there based off of charge separation as opposed to gravity pulling to the center of the Earth. But for the most part, the gas is going to expand to fill the container with a slight gradient toward the top or the bottom, depending on the tendency of the particular gas. I think that a gradient would still be there in the vacuum container based off of charge separation. Going up or down to its perspective charge layer. And this charge field would permeate the vacuum and, go in and out of the vacuum. The separation of the vacuum container itself would be slightly irrelevant because I believe in the ether. And I think that it passes in and out of objects, giving a charge layer that goes up and down throughout all spaces, connecting all space, even if it's separated by a barrier of a vacuum chamber. But that's what I would go with anyway. Charge separation with a universal pervading ether that organizes things up and down, even through the barrier.
Hold on a second. I was going to say something. Is where do they get? Okay, when we get helium, when they get helium right now, like if you go and buy helium to put in a balloon, where does it come from? Do they fly up to the top, or fly up into high altitudes to get it? No, they filter it out of the air that's down here, so that helium is mixed in the air down here. Am I correct? There's little bits of helium and all different kinds of gases mixed in the air we breathe. And it's all mixed, a big soup, right?
Most of it comes
So,
from
I
the
mean,
ground,
wouldn't that
actually.
affect,
Most
right,
of
wouldn't
the
that
helium is
affect that?
extracted from the ground. There's some of it leaks up into the air, and we live in a inhomogeneous mixture because we have winds and the sun is stirring up the kind of stirring up the pot, if you will. So that mixes the gases, and so we live in this mix. Higher up, it starts separating out more.
Right. That's why when we put gases under more pressure than what we're in, that's why they condense sometimes and they all have their little balances. But don't they all turn to a liquid at some pressure? Or am I wrong about that? All gases, that is. There's like liquid helium, there's like liquid nitrogen and all that, right? Got me.
Yeah, but with liquid helium and liquid nitrogen, you're dealing with really, really cold substances or extremely,
Well, it
extremely
gets that
high
way, right?
pressures.
Oh, yeah, right. When it's under pressure, right? But I'm saying that's because you're squeezing out all the other elements, right? And it's just that gas pressurized as compact as it could be. See what I'm saying? It's just like matter, right? When you compress it to an extent, or a person, anything, right? You compress it to an extent, it has a overall effect. Like you put some kind of crystal under there, and you'll get like light, or you get electric spark, you get piezoelectric. There's all kinds of like different things, but it has to do with the pressures that are involved and how deep in the ground they are. You see what I'm saying? Doesn't that kind of tell you that we're in this pressurized system exactly like that, and that's what makes dirt drop to the bottom, and it has all to do with that and electricity. But I think it has to do with electromagnetic fields too.
Yeah, I think it's all tied together. You can't really take one aspect of reality and try to exclude it from the other parts because it's all working together in one whole.
You're right. Exactly.
See,
it's so complicated, but yet so fascinating.
the example that globe earthers always give is that of a vacuum chamber and how two things of different weight and different density fall at the same rate inside a vacuum chamber. All right. Now,
Yeah, that's easy to show that isn't the case because when you do, I have a video here or a GIF from the longest vacuum drop tower in the world where they dropped a bunch of different metals of different sizes, so they would be about the similar density. But they drop at different rates. So all they did was manipulate the medium by removing air. They didn't remove all of the air, so all they did was lower the density of the medium. So now they need a more or longer drop to show the difference between the things and the medium, but they all have differences.
but then hypothetically speaking, if we are going in that direction, there will be a point when there are very few gas molecules in that vacuum chamber, and at that point everything is falling at the same rate because there is no resistance.
No, it's not all falling at the same rate. The longer drop tests show that that's not the case. They just manipulated the medium so that extended the required drop to show the difference because they lowered the resistance.
In a nutshell, that vacuum test that we all learned in school, if you just raise the vacuum way up higher and drop those objects, the objects will fall at a different rate. The distance that the height is what's the difference, right? If you change the height and still put it in a vacuum, they'll drop at a different rate.
Well, it appears to be an
affected by the
idealized
pressure differential, right?
You're only appealing to measurement. You're saying that we'll be able to measure the difference if the height is greater, because height can only bring in that difference. What other difference can height bring?
Because you're
because of the
you're
pressure
dropping them a
differential.
very short
Because
distance.
as you rise,
And
the
you
pressure
remove the
changes.
resistance so that the speed of their acceleration and how fast they will actually go can't be seen within that short frame. So by extending the distance, you can see the difference.
Sorry, I meant pressure gradient. My bad.
I don't understand. Aren't we talking about a vacuum chamber? What pressure gradient are you talking about?
Pressure gradient from top to bottom, even
like when
within
you
the
go up on a
vacuum
mountain and
chamber,
your ears
is what
pop.
they're talking about. Even though we vacuum is having nothing in it, that might be incorrect. There may still be a medium, aka an ether, that's still present within the vacuum chamber.
What would be the vacuum inside that chamber? Approximately?
What would be the pressure of it?
I mean, vacuum.
Space would be a substance if ether existed. It would not be a vacuum, nothing. It would be
In
a
the
some.
example,
It would
in
be
the drop
some sort of a
lower,
substance, a field, or something that can provide charge differential, provide some level of quote unquote
what I'm
resistance, even in
saying,
small amounts.
saying the drop chamber we are talking about, vacuum chamber drop, which has been maintained at a certain vacuum, 10 to the power minus 4, minus 5, whatever it is, right? I'm asking what is the approximate pressure that they are able to maintain right now, and then they are raising the bar that we have to make it an even powerful vacuum in order to observe the difference. What is
Are
the
you
pressure?
asking what's the pressure within the vacuum? I think you said 10 to the negative 6 torr already. That would be the
Okay.
pressure. Is
So
there
my
something
question
else
is,
you're asking?
yeah, yeah, from the top or from the bottom?
Okay, so 10 to the negative 6 would be an average. A more accurate reflection of that average would be something like the chambers really something more like 10 to the negative 5, toward the bottom, and 10 to the negative 6 toward the top or something. It would be more like an average that you average that chamber out in if there is a gradient. We just say 10 to the negative 6 is like some sort of average or something. But if you're asking what's the pressure range within the vacuum, I guess we'd have to look into that to see if there is a range even within the vacuum, like with that graduated cylinder or whatever.
But you are inclined to think that there would be a gradient, right?
I would be inclined to think so too, but at this point it would be speculative. But I would think that there's a gradient even within that vacuum chamber.
Can anyone else say this, answer this with more conviction?
No,
What are you
because
asking exactly?
no, because you're asking for a gradient within a very small space. That would be such a minuscule change that
That's all right.
I don't see
There
it.
will be one, right?
What was the
Even
question, Arthur?
scale. Even if it's minuscule and we might not be able to measure it, but you are inclined to think that there will be a gradient inside a container.
When you can show that there is one on a bigger container, yeah.
Yeah.
What's the point, though?
The
Did
point
you have
is,
a point if you wanted to work
If we
out with
kind of,
this?
sorry, go
I'll
ahead.
say, let me
Let the
reiterate the point.
person
The
who's
point is,
better. Yes.
the point is, are gas laws affected by gravity?
I'd say
Gases.
they're affected by charge layer. This is where we're
Well,
gonna have to
that. Well,
disagree.
well, well. That's begging the question, isn't it?
Yeah, but yeah, we would have to because we really don't know, right?
But then you are attributing an gradient inside a chamber of gas.
What do you mean by gravity? Do you mean a globe making, ball making force? In that regard, I'd have to say no. If you're talking about charge layer leading to an uppity, a downity, or a floatity layer, I would agree with you, yes. But not a ball making, globe making force. What do you mean by gravity specifically?
Hold on. Are we okay with just assertions without evidence to then, be chasing down other derivative points, or are we going to try to get to the bottom of the assertion? Okay, so gravity affects gas. How do you know that?
Hello,
If
Elijah.
you say because there's a gradient, that would be a begging the question fallacy. So at that point, it would be either you accept that there's a flaw in your logic, or everyone ignore it and have a conversation about it for an hour and a half.
Did you have all the context? I'm not sure, but my question still stays whether you believe that there is going to be a gradient inside a container of gas, which has, let's say, a pressure of 10 to the power minus 3 torr, or a vacuum of 10 to the power minus 3 torr. Or we can even say there is gas inside a container of pressure 10 to the power 3, whatever, G.
Just put Put some gauges on there and see if you have a differential. I mean, it's that simple since it's a chamber that we're talking about. Just
No,
put
it
a,
might as well be minuscule.
yeah, just put a gauge up top and one on the bottom, and off you go. Just make sure
But
they're precise enough.
why do you want to do that? Like he's already granted a gradient, and if there is, it would be attributed to gravity. Why? So why would? Did anything I just said before matter to anybody in here?
I heard you, bro.
It matters
Did it
to me.
make did it make sense?
Yes, it made a lot of sense, and I really thank you for bringing it up.
Elijah, repeat what you said. I think we're having a disconnection and we're not quite having a meeting of the minds. Why don't you repeat what you were saying earlier so we're clear?
Well, I asked what the point was, and he said it's because the gradient of gases or whatever would be because of gravity. And I said, well, how do you know? And I said, if you answer with because there's a gradient, that would be a begging the question fallacy. Proceeded to move past that as if it didn't matter. I'm asking you guys what you think.
Let me clarify, Elijah. I'm asking whether you feel or think that there will be a gradient or not. That's my question. Let's not bring in gravity. I'm a flat earther if you are not aware. Let's not bring in the word gravity, but I just want to ask how many of you actually think that there is going to be a pressure gradient inside a container which has a pressure of 10 to the power minus 3 torr, which has a vacuum of 10 to the power minus 3 torr.
Elijah, like you said, he is begging the question, and I agree with you. That's why I want him to clarify exactly what he means by gravity. Is he talking about a ball-making, load-making force, or what does he mean by gravity? Sir, what do you mean by gravity?
I just said that let's just
You did
remove.
say forget it. Right. I
Forget
heard
about
you.
gravity. Is there a gradient?
I heard you. So he said forget it. And he
So we're
said,
just asking questions back and forth, but we're not working out anything to a logical conclusion. So at that point, this conversation's over. If I ask you a question and you ask me a question back about a gradient, I was willing to grant that there was a gradient by charge force separation, by the charge field, not by globe making gravity. So I would like to know what you mean by gravity when you state it. Could you not ask me a question back, sir? And please work out your points to their conclusion. What do you mean by gravity? And please don't ask me a question back. I granted that there could be a layer of separation, sure, by charge separation, not by globe making gravity. Yet again, sir, what do you mean by gravity?
I heard you, and I want the same answer from others. Do others also feel there is going to be a gradient?
So he doesn't have an answer. You're putting out gravity in a flat Earth server, which is a bit of a trigger word since it
So he's asking us
implies
instead of
a
you, so you can
ball
see how
or
he's
a
trying to
globe
slide that in.
making thing, and you're just going to let that hang there but not answer. Okay, so forget about my question. That's fine. I'm not going to get triggered. Anybody else?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I think it's kind of funny how you tried to slide that under the rug there.
You know what, man? I'll tell you, there will be no gradient in your chamber. How about them apples? Like that one?
There will be no pressure without the container.
I just looked it up, and even the physics websites say that there would be a small pressure gradient in there, but it's too small to worry about. They
In a
also say
vacuum,
some
yeah.
other crap about gravitational fields, but forget that crap, right? But that's what I got from their physics website. In the nutshell, yes, there would be a pressure gradient, but honestly, I've never tested that, right? But I would imagine so. But the test has to be equal too, because on the Earth we have a whole bunch of different gases.
Yeah, hold on. I don't want it to get too far. I appreciate what you're saying. I would like to know the answer to Lemon's question myself as well.
So let's ask it again. Sir, what do you mean by gravity to not ask a group question in response to that? But please answer the question directly that Lemon asked you. What do you mean by gravity?
You asking me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Here I am, a flat earther.
Did you mention
Yeah,
gravity?
he's a flat earther, but he's just wondering. He's just asking the question.
Yeah, you mentioned gravity, so we're just asking what do you mean by gravity?
And
That's
then I asked you to forget it. Because globe earthers use the word gravity, which is why in order to the context I use the word, because they attribute the gradient to gravity. Now you also think there is a gradient of gas pressure inside a chamber, but reason
but
behind it is something
you're
else, but there
you're
will be a
using
gradient.
logical. You're being logically inconsistent though, because we're asking you. You're the one
I
that mentioned
disagree.
the word in a reference to something. That's
I
what we're
disagree.
getting at.
He already addressed what you're saying. Like
I think
if
you
I
just
were a
misunderstood
fan
too.
and I was if I were a fan and I was listening to this conversation, just as a bystander, and a flat earther says, forget that I said that. Uh, and then he goes on to say what he said. I think that would be fair to say, which is why when he changed the first time, I thought, okay, let's address what he's trying to say rather than me figure out what to say.
Okay.
But then again, now we're here.
Hmm.
You can't force someone to say something they don't want to say, man.
Exactly.
That doesn't look great.
Wasn't trying to. I was just trying to get some clarity, but understood and
He declined like twice.
yeah.
Arthur, textbook answer. There will be a small pressure gradient due to the height of the container, and I think the formula will be rho GH for that. So there you go. That's if that's what you're asking for. But for all practical purposes, no, you'll have no pressure differential in your chamber. Now, if your chamber is as large as Earth, I cannot give you an answer because I don't have a chamber that large to actually experiment on. So,
Well, how can you conduct an experiment inside of a chamber anyway? So you're already
Well, I was
inside.
gonna say, yeah, if you're sucking all the air out of it to make a vacuum, wouldn't you be sucking all the gases and any other gases that were in the chamber out?
But at the same time,
what
you're
do you mean?
doing the experiment inside of a chamber already. So the vacuum chamber is on Earth,
Within
right?
a chamber,
So
bro.
right, so it's a silly thing to try and do inside of a chamber already.
Well, it's not silly.
Well,
Go
that's
ahead.
what I
You
meant.
can, you
If you
can
had
get
some
well,
way,
you
if
can
you had some way to release a gas inside of a vacuum while you're looking through the glass at the vacuum to see how it reacts, that's different. But I'm saying, I thought you were talking about the other.
Yeah, what I want to mention is like it depends also. Is he using a single type of gas, releasing it into the chamber, so it's just one type of gas, or is he using the air? Why is he evacuating it first to try to put a single type of thing in there, so
You're
it
right.
doesn't have different types of gases?
What are you gonna put inside the vacuum chamber? It can't go in there. It's just gonna come back out. If you sucking, I mean, pulling air out, you're gonna pull out everything.
Yeah, in my opinion, and it is just my opinion, the only reason to have this kind of line of questioning that hold on, that the Indian fellow, I'll just say that flat Arthur. So the only reason to even bring this kind of line of questioning up is in response to a glober that is saying, what about this flat earther? And gravity is this thing. So once again, the burden of proof still lies on the globe. They're the ones that are claiming something that hasn't been proven by mentioning gravity. End of my statement.
And also the fact that we hear flat earthers like
Well,
Nathan Oakley Without all the time that gases do not have a downward effect.
Yeah, man. You got so many that disappear in the hole.
Elijah, you're hot, Mike.
Enough bags.
So I was gonna try to give my 2 cents. I haven't said anything yet. So basically, I always think about like, okay, when it comes to this thing, it's all about the gravity, right? And in my thinking, it's specific gravity, right? You stack mattresses on top of each other. There's going to be a great deal more pressure at the bottom mattress. See how I'm making?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyway,
Elijah, you're hot, Mike, in case you can hear.
if there's no like zero perfect vacuum in existence, then I would assume that anytime you got X, there's going to be a delta X. And you can't say it's because of bending and warping of space-time or mass attracting mass, right? But we do know the cause would be, the specific gravity, right? The relative density. So objects that have weight and you stack them up, right? There's going to be more weight at the bottom. And, gas particles, are they objects? In a way, they are. So, yeah, that's my 2 cents.
It's all just silly because you cannot conduct a zero-G experiment in a place where there's an atmosphere and whatever you call that. That's why, like, the only way they do it for NASA is they have the Glenn,
All right.
the Glenn, whatever, blah blah blah, where they drop a killed experiment down a freaking hole and they suck all the air out, and they only have like 5 seconds to conduct an experiment because you can't. How are you going to do a zero-G thing on Earth? That's the only way they can replicate it is to drop something down a shaft that has that's been removed of all air and that they can suck out basically, and it's still it doesn't make it's just retarded because that's the only way they can simulate zero-G because you can't really conduct an experiment in zero-G because how are you going to do that? Because the environment's always going to be pressurized, so it's just it doesn't make any sense.
Below.
If they do any was it when they do experiments in the so-called space station, there's air, right? There's pressure inside it's just
The Earth is a globe. Why you do this? You're
What?
making fun?
What?
You're making fun of the Earth? Say it's flat? We saw it's a globe.
Well, sir, what is the Earth? Right? Is the Earth, what is it? Is it a blue marble? Is that what you see the Earth is?
Yes, ball.
Okay, look up the definition of Earth.
Ball.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Look up the definition of Earth. It means dirt. Like when you go to the beach and you get the dirt between your toes. That's what dirt is. That's what Earth is. Right? When you say
Sand?
Earth is yeah, sand, dirt, mud, clay. That's what Earth actually is, right? So if you're saying that it's a ball, you've been tricked because you saw it on TV.
No. Live.
No, you
NASA
never saw it
live.
on TV?
YouTube
You
live.
never.
He sounds like a troll. Sounds like a troll.
Arabic Globy. No.
Yeah, yes, you are.
Calm down, Habibi.
I'm
Calm down,
flat
Habibi. Just
earther. I'm a flat earther. Flat earth every day. Let's get it. Quran.
Oh, what
Allahu Akbar.
Okay, buddy.
Yes, sir.
Relax.
Ha ha ha! Funny.
Arabic Globy. Look racist.
Sure.
Islam is the truth.
Okay, but are you just here?
Let's keep the racism out of here. Okay?
How are you Muslim? Are you Muslim?
Let me say this real quick.
So how are you a globe?
Let me say this real
I'm just
quick.
kidding.
Oh, you're kidding. Okay.
I'm flat.
Well, it doesn't matter. All right. Well, never mind then. Because when globe earthers come in here
All right.
and
Yeah,
they
you can probably.
and they confirm, hey, I'm a glober. That's actually unremarkable. You know, if you think about it, it's truly unremarkable. So it's like, okay, so you're a glober. What do you want from me? Why are you here?
Yeah, he was a troll anyway. Even if he said this about it, he left.
Mm. I don't know.
I
I don't understand why people waste time. I don't know.
curiosity, I guess. Who knows?
And they're
Maybe
burnt
somebody
out.
who dares them to do it.
They're burnt out on Call of Duty and Fortnite, so they need something else to do.
They
Yeah,
come
that's
in
why they don't
lying,
stay
and
long.
then they come in lying, and then as soon as we start speaking about geometry, they go, okay, okay, I get it. Why would they lie? Yeah.
Or they throw that out there where they say it doesn't matter either way, so I don't care. It doesn't affect my
Yeah,
life. And
and then they stay in the room.
yeah, then they wait a few seconds and then
I don't care. I don't care what the shape is, but I'm going to stay in here for 2 more hours. People just hate to be wrong, man. They just hate to be wrong.
I get it. I don't like to be wrong either, but if I'm wrong, I usually can at least admit it. You know, when somebody shows me the evidence that I'm wrong or shows me where I made a mistake.
Yeah, but that's from you actively trying to find the truth. You know what I'm saying? If these guys aren't, they just come in here saying something. You know what I'm saying? And then when they realize they don't have,
No, sometimes I do. Sometimes I do turn into an ass and I start showing, my ego and shit gets the best of me and I act like that. But it's, it's different. But I'm saying I can relate to it. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, but I don't get to that level that they get. That's kind of crazy. The levels these guys go to.
I think it's because they've been traumatized and they're just broken. So like I used to be pretty broken. I went through a bunch of self-help to fix myself. So I can also relate to them and their way of rationalizing it away. And I don't even remember using these kind of dumb arguments to convince myself. I guess that's why it kind of it hits a note for me, and it bothers me when they refuse to address it because that's what helped me get through it. It's kind of like you show someone the door and like, this is the way to help you with your problems, and they're like, no, I don't want it. And you're like, okay, but here's some water. I see you're dying of thirst, and it's like, no, I don't want it.
Yeah, there was a little while that I was away from my wife when my grandpa died. I went to go live with my grandma, and yeah, I was kind of semi-broken at the time, right? And during this time, like I was trying to like figure out, like, okay, what am I supposed to do, right? It's like number one, I got to take care of my grandma. Like my wife will be fine. It's like, but what am I supposed to do about myself? And it's like, okay, I should probably like take care of as much responsibility as possible. And then that's what I started doing. I started taking care of like two households, not just my children and wife, but also the one that I was living in. And it was like that helped me like a lot, like taking on that much responsibility because in the past I've been like, yeah, just put me on the schedule for like 30 hours, you know, that'd be good. And I've like learned a new work ethic where I can work like 50, 60 hours now when in the past I couldn't do it. I just didn't have the will. And I think it's made me a little harder. Like I'm a little tougher because you go through the hard times and you come out the other side either damaged and broken or put back together, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
And for the record, I have 2 cousins that live with my grandmother, so she's fine.
But I
Sorry to
really
hear
get
that,
that.
by the way, Hank. And sorry to hear
Oh,
that, Dre. So I'm glad that you guys are okay. So,
thanks, bro.
Yeah, thanks, man. Taking on responsibility is something that's really good for a man to grow up and like advance himself as a man, because it's a manly thing to do, to take responsibility.
Yeah, when I got my wife pregnant, like we weren't married, and it was like I went from being like a child to an adult like overnight. And that's what my family said. They were like, "You went from being a child to you got that girl pregnant and you like manned up and you married her and you went to all the appointments." And it's like, yeah, I did kind of just throw away my childhood, but at the same time, I never really let go of my inner child. Like I still play games. Like we still have like board games and like Battleship. Remember, you sunk my battleship. We got like the Star Wars version, and we still play like Mario Kart and Smash Brothers.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing I noticed when I kind of broke. What stayed behind was my inner child, and I kind of built up around that again.
Yeah, I think we all need to play. Like your inner child is still like a part of your psyche, I think, and you have to bring it out every now and then, or it's going to bring itself out. Like times when you don't want it to, and it's going to make a show. It's like, yeah, it's best just to play with the inner child. Be happy sometimes just playing and doing stuff you love, like whether it's painting or shooting targets or punching the bag or whatever.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons why psychologists generally agree that like when people come in there to them with a problem, that's not the problem that's actually causing the issue. So they generally try to dig to something in your childhood that relates to it, because that's generally where it comes from. And once you solve it within that childhood memory, it's much easier to deal with it in the future. That's what.
Yeah, the whole cause and effect thing is really important. Like you might think that you're having problems because of this, and it's actually because of that. Like for example, a lot of people like push the blame off on other people, and it's like they're being incredibly self-destructive, but it's your fault that I'm this way. They don't realize the actual cause of themselves or something else underlying that they can't foresee.
Yeah, for sure.
So my problem is I'm a foodie, like I love food. So even though I was raised extremely poor and we ate like one meal a day, right? And sometimes those meals were just ramen noodles. Um, like I know that it's not my parents' fault that I'm this way. I know it's like a choice that I'm continuing to make, and it's like, okay, well, when I was, if I wasted food, I got my ass beat. Now that I'm adult, nobody's there to beat my ass. Sometimes I just need to let food go to the dogs. Like I need to, like, forget all the training that I had growing up. It's like, okay, I need to let go of that. It's okay to like waste food. And that's crazy. Like to hear me say that out loud. It's okay to waste food? What? Like as much problems as we